Chapter 1163. Yuan Zhongjuan and Jin Sheng. Whether it was Jin Sheng or Yuan Zhongjuan, their auras were extremely similar to Supreme Jin and Blue Emperor. Therefore, when Zhuowen saw them appear, he deduced that they should be from the Blue Whale and Al-Qaeda sacred dynasties. After all, Zhuowen had slaughtered the top geniuses of these two sacred dynasties, including Supreme Jin and Blue Emperor. Looking at the group of 8 people who suddenly appeared, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with understanding. In fact, when he knew that the Azure Emperor would ask for reinforcements, he should have known that these so-called reinforcements were most likely from the 2 sacred dynasties. With the conflict between Zhuowen and the 2 sacred dynasties, even Zhuowen didn't believe that the 2 sacred dynasties didn't hold a grudge against him. The Azure Emperor only needed to release the news that Zhuowen had returned to the Azure Mystic Dynasty, and the 2 sacred dynasties would definitely send experts to hunt him down. Pretty smart. We are indeed from the 2 sacred dynasties. I am Jin Sheng of the Al-Qaeda sacred dynasty, and he is Yuan Zhongjuan, the Holy Lord of the Blue Whale sacred dynasty. Jin Sheng chuckled, his voice filled with sinister intent as he said coldly to Zhuowen, "The Holy Lord of the Blue Whale sacred dynasty, Yuan Zhongjuan?" Zhuowen glanced at Yuan Zhongjuan. The pressure that Yuan Zhongjuan gave off was even stronger than Jin Sheng's. He should be at the peak of the 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor realm, not far from the 4th Heaven Martial Emperor realm. Kiki, Zhuowen, I think you know why we are here. You have killed many people from our 2 sacred dynasties. You should know your crime, right? I think it's better for you to obediently surrender. Yuan Zhongyang stared at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "What if I don't?" Zhuowen replied indifferently. Yuan Zhongyang's eyes curved dangerously, and he said, "If you don't obediently surrender, I think you know the consequences better than we do. We will make you suffer a fate worse than death." "Hee. Then I want to see how you will make me suffer a fate worse than death." Zhuowen laughed and mocked fearlessly. "Humph. You little brats who don't know what's good for you, attack together. Capture this little bastard for me. Just remember not to kill him," Yuan Zhongyang said to the 3 people behind him. Yes, among the 4 people sent by the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty, only Yuan Zhongyang was a 3rd Heaven Monarch. As for the remaining 3, one of them was a 1st Heaven Monarch, and the other 2 were peak Heavenly Venerables. The Wavering Light Holy Dynasty's lineup was similar to the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty's. Jin Sheng remained indifferent when he saw Yuan Zhongjuan making a move. He just stood there quietly. Zhuowen was just a peak Heavenly Venerable. There was no need for the Yaoguang Holy Dynasty to join forces with the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty to deal with him. Otherwise, they would be overestimating Zhuowen. Xiang. Zhuowen stood quietly in the void, watching the 3 people from the Blue Whale Holy Court approach. He calmly called out to Xiang and the other 4 on the city wall. Immediately, 5 figures descended behind Zhuowen, their auras as vast as the sea surging out. Boom! 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 Xiang instantly clashed with the 1st Heaven Monarch of the Blue Whale Holy Court. Bai Mei and Huang Yang also clashed with the other 2 peak Heavenly Venerables. Instantly, terrifying Yuan Qi filled the sky. The colorful Yuan Qi emitted by the 6 people spread out, stimulating the eyes of everyone present. Zhuowen actually has such a powerful force by his side? Yuan Zhongjuan muttered to himself with a frown as he looked at the 3 subordinates blocked by Xiang and the other 2. Zhuowen is not simple. He actually has 5 powerful subordinates. Yuan Zhongjuan, do you want me to give you a hand? Jin Sheng suddenly said with a chuckle. Although Jin Sheng was surprised by the sudden appearance of Xiang and the others beside Zhuowen, he didn't really care. A 1st Heaven Monarch was no different from an ant in his eyes. Jin Sheng, you don't have to beat around the bush. Hurry up and let your subordinates attack. Zhuowen is only a peak Heavenly Venerate. A 1st Heaven Monarch should be more than enough to deal with him, Yuan Zhongjuan said with a cold snort. Jin Xing smiled and nodded to the three people from the Alcade Holy Court behind him. Then, the three of them looked at each other and rushed toward Zhuowen according to Jin Sheng's order. Damn it! Lu Hantian frowned when he saw this. He stepped forward, intending to help Zhuowen. However, Qing Emperor blocked him at the right time. Lu Hantian, your opponent is me. Why are you running so fast? Qing Emperor said with a smile. Get lost! Shouted Lu Hantian furiously. 9 white stars condensed into a beam of white light and moved towards Great Emperor Qing. Great Emperor Qing didn't panic at all. He controlled the 9 blue stars to collide with Lu Hantian's attack. Great Emperor Qing didn't panic at all. He controlled the 9 blue stars to collide with Lu Hantian's attack. The power of the stars filled the air and almost destroyed the space between them. Both of them were second heaven monarchs. Their strength was well matched. It was difficult for Lu Hantian to break through Qing Emperor's defense. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 3 people from the Alcade Holy Court were very fast. They arrived in front of Zhuowen in 5 breaths. Guanghan and Xia, who were standing behind Zhuowen, looked vigilant. They asked in a low voice, Master, what should we do? The 2 of you will deal with the 2 peak heavenly masters. Leave the first heaven monarch to me. Zhuowen instructed in a low voice. Then his body shot out like lightning towards the first heaven monarch. Many warriors in the prefecture were stunned. Was Zhuowen courting death? He was actually heading towards the first heaven monarch. Brother Zhuo. Miao Lv's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She couldn't help but exclaim. Fang Yu! Lv Yongxing and Lu Yuanhua beside her also had strange expressions on their faces. In their opinion, Zhuowen, a peak heavenly master, was going against a first heaven monarch. It was no different from a moth flying into a flame. Guanghan and Xia didn't feel much. As Zhuowen's servants, they knew his strength better than anyone else. Zhuowen was a monstrous genius who had defeated Lanju. An ordinary first heaven monarch from the Alcade Holy Court wouldn't pose much of a threat to Zhuowen. Of course, this was only what the 2 of them thought. Most people in the prefecture only had one thought. Zhuowen was courting death. As expected, your arrogance knows no bounds. A mere peak heavenly master dares to go against me. You're courting death. The first heaven monarch from the Alcade Holy Court was a middle-aged man in a blue robe. His eyes were long and narrow, exuding a sinister aura. When he saw Zhuowen taking the initiative to attack him, his eyes were filled with mockery. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Zhuowen and the blue-robed man collided. Zhuowen held an azure war halberd in his hand, and a terrifying emperor's aura poured out. With a twist of his right hand, he slashed at the blue-robed man's chest. Emperor's weapon. The blue-robed man could sense the Emperor's aura from the azure battle halberd. He cried out in a low voice and reached out his right hand, summoning 9 Emperor stars to protect him. Boom! The azure battle halberd and the Emperor's stars collided. Terrifying shockwaves erupted from the collision. Then the blue-robed man and Zhuowen both retreated dozens of steps, facing each other from a distance. HM? A low-level emperor's weapon? Yun Zhongjuan and Jin Sheng, who were watching the battle, frowned when they saw this scene. They had not expected Zhuowen to possess a low-level emperor weapon. With his peak heavenly venerate cultivation base, his combat strength was actually comparable to a first-level emperor realm warrior when he wielded a low-level emperor weapon. After all, the first heaven monarch from the Alcade Holy Court did not have an emperor's weapon. Therefore, the strength he could exert was not much stronger than Zhuowen, who had an emperor's weapon. Many warriors in the prefecture saw Zhuowen and the blue-robed man retreating as soon as they collided. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Zhuowen, a peak heavenly master, was not at a disadvantage against the first heaven monarch. Instead, they were evenly matched. Of course, there were some sharp-eyed people who could see that the weapon in Zhuowen's hand was extraordinary. They vaguely guessed that the azure battle halberd was a powerful emperor's weapon. I didn't expect that you, a mere peak heavenly master, would have an emperor's weapon. Your weapon is mine." The blue-robed man stared at the azure battle halberd in Zhuo Wen's hand. He whistled and flew out again. This time, he didn't hold back and used his full strength. The terrifying emperor's aura was like a huge mountain, crushing down, causing Zhuo Wen's body to sink. Third level bedevilment. Zhuo Wen held the halberd in his right hand and stood proudly. He directly exerted the power of the third level bedevilment. Suddenly, a terrifying blood qi burst out, forming a terrifying blood-red vortex with him as the center. His blood hair grew to his buttocks. Kill! With a step, the terrifying power left a ring-shaped airwave in the void. Zhuo Wen shot out like an arrow and arrived in front of the blue-robed man in an instant. Whoosh! The azure battle halberd was wrapped in an indomitable aura and turned into countless halberd shadows, piercing towards the blue-robed man's vital points. Damn it! How did this guy's aura suddenly become so strong? The blue-robed man's pupil shrank as he felt the terrifying aura coming from Zhuo Wen's azure battle halberd. His face finally changed. He raised his hands, and a surge of yuan power gushed out. The 9 emperor stars gathered together and formed a starry shield. Bang! The sharp tip of the azure war halberd abruptly shot out, colliding with the star shield. Then, a crisp and ear-piercing sound of metal colliding rang out, and the azure war halberd's forward momentum was halted. Morning treasure seal. Zhuo Wen was not in a hurry. He immediately used the morning treasure seal of the 7 emotions treasured seal. A sorrowful aura descended on the blue-robed man's heart like a curse. Then the blue-robed man was shocked to find that his strength had been weakened by nearly 20%. Break! Chapter 1164. Jin Sheng makes a move. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out as the blue-robed man stared at Zhuo Wen in disbelief. He was a first-level emperor, but he was defeated by a peak heavenly master. Die! Zhuo Wen twisted his right hand, and a terrifying blood qi erupted from the azure battle halberd. The blue-robed man felt a sharp pain in his chest and exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Even the nascent soul in his body could not escape the fate of being destroyed. Countless droplets of blood rained down. However, the entire county, both inside and outside, had sunk into silence. Everyone stared at the blue-robed man, who had already exploded into a bloody mist and could not be any more dead. All of them fell into a daze. The blue-robed man, a first-level emperor, was so weak that he was instantly killed by Zhuo Wen, a peak heavenly master. When everyone recovered from their shock, they knew that it wasn't that the blue-robed man was too weak, and it was that Zhuo Wen was too strong. A peak heavenly exalt had instantly killed a first-level emperor. Exactly how terrifying was this kid? So strong. Miao Lv covered her mouth and murmured softly. Fang Yu, Lu Yuanhua, and Lv Yongsheng were even more shocked than Miao Lv. Although they knew that Zhuo Wen was strong, they had never imagined that a peak heavenly master could kill a first-level emperor in an instant. How did Zhuo Wen do it? Fang Yu, in particular, hated Zhuo Wen because of Miao Lv's warm attitude towards Zhuo Wen. He wanted to take revenge on Zhuo Wen. Fortunately, he did not take revenge in the end. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. Lord Zhuo Wen is mighty. Outside the city, the 350,000 soldiers of the Celestial Empire shouted one after another, their faces full of impassioned expressions. The high and mighty enemy Emperor Realm expert had been killed by Zhuo Wen just like that, greatly boosting the morale of the Celestial Empire's army. Many soldiers even looked at Zhuo Wen with eyes full of admiration. The news of Zhuo Wen's return had already spread throughout the city. Now that Zhuo Wen had killed a first-level emperor, countless warriors in the city looked at Zhuo Wen with burning eyes. Boom! The Qing Emperor and Lu Hantian clashed again, and then both of them retreated dozens of steps. Both of them noticed the situation on Zhuo Wen's side and were surprised. Lu Hantian looked surprised, while the Qing emperor looked gloomy. Haha, Zhuowen, I knew you would gain something this time. This is really beyond my expectations. You killed a first-level emperor as a peak, celestial master. Your talent is absolutely monstrous. Lu Hantian laughed. The Qing emperor's face was extremely ugly. He looked at Jin Sheng and Yun Zhongjuan and said, You too. This Zhuowen is really arrogant. He killed another emperor of the Yaoguang sacred dynasty. I don't think you two will stand by and do nothing, right? Yun Zhongjuan sneered and said to Jin Sheng, Brother Jin Sheng, that emperor was a member of your Yaoguang sacred dynasty. I don't think you will stand by and do nothing when this boy killed him, right? Jin Sheng's eyes were gloomy to the extreme. He glanced coldly at Yun Zhongjuan, then stared at Zhuowen and said, Good. You dare to kill a member of my Yaoguang sacred dynasty? You know the consequences. Zhuowen stood proudly in the void and said indifferently, It's not the first time I've killed your Yaoguang sacred dynasty. Will you let me go if I kill one less person? Boom! Sure enough, as soon as Zhuowen said this, Jin Sheng clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Terrifying Emperor's pressure erupted like a volcano and rushed out, causing Zhuowen's pupils to shrink. You're really courting death, little bastard. I'll tell you clearly today that you're dead meat. After he finished speaking, Jin Sheng did not waste any more time. He took a step in the air and arrived in front of Zhuowen. He pressed his right hand down and golden light flickered. It turned into a gigantic golden rock that was dozens of feet tall. This indestructible golden rock came crashing down from the sky, whistling through the air as it headed straight for Zhuowen's face. Clang! Zhuowen swept out his halberd, and the tip of the halberd, which was covered in blood qi, pressed against the surface of the golden stone. Then Zhuowen was shocked to find that a huge force came from his right hand, causing his whole body to compress. This huge force was so terrifying that it seemed like it was going to crush Zhuowen. Dang! Dang! Under this huge force, Zhuowen couldn't help but retreat dozens of steps. He stared at Jin Sheng, who was slightly surprised. Obviously, Jin Sheng thought that Zhuowen wouldn't be able to resist this move. He didn't expect that this kid would only retreat a dozen steps. Despicable. A third Heaven Emperor actually dares to bully a junior at the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm. Don't you feel ashamed? Lu Hantian's eyes were full of anger. Jin Sheng completely ignored Lu Hantian and said indifferently, This little bastard deserves to die. He killed the third prince of my Yaoguang sacred dynasty and a few Emperor Realm experts. It's only right that I kill him. After saying that, Jin Sheng flew out again. Although Lu Hantian was worried about Zhuowen's safety, it was a pity that Emperor Qing was tightly entangled with him, not giving him a chance to help Zhuowen. Jin Sheng's action of bullying the weak had caused the dissatisfaction and anger of countless cultivators in the prefecture. However, no matter how angry they were, it was useless. Jin Sheng had to kill Zhuowen today. Yun Zhongjuan crossed his arms and watched the scene calmly. In his opinion, Zhuowen would definitely die if Jin Sheng took action. Although Zhuowen's combat strength had indeed surprised him, the difference between a third Heaven Emperor realm and a first Heaven Emperor realm was like a chasm. No matter how strong Zhuowen was, it was unlikely that he would be a match for Jin Sheng. Boom! Boom! Indeed, as soon as Jin Sheng reached Zhuowen, he launched a barrage of attacks at Zhuowen. Under such attacks, Zhuowen was completely at a disadvantage. It was difficult for him to withstand the attacks. Countless cultivators in the prefecture were anxious when they saw this scene. How dare you block my attacks? Die! With a wave of Jin Sheng's right hand, the golden stone condensed from his yuan energy emitted a dazzling golden light as it smashed down heavily in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen raised both of his hands, raising the azure battle halberd above his head in an attempt to block the golden stone. Bang! Zhuowen let out a muffled groan. Both of his hands gripped the azure war halberd as he plummeted downwards. Both of his feet stomped on the ground. and the force of his fall caused the ground to shake as if there was an earthquake. Zhuo Wen's knees were slightly bent, and his face was slightly pale. An ant dares to shake a tree? What a joke! Jin Sheng sneered. He raised the golden stone again and smashed it down. This time, the power of the attack was much stronger than before. He was confident that this attack could smash Zhuowen into a meat patty. 4th level bedevilment realm. Zhuowen roared. An even more terrifying slaughtered demon, Dao Qi, burst out from his body. Above his head, a blood-colored air current was formed. The golden stone that was getting closer and closer to him suddenly stopped under the influence of this blood-colored air current. Die. Zhuowen's eyes were red. He raised the Azura battle halberd with an unparalleled momentum, wanting to cut Jin Sheng into two. Damn it, this guy's strength has increased again? Jin Sheng's pupils shrank. The golden stone that was smashing towards Zhuowen changed its direction in midair and landed in front of Jin Sheng. Suddenly, the Azura battle halberd smashed into the golden stone. Ding! The sound of metal clashing resounded. Jin Sheng was forced to take a few steps back under the power of the Azura battle halberd. Die! At this moment, Zhuowen was as immovable as a mountain. When he moved, he was as fast as lightning. He raised the Azura battle halberd and attacked Jin Sheng like a madman. Bang! 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 The two of them fought again. This time, Jin Sheng was no longer the one suppressing Zhuowen. Instead, they were evenly matched. This scene stunned countless people. Zhuowen actually had the strength to fight against a 3rd-level emperor. This was too terrifying. This guy had yet to enter the emperor realm. Bastard! Jin Sheng couldn't help but curse inwardly when he saw Zhuo Wen's sudden rise in strength. He was a 3rd-level great emperor, yet he still couldn't take down Zhuowen. It was truly humiliating. Golden star explosion. After saying that, Jin Sheng no longer held back. He formed a seal with both hands, and 9 golden emperor stars appeared. Then, the 9 emperor stars circled around Zhuowen in a strange trajectory. An extremely terrifying aura gushed out from the 9 golden stars at the speed of a tsunami. It was as if something was coming out of them. This attack. You'll die. Explode. Jin Sheng sneered. He took a step forward and distanced himself from the 9 golden stars. He formed a seal with his right hand. Immediately, the 9 golden stars that surrounded Zhuowen began to emit an extremely terrifying aura. The aura grew more and more terrifying until the 9 golden stars exploded one after another. The terrifying explosive energy was like a tsunami that instantly drowned Zhuowen. This kid is dead. Yun Zhongjuan sneered when he saw this scene. Oh no. Lu Hantian pushed Emperor Qing back with a punch. When he saw Zhuowen's figure drowned in the explosion of the 9 golden stars, his eyes turned red. Zhuowen! Lu Hantian stepped forward and rushed toward the explosion without any regard for his life. Emperor Qing stood silently on the spot and did not stop him. He could feel how terrifying the explosion of the 9 golden stars was. Zhuowen could not survive such an explosion. Even though Lu Hantian was a 2nd-level martial emperor, it would not be easy for him to enter the explosion to save Zhuowen. Sure enough, when Lu Hantian was about 10 meters away from the explosion, a terrifying heat wave rushed toward him. Lu Hantian hurriedly raised his hand to block it and retreated dozens of steps in a panic. His face was extremely gloomy. This explosive energy was too terrifying. Even Lu Hantian felt some lingering fear. This time, Zhuowen was really going to meet a terrible end. Lu Hantian, don't waste your energy. This kid is dead for sure. Emperor Qing laughed loudly. His eyes were full of joy. Zhuowen was a scourge to him. Now that he had gotten rid of him, Emperor Qing was naturally very happy. However, Emperor Qing's laughter did not last long. An indifferent voice came from the explosion. Destruction of life. Chapter 1165. Black Water Snowstorm. Spear the tall figure hovered quietly in the void. Above his head was a huge, blood-red saber shadow that was hundreds of feet long. A terrifying, murderous aura swept out from the figure like a hurricane. Damn it! This guy actually broke through the Golden Star explosion? Jin Shang, Yun Zhongjuan, and Emperor Qing were all stunned when they saw this scene. Even Lu Hantian, who was the closest to them, was stunned. He had experienced the power of the Golden Star explosion just now. It was difficult for him to even get close to it, but Zhuowen had broken through it so easily. It was really unbelievable. Zhuowen, are you okay? Lu Hantian asked tentatively. At the same time, he also noticed that the Emperor's aura exuded from the blood-red saber in Zhuowen's hand made him shudder. This feeling was much more powerful and terrifying than the Vitality Pagoda. This blood-red saber had definitely surpassed the level of a mid-level Emperor artifact. Big Brother Hantian, I'm fine, but I'm going to settle the score with this guy. Zhuowen shook his head and stared sharply at Jin Shang. Earlier, he had been suppressed by Jin Shang and felt a little aggrieved. Now that he had been forced to use the slaughtering abstinence violation saber, Zhuowen was determined to kill Jin Shang. Yun Zhongjuan, Jin Shang, the blood-red saber in Zhuowen's hand, is the high-level Emperor artifact I mentioned to you. Last time, he used this blood-red saber to kill Emperor Jin and Emperor Lan. However, at that time he relied on the divine sense in the blood-red saber. Generally speaking, divine sense can only be used once, so this guy can no longer use the same power as before. Emperor Qing suddenly said, "A high-level Emperor artifact." Yun Zhongjuan and Jin Xing stared at Zhuowen with blazing eyes. For them, a mid-level Emperor artifact was already extremely high-level, let alone a high-level Emperor artifact. Even their sacred dynasty had never had such a thing before. Haha, Jin Shang, this thing belongs to me. You don't have to fight me over it. Yun Zhongjuan laughed, and his aura began to grow stronger, layer by layer. Upon hearing Yun Zhongjuan's words, Jin Shang's eyelids twitched, and he said coldly, "Yun Zhongjuan, aren't you being too arrogant? Everyone has a share of this. Yet you actually say that it's yours. Aren't you being too arrogant?" You want to snatch it from me? Yun Zhongjuan said with some displeasure. Seeing that the tension between Yun Zhongjuan and Jin Shang was getting stronger, the Qing Emperor laughed and said, "The two of you don't have to argue. The first thing we should do now is to kill this man and seize the blood blade. As for who the blood blade belongs to, we can decide when the time comes." Hearing this, Yun Zhongjuan and Jin Shang's unfriendly looks disappeared. Emperor Qing was right. Blood saber had not been snatched yet, so there was no need to fight over it. "Let's get rid of this little bastard first," Yun Zhongjuan said indifferently. Jin Shang, who was beside him, nodded in agreement. Then the two of them stomped their feet and rushed toward Zhuowen at the same time. The two third-level martial emperors were planning to join forces and attack Zhuowen together. Bastard! How despicable! Lu Hantian could not help but curse. Jin Shang's attack on Zhuowen was already despised by everyone. Now, Yun Zhongyang was joining forces with Jin Shang to bully him with numbers. This kind of behavior was completely despicable and shameless. "Emperor Qing, I'll leave this guy to you." Yun Zhongyang glanced at Emperor Qing indifferently. He suddenly waved his sleeves, and a terrifying origin energy surged out. Lu Hantian was caught off guard and was forced to retreat more than 10 steps under the effect of the origin energy. Just as he was about to rush out to block Yun Zhongyang and Jin Shang again, Emperor Qing had already arrived in front of him. He threw a punch and blocked Lu Hantian's escape route. "Zhuowen, I didn't expect you to have a high-grade Emperor artifact on you. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Whether it's your life or this Emperor artifact, you'll have to spit it out." Jin Sheng sneered as he approached Zhuowen. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. The two third-level martial emperors joining forces gave him a lot of pressure. especially Yun Zhongjuan. He was stronger than Jin Sheng and was at the peak of the third-level martial emperor realm. Zhuowen could not help but be cautious. Jin Sheng, there's no need to stall for time with this guy. Quickly finish him off. When the time comes, the ownership of this blood saber will depend on our own abilities. Yun Zhongjuan said indifferently. With a flick of his finger, a long spear appeared in his palm. The spear was completely black, and only the tip of the spear was as white as snow. It looked somewhat out of place. Blackwater snow spear? Looking at the strange spear in Yun Zhongjuan's hand, Jin Sheng narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of fear. The Blackwater snow spear was Yun Zhongjuan's natal emperor artifact. At the same time, it was also an extremely powerful mid-grade emperor artifact. Jin Sheng only had a low-grade emperor artifact. Speaking of which, his strength was not as good as Yun Zhongjuan's, not even his emperor artifact. Jin Sheng frowned slightly. He knew that once Zhuowen was captured, he would not be able to compete with Yun Zhongjuan for the blood saber. Thinking of this, Jin Sheng's eyes flickered. No one could tell what he was thinking at this moment. Kill! Yun Zhongjuan shouted and took a step forward. The Blackwater snow spear was like a venomous snake that was waiting for its prey in the dark. A sharp whistling sound rang out as the Blackwater snow spear scraped against the air. Immediately, rings of black water vapor lingered around the spear. Whoosh! The Blackwater snow spear shuttled through the void and arrived in front of Zhuowen in an instant. The latter's expression changed slightly. He raised his slaughter abstinence violation blade, and his blood chi erupted. Clang! The spear and the blade collided violently. Then, two different emperor auras erupted, causing the void between the two to collapse and explode, forming a spatial crack. Thump! 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 Zhuowen frowned slightly and retreated more than 10 steps. His eyes were full of coldness. Yun Zhongjuan's strength was indeed very strong. Coupled with the power of the Blackwater snow spear, Zhuowen was at an absolute disadvantage. Die! Yun Zhongjuan rushed out again and waved the Blackwater snow spear. Suddenly, monstrous black water emerged from the void and rushed toward Zhuowen like a tsunami. Under the cover of this terrifying black water, Zhuowen was forced to retreat again and again. His face became slightly pale. Haha, you are no match for me. Hand over the blood saber. Standing above the black water, Yun Zhongjuan looked down at Zhuowen with contempt in his eyes. Under his attack, Zhuowen could only struggle. In his opinion, it was only a matter of time before he killed this man. Don't even think about it. Slaughter destruction. Zhuowen roared angrily. He bent his wrist and slashed out. Suddenly, the killing intent soared into the sky. A saber shadow hundreds of feet long appeared again and fell in the direction of Yun Zhongjuan. Do you still want to struggle on your deathbed? Then I will fulfill your wish. Black water sky. Yun Zhongjuan snorted coldly and raised his Blackwater snow spear. The endless black water under his feet suddenly surged into a huge wave and crushed the huge, blood-colored saber shadow. After the saber shadow was shattered, the terrifying black water swept across the sky and rolled down, wanting to completely drown Zhuowen. What a terrifying attack! Fear rose in the hearts of countless practitioners in the provincial capital as they stared at the boundless black water in the sky. Their eyes were filled with worry as they looked at Zhuowen's figure, who was facing the black water. Could Zhuowen really withstand such a terrifying attack? At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were calm. He took a deep breath and took out an ordinary-looking stone with his left hand. The mental strength of his mud pill palace and the original energy in his body gathered in the palm of his right hand and drilled into the immortal stone. Suddenly, the milky white immortal power began to spread in Zhuowen's left palm like a prairie fire. Zhuowen's right hand gently touched the surface of the slaughtering, oath-breaking saber. I use the immortal power to activate the slaughtering, oath-breaking saber's slaughter destruction. I will name it Immortal Slaughter Destruction. Zhuowen murmured in a low voice and slashed out again. Endless immortal power poured into the slaughtering, oath-breaking saber. Suddenly, the saber shadow, which was a mixture of white and red, fell from the void again. At this moment, the power of the slaughter destruction was much stronger than before. The alternating white and red saber shadow seemed to have the power to destroy everything. Boom! With a slash of the blade, the enormous blade shadow instantly smashed against the black water. Immediately, the blade's shadow became sluggish. Soon after, it actually broke through the obstruction of the black water in an indomitable manner and suddenly broke out of the water. The boundless black water in the sky was completely annihilated without a trace under the might of the blade's shadow. Damn it! My black water sky has been broken. Yun Zhongjuan's pupils shrank, and he could not help but curse in a low voice. However, there was no time for him to think about it, because the terrifying saber shadow created by immortal slaughter destruction had already broken out of the water and swept toward him. Black water flood dragon shadow. The black water snow spear swept out again. Suddenly, wisps of the power of the black water emerged in the void and formed countless terrifying black flood dragon shadows. These flood dragon shadows roared and entangled the terrifying saber shadow. Boom! 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 The muffled sounds produced by the collision of the two energies kept ringing in the void. The aftermath of the collision made people shudder with fear. What a terrifying battle! If ordinary warriors were to get close to it, they would be torn apart by the aftermath of the battle. Another explosion sounded, and then the black water flood dragon shadow and the saber shadow were annihilated at the same time. At the moment of annihilation, Zhuowen took a step forward and swept out like the wind. In an instant, he arrived in front of the slightly embarrassed Yun Zhongjuan. "Little bastard, I want you dead." Yun Zhongjuan steadied himself and looked at his slightly numb hand. His eyes were full of rage. He was a third-level martial emperor, but he had suffered a loss at the hands of a junior at the peak of the heavenly master realm. It was really a shame. Blackwater Snowstorm. This is the strongest move of the Blackwater Snow Spear. Let's see how you block it. With a cold snort, Yun Zhongjuan formed a seal with both hands and slapped the end of the Blackwater Snow Spear with his left hand. The sound of an arrow leaving the bowstring was heard, and the Blackwater Snow Spear swept out. When it was dozens of meters away from Zhuowen, the black water formed a black snowstorm. The snowflakes that floated out were black, which was extremely strange. Chapter 1166. Sneak attacked Zhuowen, who was in the middle of the black snowstorm, slashed out again and again. Streaks of blood-red saber shadows, which were like blood-red mountains, spread in all directions and slammed heavily into the black snowstorm around him. Bang! 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 A dull sound rang out. Then Zhuowen realized that the saber shadows created by the slaughtering abstinence violation saber seemed to be stuck in a swamp. There were no ripples at all. Suppress him! Yun Zhongjuan sneered and pressed his right hand into the void. Suddenly, the huge black snowstorm swept toward Zhuowen from all directions, like countless huge mountains. Zhuowen, who was in the middle of the snowstorm, immediately felt the pressure. He swung his slaughtering abstinence violation saber again and again, destroying the terrifying power of the snowstorm that was gathering from all directions. However, there were too many black snowstorms, which made Zhuowen a little tired and unable to withstand them. Looking at Zhuowen's appearance, Yun Zhongjuan crossed his arms and sneered. He knew that Zhuowen, who was trapped in the black snowstorm, would be exhausted by the endless power of the snowstorm. When that time came, he would definitely die. Swoosh! A golden light flashed over. Then Jin Sheng, who was shining with golden light, came to Yun Zhongjuan's side. "It seems that you alone are enough to get rid of this kid." There's no need for me to do anything at all. Jin Sheng glanced at Zhuowen, who was exhausted from running in the snowstorm, and said with a strange look in his eyes, "In my eyes, this kid is not much different from an ant. On the contrary, Jin Sheng, you are a little redundant." Yun Zhongjuan crossed his arms and said with a slightly smug look on his face. Jin Sheng's eyes flickered. He shrugged and said, "There's no other way. After all, your Blackwater snowstorm spear is an intermediate Emperor weapon. Moreover, you are stronger than me. It seems that I can't compete with you for this kid's Emperor weapon." Hearing Jin Sheng's praise, Yun Zhongjuan lifted his chin slightly and revealed a smug look on his face. Obviously, Yun Zhongjuan was quite proud of being praised by Jin Sheng, who was also a third-level emperor. Whoosh! Yun Zhongjuan lifted his chin slightly and narrowed his eyes, enjoying Sage Jin's praise. Suddenly, a golden ray of light streaked across the void like a bolt of golden lightning, aiming for Yun Zhongjuan's vital parts. Yun Zhongjuan frowned slightly as an ominous feeling rose in his mind. He opened his eyes abruptly and saw Sage Jin, who was next to him, holding a golden long sword. The sword was stabbing towards his abdomen at lightning speed. It was so fast that Yun Zhongjuan did not expect it to happen at all. Puchi! The sound of a weapon piercing flesh rang out, followed by Yun Zhongjuan's shrill roar, "Golden Sage! You bastard! How dare you sneak attack me? Die!" Blood rained down from the sky. Yun Zhongjuan's eyes were filled with monstrous rage. He slammed his right palm and blasted it at Jin Sheng, who was beside him. Saint Jin narrowed his eyes and suddenly twisted his right hand, which was holding the golden sword. Golden light burst out, and a terrifying power spread from Yun Zhongjuan's abdomen to his entire body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as snow. Boom! At the same time, Sage Jin's left hand, which had been accumulating power, also blasted out and collided with Yun Zhongjuan's right palm. Suddenly, a terrifying emperor's aura spread out, causing the surrounding space to collapse. Thump! 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 Both of them retreated at the same time. Sage Jin retreated a few steps, while Yun Zhongjuan retreated dozens of steps. As he retreated, he clutched his abdomen tightly. Blood spurted out from his abdomen like a faucet that had not been turned off. The blooming flower of flesh and blood looked dazzling. This scene stunned countless people below. Yun Zhongjuan and Sage Jin, who were supposed to be on the same side, were fighting each other at this moment. Sage Jin had even launched a sneak attack on Yun Zhongjuan when he was unprepared. The battle between Emperor Qing and Lu Hantian had also stopped. When they saw this scene, both of them revealed a trace of surprise. Emperor Qing, in particular, narrowed his eyes and took a deep look at Sage Jin. With Emperor Qing's shrewdness, how could he not guess Sage Jin's motive? Yun Zhongjuan gave him too much pressure. If Zhuowen was really killed in the end, Sage Jin would not be able to compete with Yun Zhongjuan with his strength. As for Zhuowen, although his cultivation was not bad and he also had a high-grade Emperor artifact, his cultivation was far inferior to Emperor Qing and Emperor Qing's. Both Yun Zhongjuan and Sage Jin were confident that they could kill Zhuowen. However, Sage Jin's cultivation and Emperor artifact were slightly inferior to Yun Zhongjuan's. Once Zhuowen was killed, Sage Jin would have to face Yun Zhongjuan directly. At that time, the chances of him obtaining the Emperor artifact would be very slim. Therefore, in order to ensure that he could obtain the Emperor artifact, Sage Jin could only resort to this plan. When Yun Zhongjuan was focused on dealing with Zhuowen, he would launch a sneak attack and seriously injure Yun Zhongjuan. At that time, Yun Zhongjuan would not be qualified to compete with him for the blood saber. Zhuowen, who was in the center of the snowstorm, had his eyes lit up. Originally, he had planned to use his Buddha's body and heavenly fire. However, when he saw that Yun Zhongjuan and Sage Jin had begun to fight among themselves, he was not in a hurry to use those trump cards. Instead, he silently resisted the power of the snowstorm around him. He knew that if he used his Buddha's body and heavenly fire too early, Yun Zhongjuan and Sage Jin would join forces to deal with him. Currently, it was already difficult for him to deal with a third-level martial emperor. If the two of them joined forces, Zhuowen basically had no chance of winning. Why? Yun Zhongjuan's face was as pale as snow. He clutched the wound on his abdomen tightly with his right hand. Even though he used all the yuan qi in his body to suppress the wound on his abdomen, he still could not heal it completely. This was because the wound was caused by Sage Jin's Emperor's aura. It contained Sage Jin's Emperor's aura. If Yun Zhongjuan did not get rid of Sage Jin's Emperor's aura, it would be difficult for the wound on his abdomen to heal. Now, Sage Jin was eyeing him covetously. Yun Zhongjuan knew that it would be difficult for him to slowly get rid of the foreign emperor's aura in his body. Sage Jin laughed mockingly and said, "Yun Zhongjuan, you are stronger than me, and even your emperor artifact is of a higher level than mine. If you really want to take down Zhuowen, how can I compete with you? So you used such a despicable method to sneak attack me?" Yun Zhongjuan's eyes were filled with rage as he roared. Haha, if I don't use this method, how can I win against you? After all, that's a high-level emperor artifact. It's enough for me to take such a risk. Now that your body contains my emperor's aura, your strength has decreased a lot. You are no match for me at all. I think you should withdraw. I, Sage Jin, must get that blood saber, Sage Jin said indifferently. Yun Zhongjuan roared. Don't even think about it. Sage Jin, since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. With that, Yun Zhongjuan waved his right hand in the void. Suddenly, the black snowstorm disappeared and turned back into the Blackwater snowstorm spear. Yun Zhongjuan held it in his hand. As soon as the snowstorm disappeared, Zhuowen also felt the pressure on his body ease a lot. However, he appeared to be extremely weak. He was panting as if he could collapse at any time. Although Zhuowen was indeed injured in the black snowstorm, he did not appear to be so seriously injured. Moreover, with Zhuowen's current physique and recovery ability, it would not take long for him to recover from his injuries. The reason he acted this way was only for Yun Zhongyang and Sage Jin to see. His purpose was to let them fight without worry. Seeing Zhuowen so weak, both Yun Zhongjuan and Sage Jin were relieved. After Yun Zhongjuan was relieved, he roared and flew toward Sage Jin with monstrous anger. It did not feel good to be tricked by someone. Yun Zhongjuan must avenge this grudge. Sage Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. Although he was quite wary of Yun Zhongjuan, he was very confident in Yun Zhongjuan's sneak attack. After being hit by that sword, Yun Zhongjuan's strength had definitely decreased significantly. Even if he had the Blackwater snowstorm spear, it would be difficult for him to compete with Sage Jin in his peak state. Boom! 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 The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Terrifying Emperor's aura filled the entire sky. The battle between the two was even more terrifying than that between Emperor Qing and Liu Hantian. 3 layers of Emperor's aura filled the air, and terrifying energy waves swirled in all directions. It looked extremely terrifying and intense. Zhuowen, who was half squatting on the side and playing dead, silently observed the battle between Sage Jin and Yun Zhongyang. A smile appeared on his face. The more intense the battle between the two, the better. It would be best if both of them were seriously injured. This was definitely the best outcome for Zhuowen. Boom! The horizon was practically dyed into 2 halves by gold and black. This was the aftermath of the yuan power from the 2 of them. At this moment, it looked extremely strange. The 2 of them threw another punch and immediately retreated several hundred steps back. Jin Sheng was a little out of breath as he stared cautiously at Yun Zhongjuan in front of him. He was a little surprised that Yun Zhongjuan could still exert such combat strength after being hit in the vital parts of his body. This surprised Jin Sheng. Yun Zhongjuan's face was extremely ugly. His pale face was tinged with purplish green. He looked extremely terrifying, and the aura on his body was much weaker than before. Yun Zhongjuan, you're already injured to this extent. Do you still want to compete with me? Sage Jean laughed. Despicable and shameless guy. If I, Yun Zhongjuan, don't kill you today, I don't deserve to be the Holy Lord of the Blue Whale, Holy Dynasty. Yun Zhongjuan roared angrily and once again used the Blackwater snowstorm. Suddenly, the Blackwater snowstorm turned into a snowstorm that surged toward Sage Jean. Sage Jean frowned slightly. You're already so seriously injured. Let's see how much power you can exert from the Blackwater snowstorm. With a cold snort, Sage Jean clenched his fists. Suddenly, the golden longsword in his hand floated in front of him. Like a blazing sun, the golden longsword turned into a huge golden sword that stretched across the sky. Go! Jean Sheng pinched his fingers together, and the golden great sword flew out like a rainbow, slamming heavily into the Blackwater snowstorm. Then, the two terrifying energies collided, and the entire sky fell into silence. After a brief moment of silence, there were continuous explosions. The terrifying, explosive energy spread out, and the surrounding space collapsed. There were no other colors left in the sky except for gold and black. Chapter 1167. Both sides suffer continuous explosions resounded in the sky. The blazing light was even more dazzling than the sun, causing the countless cultivators below to squint their eyes. It took them a long time to adapt to the dazzling light. Boom! When the explosion finally dissipated, a rather miserable figure flew out and smashed heavily into the ground. The ground shook and a deep pit was formed. A figure was struggling in the pit, but he could not stand up at all. Zhuowen, who was still playing dead, narrowed his eyes and immediately saw the true face of the figure in the deep pit. Wasn't that Yun Zhongjuan, who was sneakily attacked by Jean Sheng? At this moment, Yun Zhongjuan was in an extremely sorry state. There was even a trace of death on his face. The wound on his abdomen, in particular, seemed to be expanding. Blood was gushing out, almost forming a small blood-red pool in the deep pit. His aura was extremely weak. Whoosh! A figure slowly descended from the void. This person was Jean Sheng. Jean Sheng's condition was not very good. His face was slightly pale, and there were many wounds on his body. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, compared to Yun Zhongjuan, Jean Sheng was much better. Hee. Yun Zhongjuan, didn't I tell you before? Your injuries are too serious. Fighting with me would be suicide, but you didn't listen to me. Now that you're in this state, you deserve it. Jean Sheng looked down at Yun Zhongjuan, who was in the pit. His eyes were full of mockery, and his voice was indescribably cold. Yun Zhongjuan clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath, and said, I won't fight with you for the blood saber. Please let me go. The corners of Jean Sheng's mouth curled into a smile. Yun Zhongjuan, you're already so weak that you can't even truss up a chicken. If you ask me to let you go now, aren't you asking me to let you go? You want to kill me? Yun Zhongjuan's face froze as he asked in a deep voice. Haha. Jean Sheng smiled. Soon after, a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes as he said, You're at the end of your tether. It's better if you die. Also, I'll take your Blackwater snowstorm spear. As he spoke, the golden longsword in Jean Sheng's right hand began to emit a terrifying golden light. Jean Sheng clenched his right fist and stabbed at Yun Zhongjuan, intending to kill him once and for all. Jean Sheng, you'll regret it. Yun Zhongjuan roared angrily when he saw how ruthless Saint Jean was. Immediately, a terrifying energy erupted from his body. This energy was becoming more and more terrifying and powerful. You actually self-destructed? Upon seeing the energy erupting from Yun Zhongjuan's body, Jean Sheng's long sword suddenly froze. Then he retracted his right hand and retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to retreat. The energy of Yun Zhongjuan's self-destruction instantly engulfed Jin Sheng. No! Jin Sheng's shrill scream rang out. Then, a blazing light shrouded the outside of the county capital. At the same time, a mushroom cloud slowly rose from the sky above the county capital and soared into the sky. Many people around were stunned by this scene. Even Zhuowen, who was watching from the sidelines, did not expect Yun Zhongjuan to actually plan to self-destruct. However, Yun Zhongjuan could not be blamed for being extreme. It could only be said that Jin Sheng had gone too far. If Jin Sheng had let Yun Zhongjuan off, perhaps Yun Zhongjuan would not have chosen to self-destruct. B****. These two guys. The Azure Emperor's face was extremely gloomy. He didn't expect such a mishap to happen. The two strongest third-level martial emperors ended up in a state of mutual destruction because of their own selfishness. Now, they had even perished together. In this way, the Azure Mystic Empire didn't have any advantage at all. Instead, they were at a disadvantage. Thinking of this, the Cyan Emperor slowly retreated. He stared at Lu Hantian in front of him with great vigilance. Although Zhuowen looked quite weak, with Lu Hantian watching him like a tiger watching its prey, the Cyan Emperor really did not have a chance to make a move. When the explosion gradually subsided, Yun Zhongjuan's figure completely disappeared. However, there was still a figure standing in the same place. Everyone recognized that this person was Jin Sheng, who was caught in Yun Zhongjuan's self-destruction. Puff! At this moment, Jin Sheng was surrounded by an extremely thick golden barrier. However, there were many cracks on this golden barrier. It was a scene of devastation. Jin Sheng spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground with one knee. His body was trembling slightly. Yun Zhongjuan, you're ruthless. Jin Sheng's eyes were gloomy as he muttered this sentence. Fortunately, at the last moment, he had used all the origin energy in his body to protect himself. Only then did he manage to block the energy of the self-destruction. However, he had paid a heavy price. Almost all of his origin energy was gone, and he had suffered terrible internal injuries. Brother Jin Sheng, are you all right? The Cyan Emperor came to Jin Sheng's side and asked worriedly. Jin Sheng waved his hand and took a few steps back. He said lightly, I'm fine. Seeing the vigilance in Jin Sheng's eyes, the Cyan Emperor narrowed his eyes. He knew that Jin Sheng's injuries were very serious. Otherwise, he would not be so vigilant against a second-level great emperor. However, the Cyan Emperor definitely did not intend to deal with Jin Sheng. After all, their common enemy was Zhuowen and the Celestial Empire. They would not kill each other. It's good that you're fine. What should we do now? The Cyan Emperor nodded and asked, You go and stop Lu Hantian. I'll deal with that little bastard Zhuowen. Jin Sheng said as he walked step by step towards the extremely weak Zhuowen. The Cyan Emperor frowned slightly and his eyes gradually turned cold. However, he did not refuse because he knew that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. After all, Jin Sheng was a third-level great emperor. He probably had some trump cards in his hands. Lu Hantian wanted to help Zhuowen, but he was stopped by the Cyan Emperor again. This made Lu Hantian very angry. The Cyan Emperor had been pestering him since the beginning, which made him very unhappy. However, he had no choice. He was not much weaker than the Cyan Emperor. Even if he used the origin Qi Pagoda, the Cyan Emperor had the Peach Blossom origin diagram. It was not very likely that he could defeat the Cyan Emperor. Flame Emperor, how long do you want to watch this show? Jin Sheng is seriously injured. You might be able to defeat him. Lu Hantian had no choice but to ask the Flame Emperor, who was standing on the city wall and had not made a move since the beginning. The Flame Emperor frowned slightly. He was actually not very strong. He was only at the peak of the first-level Great Emperor realm. He was not strong enough to deal with an existence like Jin Sheng. Therefore, he had been observing from the beginning. Although Jin Sheng was seriously injured, the gap between him and Jin Sheng was still quite big. If he rashly went up, it would not bode well for him. However, he was secretly surprised by Zhuowen's combat strength. This Zhuowen was so powerful even though he had not reached the great emperor realm. If he could become an emperor, wouldn't he be heaven-defying? He was definitely a monster. If the Flame Emperor had a good relationship with such a person, the Yan Xian Empire would have a meteoric rise in the future. The Flame Emperor fell into a dilemma between whether to help or not. Damn it, let's take a gamble. The Flame Emperor gritted his teeth and stomped his foot in the air. Then he dashed out and stood in front of Saint Jean in an instant. You dare to stop me? Jin Sheng stopped in his tracks and stared coldly at the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor felt a little scared. It was his first time facing such an expert. He could not help but feel a little inferior. Senior Flame Emperor, don't worry. Jin Sheng is just putting on an act. He is already an arrow at the end of its flight. He doesn't have much power to squander. Zhuowen suddenly said. The Flame Emperor nodded and calmed down. He said indifferently, Your injuries are already very serious. I think it will be difficult for you to deal with me. Why don't you retreat now? Otherwise, you won't have a chance to fight me. Ridiculous. A mere first-level Great Emperor realm dares to be arrogant in front of me. Die. Jin Sheng laughed. Immediately his body moved like the wind. He waved the golden sword in his hand, and golden sword light swept towards the Flame Emperor like golden rain. Extreme fire! The Flame Emperor's face changed. He clenched his hands, and suddenly 9 fire stars fell from the sky. Then monstrous flames formed a sea of fire and swept towards Jin Sheng. Bang! 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 The sword light and the sea of fire collided in an instant. Then the two were in a stalemate. However, the sea of fire did not last long before it was broken by the sword light. The Flame Emperor groaned and could not help but take a few steps back. He stared at Jin Sheng with fear. Jin Sheng was indeed a third-level Great Emperor realm warrior. Although he was seriously injured, he was still able to display such terrifying combat strength. The Flame Emperor wanted to retreat. Now is the time. Just as the Flame Emperor was thinking about how to decline, Zhuowen's eyes flashed. When Jin Sheng dispelled the sea of fire, he noticed that Jin Sheng's face was even paler than before. He even showed signs of exhaustion. It was obvious that Jin Sheng was an arrow at the end of its flight. A golden light flashed in Zhuowen's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Dang! 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 At this moment, Jin Sheng was already in front of Zhuowen. The Flame Emperor was intimidated by Jin Sheng's aura and did not dare to attack. You caused an internal conflict between Yun Zhongjuan and me. You can die without regrets. Jin Sheng said indifferently. He raised the golden sword in his right hand and wanted to end Zhuowen once and for all. Is that so? I don't want to die without regrets. I want to die without regrets. Boom! After he finished speaking, a terrifying flame burst out from Zhuowen's body. This flame had 9 colors that constantly changed. In an instant, it engulfed Jin Sheng. Nirvana of the great sun, immortality, and indestructibility. Zhuowen said slowly. A violent golden light surged out. Then, another Zhuowen appeared beside him. He was covered in golden light and had a halo above his head. It was Zhuowen with the Buddha body. Kill! The black-robed Zhuowen said. Zhuowen with the Buddha body opened his eyes, and a blazing golden light burst out. He took a step forward and entered the 9 flames' karmic fire without any obstruction. He stretched out his right hand and threw Jin Sheng, who was struggling in the sea of fire, out. Get lost! Jin Sheng also saw Zhuowen with the Buddha body and shouted. He swung his golden sword and released a blazing sword light. However, Zhuowen with the Buddha body's physical body had reached an unparalleled level. Moreover, Jin Sheng was in a state of exhaustion and could only exert a limited amount of strength. Chapter 1168. 10,000 feet Buddha body. Saint Jean could only spit out this one word before Zhuowen of the Buddhist path choked him, preventing him from spitting out any other words. Whoosh! The 9 flames, karmic fire, slowly subsided. Zhuowen stepped forward, holding the struggling Jin Sheng in his hand as he came to Zhuowen's side. Do you have any last words? The black-robed Zhuowen stared at Jin Sheng indifferently. You actually have an avatar? What kind of secret technique is that? Jin Sheng asked in fear. The aura from Zhuowen's body was terrifying. Although he was also a peak heavenly master, his aura was much stronger than that of an ordinary martial emperor. Especially when combined with the heavenly fire, his power was even stronger than that of an ordinary second-level martial emperor. With Jin Sheng's current state, it was impossible for him to be a match for Zhuowen. You'd better ask the king of hell about this. Zhuowen said indifferently and nodded at Zhuowen. Immediately, golden light burst out from Zhuowen's eyes. He clenched his right hand, and a terrifying Buddhist power, accompanied by the 9 flames karmic fire, invaded Jin Sheng's body. No! Jin Sheng cried out in pain. He felt as if his internal organs were about to be burned to ashes. Then, under the power of the 9 flames karmic fire, he turned into ashes. Silence. At this moment, whether it was the imperial capital or the heavenly empire, all the martial artists fell into silence. Everyone watched as Jin Sheng, who was a 3rd-level martial emperor, was burned to ashes by Zhuowen. Jin Sheng was a 3rd-level martial emperor, not an ordinary martial artist. He was even more terrifying than Emperor Qing of Qing Xian Empire. Now, Zhuowen had destroyed him right in front of their eyes. Moreover, he had done it so cleanly. After a short moment of silence, waves of uproar swept through the entire provincial capital like the most violent tsunami. Everyone's expression was surprisingly the same. Everyone knew that Jin Sheng must have been seriously injured by Yun Zhongjuan's self-destruction. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even the Flame Emperor had been easily defeated by Jin Sheng. Yet, Zhuowen was able to suppress Jin Sheng with just one move. This was really incredible. What was even more puzzling was that Zhuowen actually had 2 bodies. The Taoist and Buddhist bodies were especially terrifying. This Zhuowen actually had a trick up his sleeve. The azure, the arch, broke free from the Lu Hantian and hurriedly retreated dozens of steps. He stared at the Zhuowen. He could also sense an extremely terrifying aura from the Zhuowen. This aura made even the azure, the arch shudder in fear. It was especially so for the 9 blazing karmic fire. He could faintly sense that this fire was much more terrifying than the earth fire. Could it be the heavenly fire? The azure, the arch, thought of a possibility. At the same time, he retreated hundreds of steps again. He could sense an extremely strong sense of threat from the Zhuowen at this moment. Sure enough, after the Buddhist Zhuowen destroyed Jin Sheng, his golden eyes stared firmly at the azure, the arch. The azure, the arch felt as if he was being targeted by a hunter. Azure, the arch, it's your turn. Today, you mustered so many people to attack the Celestial Empire. I, Zhuowen, will make you stay here forever. The Buddhist Zhuowen spat out these words faintly. He stomped his feet, and majestic Buddhist power filled the air. His entire body was like a blazing sun as he flew towards the azure, the arch. Damn it! The azure, the arch, cursed in his heart. With a wave of his sleeve, 9 azure imperial stars descended and smashed heavily towards the Buddhist Zhuowen. Break for me! The Buddhist Zhuowen put his palms together and pushed his right palm forward. The entire sky was dyed golden. Immediately, the terrifying Buddhist power condensed into a Buddha's palm that was hundreds of feet tall. The Buddha's palm descended from the sky and smashed down heavily. Boom! 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 9 explosions sounded at the same time. The 9 azure imperial stars were all blown to smithereens. The Buddha's palm continued to press forward and slammed towards the azure, the arch. What a terrifying guy! The Azure Thearcha's eyes darkened. He formed a seal with his hands and released his natal emperor weapon, the Peach Blossom Origin Map. The Peach Blossom Origin Map unfolded and a peach blossom poem was recited. A peach blossom forest filled the air. Peach blossom petals poured out of the Peach Blossom Origin Map like a torrential rain. Boom! The Buddha's palm collided with the peach blossom forest. The Buddha's palm that was originally pressing forward stopped in midair. A formless energy, ripples spread out in all directions. The entire void seemed to collapse and vibrated violently. Break! The moment the Buddha's palm was blocked by the Peach Blossom Origin Map, the Buddhist Juoin arrived as expected. His right palm clenched into a fist. The 9 flames karmic fire revolved around his right fist. Then the Buddhist Juoin twisted his waist and threw out a punch like a hurricane. It landed on the Peach Blossom Origin Map. Instantly, the 9 flames karmic fire was like a spark of fire. Boom! 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 The Peach Blossom Origin Map was pushed back by the power of the 9 flames karmic fire. Even the Azure Thearcha's pupils shrank. He was pushed back a few hundred steps. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. How can he be so strong? The Azure Thearcha's eyes were filled with fear. The Buddhist Juoin's strength was a little too strong. Whether it was his ferocious physical body or the terrifying 9 flames karmic fire, the combination of the two gave the Azure Thearch immense pressure. Boom! Boom! The Buddhist Juoin threw out a punch. His fists were like a torrential storm. The power of the 9 flames karmic fire exploded. The scorching heat almost caused the entire space to collapse. The Peach Blossom Origin Map was pushed back by the frenzied attacks. The Azure Thearch, who was supporting the Peach Blossom Origin Map, was in an even more miserable state. He was pushed back again and again. With every step he took back, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. Break! The Buddhist Juoin's eyes were calm as he spat out a word. He punched out with both fists. The power of the 9 flames karmic fire was raised to the maximum. His fists landed on the Peach Blossom Origin Map. Instantly, a terrifying shockwave surged out. Then, a crisp cracking sound filled the entire space. Crack! Cracks began to appear on the surface of the Peach Blossom Origin Map. Countless peach blossom trees were burned to ashes by the terrifying 9 flames karmic fire. In the end, the huge Peach Blossom Origin Map crumbled. The Azure Thearch was pushed back a few hundred feet. Wisps of 9 flames karmic fire spread out. They followed the Azure Thearcha's robes like a prairie fire, wanting to engulf the Azure Thearch entirely. Bastard! Juoin, you'd better remember this. The Azure Thearch groaned. Yuan power spurted out from his right hand and extinguished the wisps of 9 flames karmic fire. Then he turned around and fled. He did not hesitate at all. You can't escape. The Buddhist Juoin's eyes shone with golden light. Then his body started to grow. 1 foot, 100 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, all the way until he was 10,000 feet tall. The 10,000 feet tall Buddha body grew. Even one of his arms was 10,000 feet tall. This majestic body caused countless warriors in the prefecture to fall into a daze. What kind of majestic body was this? Everyone was not even as big as a thumb of the Buddhist Juoin. In the eyes of the Buddhist Juoin, everyone was as small as ants. Boom! 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 The Buddhist Juoin took a step forward and covered a distance of 10,000 feet. Then he began to speed up. Although his movements seemed slow, his speed was extremely fast. 1 step was 10,000 feet. 10 steps were 100,000 feet. This was an extremely terrifying distance. The Azure Thearch, who was originally running away, also noticed the violent tremors behind him. Then he saw the Buddhist Juoin, who had transformed into a 10,000 feet tall body. He immediately sped up in fear. Unfortunately, the Buddhist Juoin was too fast. It was so fast that even the Azure Arch felt despair. Zhuowen, don't even think about killing me today. The Azure Thearcha's eyes revealed a ruthless look. He took out a green jade token with his right hand and pointed his right sword finger. Suddenly, the Azure Thearcha's speed increased to the extreme like a gust of wind. In an instant, the distance between him and the Buddhist Zhuowen increased. The Buddhist Zhuowen was not discouraged. Instead, he followed behind step by step. He knew that the Azure Arch must have used some kind of tool to increase his speed. However, such a tool could not be used continuously. When the tool's energy was almost exhausted, the Zhuowen would naturally be able to kill the Azure Arch completely. Boom! 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 After a while, the Azure Arch and the Buddhist Zhuowen disappeared from everyone's sight, one chasing the other. Zhuowen, is it okay for your avatar to chase the Azure Arch? Lu Hantian asked hesitantly. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, It's not a problem. The Buddha body has an indestructible body. In addition to the terrifying heavenly fire, even a third Heaven Emperor could not kill him, let alone the Azure Arch. Therefore, even if I have to chase him to the imperial capital, I will kill him. Hearing Zhuowen's words, Lu Hantian nodded. Then his gaze turned to the other 5 cultivators from the Blue Whale, Holy Dynasty, and the Alcade Holy Dynasty, who were still fighting fiercely with Ziyang and the others. He said coldly, It's time to clean up these cockroaches. Indeed, it's time to clean them up. At the same time, the imperial capital's army must also be cleaned up. Zhuowen nodded. He took a step forward and arrived on the back of the dragon horse, which was above the river diagram array. His Majesty, the Azure Arch has left. Let's run. At this moment, the imperial capital soldiers also realized that something was wrong. They shouted and retreated in a panic, trying to escape from the prefecture capital. However, Zhuowen would not allow the remaining soldiers of the imperial capital to escape. Mental energy gushed out from his Naiwen palace. Immediately, the dragon horse beneath him let out a neigh. With a single kick, it arrived above the fleeing imperial capital soldiers. In an instant, the 300,000 soldiers were deprived of their 5 senses. Kill! Leave no one alive. Zhuowen's cold voice rang out in the sky. Kill! The heavenly empire's soldiers roared. No one dared to disobey Zhuowen's order. They took up their weapons and slashed at the imperial capital's soldiers, who had lost their 5 senses. The one-sided massacre began again. In half an incense stick's worth of time, all the imperial capital soldiers were lying in pools of blood. Their corpses were piled up like mountains. Outside the prefecture capital, it had turned into a sure hell. Corpses were everywhere. At the same time, the battle between Ziyang and the others had also come to an end. With Lu Hantian's help, the first Heaven Emperor realm cultivator from the Blue Whale, Holy Court, was taken care of. Naturally, the 4 peak heavenly masters were not spared either. Chapter 1169. Capturing Emperor Qing. Long live Lord Zhuowen! Long live Lord Zhuowen! Outside the city, the 350,000 soldiers of the Celestial Empire knelt on one knee and shouted Zhuowen's name at the top of their lungs. They knew that it was because of Zhuowen's river diagram formation that the Celestial Empire had defeated the Imperial Capital Army without losing a single soldier. Not only the Celestial Empire army outside the city, but also countless warriors in the city looked at the figure standing quietly on the back of the dragon horse with eyes full of admiration. Zhuowen had killed a first Heaven Emperor realm warrior, a third Heaven Emperor realm golden saint, and even an existence like Emperor Qing had fled in panic. In the eyes of the people in the city, Zhuowen was as dazzling as a god. Brother Zhuot is so powerful. Miao Elvi's delicate face was flushed red and her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. Zhuowen's actions just now were too shocking. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, who would have thought that a mere peak heavenly master could kill an Emperor realm expert? This went against common sense. But it was this action that went against common sense that completely aroused the passion in everyone's hearts. The result of the weak defeating the strong was often the best way to arouse the hot-blooded martial artist's blood, giving them a feeling of being immersed in the battle. On the back of the dragon horse, Zhuowen looked down at the entire city and the countless excited warriors in the city. A lofty feeling rose in his heart. A man should be like this. He should be lofty and lofty, reach the peak, be respected by tens of thousands of people, and be a role model. Only in this way would his life not be in vain. Boom! 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 Zhuowen, who was 10,000 feet tall, chased after Emperor Qing step by step. Everywhere he passed, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Thousands of beasts bowed down to him as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. However, what made Zhuowen frown was that Emperor Qing's speed was extremely fast with the help of the unknown jade pendant. No matter how fast Zhuowen sped up, he still could not shorten the distance between him and Emperor Qing. Emperor Qing, who was fleeing in front, was even more surprised than Zhuowen. This jade pendant contained the law of wind. Once it was activated, with the support of the power of wind, his speed would soar to the extreme. He would probably reach the speed of a mid-stage martial emperor. Even Yun Zhongjuan and Jin Sheng would be left far behind by him. However, Zhuowen, who had transformed into a 10,000-foot-tall Buddha, was not any slower than the Azure Emperor. He stuck close to the Azure Emperor, causing the Azure Emperor to complain incessantly in his heart. After 2 hours of pursuit, the outline of the enormous city of the imperial capital could already be seen. Zhuowen knew that he was about to arrive at the imperial capital. That's His Majesty Emperor Qing. The guards outside the imperial city quickly noticed Emperor Qing, who was dashing towards them. However, what puzzled them was that Emperor Qing did not seem to be in a good state at the moment. He even seemed to be in a sorry state, as if he was being chased by someone. Whoosh! Soon, Emperor Qing landed on the city wall of the imperial capital. A guard eagerly walked up to Emperor Qing. However, before he could speak, Emperor Qing had already spoken. "Hurry up and inform everyone to open the imperial capital's city defense array," Emperor Qing said anxiously. Looking at Emperor Qing's appearance, the guard's eyes were filled with confusion. However, since it was Emperor Qing's order, he naturally could not disobey. He cupped his hands and hurriedly retreated, preparing to open the imperial capital's city defense array. Boom! Not long after, a 10,000-foot-long azure dragon soared into the sky above the imperial capital. The azure dragon's body was covered with dense azure dragon scales. Countless azure dragon scales shot out from the surface of the dragon's body, covering the entire imperial capital. In an instant, the entire imperial capital was shrouded in azure light. The imperial capital's city defense array? Why is the imperial capital's city defense array suddenly activated? The moment the azure dragon soared into the sky, countless warriors in the imperial capital were astonished. They remembered that the imperial capital's city defense array had not been activated for many years. Every time it was activated, it was a moment of life and death. Now that it was activated again, could it be that something big had happened? Boom! Boom! Everyone's doubts did not last for long. Waves of earth-shaking sounds were transmitted from the distance. Soon after, the countless number of warriors in the imperial capital saw a figure, so large that everyone could only look up to, walking over step by step from 1,000 miles away from the imperial capital. The frightening footsteps were extremely frightening. What is that? Could it be that he is also a warrior? 1,000 miles away, the countless warriors in the imperial capital were dumbfounded by the huge figure of Zhuowen. When Buddhist Zhuowen finally arrived at the entrance of the imperial capital, he discovered that the entire imperial capital was surrounded by huge azure dragon scales. Countless warriors in the imperial capital also saw Zhuowen's face clearly. Some sharp-eyed people immediately recognized Zhuowen's shadow from Zhuowen's face. This person is Zhuowen? No one knew who was the first to shout. Then, the entire imperial capital was filled with whispers. Everyone was shocked. 2 years ago, the battle between Zhuowen and the Azure Emperor was known to everyone in the Qingxian Empire. Everyone thought that Zhuowen might have died in the spatial turbulence. But today, 2 years later, Zhuowen transformed into a huge Buddha and chased the Azure Emperor to the imperial capital. Moreover, it seemed that the Azure Emperor was extremely afraid of the current Zhuowen. The young man who could only struggle bitterly in the hands of the Azure Emperor 2 years ago was now like a god that had descended to the mortal world, looking down on countless warriors in the imperial capital. Azure Emperor, why are you hiding in the imperial capital's city defense array like a coward? If you have the guts, come out and fight with me, Zhuowen, fair and square. Zhuowen's golden eyes were fixed on the Azure Emperor, who was on the city wall. His vigorous voice rolled out like a great bell. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of countless warriors in the imperial capital fell on the Azure Emperor, who was on the city wall. Many people revealed strange expressions. If they guessed correctly, the reason why the Azure Emperor was in such a sorry state just now was probably because he was chased by Zhuowen. Although many people noticed some clues, most of the warriors in the imperial capital were blindly confident in the Azure Emperor. They clamored for the Azure Emperor to teach Zhuowen a lesson, this arrogant brat. Hearing the clamor of the warriors in the imperial capital, the Azure Emperor's face was extremely ugly. If he was stronger than this Buddhist Zhuowen, would he still need to activate the city defense array? Azure Emperor, you look like you are afraid. You are indeed as timid as a mouse. You are laughably overestimating yourself. Zhuowen's mocking voice rang out again. Many warriors in the imperial capital who worshipped the Azure Emperor could not help but curse at Zhuowen. They even clamored for the Azure Emperor to teach Zhuowen a lesson. However, no matter how much the warriors in the imperial capital clamored, the Azure Emperor did not move a single step. Since you are not coming out, I will force my way in. Zhuowen sneered and took a step forward. A huge golden palm, which was like a cattail leaf fan, descended from the sky and slammed heavily on the countless azure dragon scales in the sky above the imperial capital. Roar! The gigantic azure dragon in the center of the sky above the imperial capital roared as it charged toward Zhuowen. It swung its gigantic dragon tail, and in an instant, countless dragon tails appeared in the sky. It was an extremely terrifying sight to behold. How dare you, beast! Zhuowen coldly shouted. He extended his right hand and grabbed the green dragon's tail. Next, he suddenly pulled with his right hand. With the strength of his 100,000 feet body, every wave of his hand contained the might of 100,000 feet tall mountain. With just this pull, the green dragon's tail was directly destroyed. Roar! The azure dragon let out a sorrowful cry. Its entire dragon tail was annihilated. Its dragon eyes were filled with deep fear. The human in front of it was too powerful and terrifying. He could annihilate its dragon tail with just a pinch. What kind of strength was that? You want to leave? Stay here. Looking at the azure dragon trying to escape, Zhuowen suddenly stretched out his left hand that was ready to attack and grabbed the azure dragon's neck. Then he used his other hand to pinch the azure dragon's body and pulled. The azure dragon let out a sorrowful cry and was annihilated into nothingness. What a laughable, great city barrier array. Break it for me. After annihilating the azure dragon, Zhuowen suddenly raised his right foot and stomped down on the surface of the grand city barrier array. Soon after, cracks began to appear on the azure dragon scales on the surface of the grand city barrier array. The cracks began to expand, and in the end, the grand city barrier array directly collapsed. Zhuowen then stomped down on the imperial capital. Immediately, the cultivators who were clamoring for Emperor Qing to teach Zhuowen a lesson were all trampled under his foot, their lives extinguished. At this moment, the imperial capital fell into a dead silence. All the cultivators were trembling in their hearts as they stared at Zhuowen's huge body. It was too terrifying. At least thousands of cultivators had died from Zhuowen's stomp. There was no lack of fourth, reverend realm cultivators among them. At this moment, everyone in the imperial capital seemed so weak and small before Zhuowen's huge body. They were as insignificant as ants. Emperor Qing, die! After breaking the great city barrier array, Zhuowen shouted. Then his huge palm pressed down on Emperor Qing, as if he wanted to annihilate him completely. Run! Emperor Qing did not hesitate to activate the power of the Jade token again. Like the wind, he disappeared from the city wall and flew towards the imperial capital. Zhuowen was already prepared for this. He snorted coldly. Although his right hand missed, his empty left hand had already landed in front of Emperor Qing. With a whistling sound, a huge palm landed heavily on Emperor Qing's body. Uft! Emperor Qing spat out a mouthful of blood. Even a casual wave from Zhuowen's huge body contained terrifying power. Even an expert like Emperor Qing would not feel good if he was hit by this power. Boom! The Qing Supreme Arch fell heavily to the ground. He clutched his chest with his right hand and panted heavily. However, before he could catch his breath, Zhuowen's other hand had already arrived and grabbed the Qing Supreme Arch. Let me go! Emperor Qing struggled violently. However, he realized that he could not break free from Zhuowen's palm. He stared at Zhuowen gloomily. His Majesty, the Azure Arch, has been captured? He was defeated so easily. Chapter 1170. The Pastuan of the Buddhist Tao was expressionless. He grabbed the Cyan Emperor with his right hand and stepped into the imperial city. Soon he saw the imperial city's underground prison in the northwest of the imperial city. That place was already enveloped by a pillar of fire. Below the pillar of fire was the imperial city's underground prison, where Zhuowen's closest relative, his father, was imprisoned. Speak. How do you break this great forbidden array? Zhuowen said indifferently as he glanced at the Lotus Arch, who could not move at all. The Cyan Emperor's eyes flickered as he said coldly, "This great forbidden array is a powerful array of the burning heaven sect. Moreover, I'm not the one who set it up. Even if you ask me, I won't know." Hearing those words, Zhuowen frowned slightly as a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. Outside this coldness was a dense killing intent as he coldly said, "Since you don't know how to break the forbidden formation, you have no value at all." Sensing the surging killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes, the Cyan Emperor's pupils shrank. A trace of fear rose in his heart. He knew that he had no value to Zhuowen now. His death was approaching. Swoosh! A mountain-like golden palm fell from the sky towards the Cyan Emperor. Sensing the sharp wind, extreme fear rose in the Cyan Emperor's heart. It was a negative emotion in the face of death. Don't you want to know about your father and mother's past? Just as the golden palm was about to land in front of the Cyan Emperor, the Cyan Emperor suddenly roared. The fear in his eyes was extremely dense. He had experienced countless difficulties to cultivate to his current level. Now that he was dead, all his previous efforts would be in vain. As expected, when the Cyan Emperor said this, the golden palm that was about to land finally stopped above Zhuowen's head. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He touched the Cyan Emperor with his right hand and said with a complicated expression, "You know about my father and mother's past? What is my mother's name? Where is she now?" Hearing Zhuowen's somewhat urgent question, the Cyan Emperor sighed in his heart and said, "Your mother's name is Feng Xiao. She is the holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect. She is currently trapped on the top floor of the Burning Heaven sect's highest prison, the Burning Flame Pagoda. She is suffering the most torturous pain in the Burning Flame Pagoda. And all of this was caused by your father, that bastard, Zhuo Xiaotian. That damned guy caused Xiao to be thrown into the Burning Flame Pagoda by the sect master of the Burning Heaven sect, to suffer for eternity. If it wasn't for him, Xiao would have been the sect master of the Burning Heaven sect. That bastard, Speaking of Zhuo Xiaotian, the Cyan Emperor's eyes revealed a deep chill, and he could not help but curse. Looking at the bitter and vengeful appearance of the Cyan Emperor, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. It seemed that a lot of things had happened back then. Moreover, he was somewhat surprised that his mother, Feng Xiao, was actually the previous Holy Maiden of the Burning Heaven sect, and Mu Qinxue was the current Holy Maiden of the Burning Heaven sect. Thinking of this, Zhuowen bitterly smiled in his heart. Could this be the will of the heavens? His father had fallen in love with the previous Holy Maiden of the Burning Heaven sect, and as his son, he had actually fallen in love with the current Holy Maiden. The two of them, father and son, really had some fate with the Burning Heaven sect. Tell me about what happened back then. If you can satisfy me, I can be lenient with you, Zhuowen said indifferently. Just lenient with me, not sparing my life? The Cyan Emperor's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice. Zhuowen sneered and said ambiguously, that will depend on your performance. The current you shouldn't have the qualifications to negotiate with me, right? The Cyan Emperor's face froze. His eyes flickered as he straightforwardly agreed, sure? Then I'll tell you about what happened back then. Afterwards, the Cyan Emperor recounted everything that happened back then in full detail. Zhuowen did not say anything, and quietly listened to the Cyan Emperor. Back then, Zhuo Xiaotian came out of Muqing County and entered the imperial capital with Grant Haohai. Zhuo Xiaotian was a very loyal and righteous person. Grant Haohai wanted to establish the Grant family in the imperial capital, so Zhuo Xiaotian was very attentive to his brother and helped him a lot. In the end, the Grant family was established in the imperial capital. At that time, the Grant family was still very weak. It was a small family that could not be ranked in the imperial capital. However, the two of them were not discouraged. At that time, Zhuo Xiaotian also planned to move the Zhuo family to the imperial capital. However, when he thought of the fact that the Zhuo family was a descendant of the Ryuka, he gave up on this idea. Later on, in order to develop better, Zhuo Xiaotian and Grant Haohai entered the imperial capital. They competed with countless geniuses in the imperial capital and attempted many dangerous missions issued by the imperial capital to train themselves. Both of them improved very quickly, especially Zhuo Xiaotian. His speed of improvement was much faster than Grant Haohai. Later on, in order to obtain a place in the Cyan Emperor board, Zhuo Xiaotian took the initiative to challenge the geniuses on the board. He went from the top 50 to the top 20 and then to the top 10. Zhuo Xiaotian's ranking also began to rise through the challenges. When he entered the top 10, he finally attracted the attention of the imperial capital. Even the Cyan Emperor took notice of Zhuo Xiaotian. When the Cyan Emperor was paying attention to Zhuo Xiaotian, the latter had already reached the top 5 on the Cyan Emperor board. Moreover, Zhuo Xiaotian was very young at that time. The Cyan Emperor quickly realized that Zhuo Xiaotian was extraordinary. He immediately made a prompt decision to confer Zhuo Xiaotian the title of Marquis. Zhuo Xiaotian's status was similar to the lords of the other counties, or even higher. At that time, the Cyan Emperor thought highly of Zhuo Xiaotian. He originally intended to nurture Zhuo Xiaotian into his most capable subordinate. Zhuo Xiaotian's talent did not disappoint the Cyan Emperor. His cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. Not only did he obtain the first place on the Cyan Emperor board, he also successfully advanced to the 4th Reverend Realm. Because of Zhuo Xiaotian's influence, Grant Haohai, who was Zhuo Xiaotian's closest brother, also obtained a lot of benefits. Because of Zhuo Xiaotian, the Grant family's development speed was also much faster. Although Grant Haohai had benefited a lot from Zhuowen, he felt a little uncomfortable when he saw that his brother had improved so much and widened the gap between them. Later, a grand event was held in the Qing Xian Empire. In that grand event, an outstanding beauty appeared. This beauty conquered all the young talents in the imperial capital with a phoenix dance. Even the high and mighty Cyan Emperor took a second look at this beauty. A touch of temptation rose in his heart. This beauty was the previous saintess of the Burning Heaven sect, Feng Xiao. The reason why she came to such a small place like the Qin Xian Empire was mainly because of the Fenglei Divine Lord's cave mansion. She wanted to obtain the legendary Fenglei Divine Talisman. However, Feng Xiao's luck was not as good as Mu Qinshue's. Although she inquired in the Qin Xian Empire for a long time and also contacted the Cyan Emperor, she did not find the Fenglei Divine Lord's cave mansion. It was also at this time that Feng Xiao and Zhuo Xiaotian met in the imperial capital. The two of them fell in love with each other. At that time, Zhuo Xiaotian did not know Feng Xiao's identity. Feng Xiao was afraid that Zhuo Xiaotian would shrink back because of her identity, so she deliberately concealed her identity as the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect. Soon, the two of them fell in love. They got along day and night and helped each other in difficult times. However, all of this was seen by the Cyan Emperor. The Cyan Emperor also admired Feng Xiao very much. Seeing his subordinate and his beloved woman together, the Cyan Emperor's heart could be imagined. However, the Cyan Emperor did not directly attack Zhuo Xiaotian. Instead, he tried to persuade Feng Xiao. With Feng Xiao's status, falling in love with a lowly imperial capital warrior like Zhuo Xiaotian was simply inappropriate. Even if Feng Xiao could accept him, the forces behind her would not accept a grassroots warrior like Zhuo Xiaotian. Of course, the Cyan Emperor was only an outer elder of the Azure Dragon Main Palace. In terms of status, he could not compare to Feng Xiao. He also knew that he was not qualified to pursue Feng Xiao. However, Zhuo Xiaotian was only his subordinate. What right did he have to be intimate with Feng Xiao? So at that moment, Emperor Qing disliked Zhuo Xiaotian even more, but he still didn't make a move. Because if he made a move on Zhuo Xiaotian for no reason, it would only disappoint the other subordinates. However, the appearance of Galen Haohai gave the Cyan Emperor a reason to attack. Galen Haohai revealed the secret of Zhuo Xiaotian's dragon soul, which made the Cyan Emperor excited. He knew that Zhuo Xiaotian was a descendant of the Ryuka, and he was an outer elder of the Azure Dragon Main Palace. It was more than enough for him to capture Zhuo Xiaotian. Therefore, the Cyan Emperor attacked and began to announce Zhuo Xiaotian's identity as a descendant of the Ryuka. At the same time, he personally captured Zhuo Xiaotian in the imperial capital. When Zhuo Xiaotian saw that his identity was exposed, he knew that he could not escape this calamity. In the end, the four of them resisted the Cyan Emperor and even released the two-headed nether dragon. In that battle, Zhuo Xiaotian fought the Cyan Emperor with the cultivation of the Golden Exalt Realm. In the end, the Cyan Emperor was forced to use his Life Emperor weapon. That battle shocked the entire imperial capital and shocked countless cultivators. It was also because of that battle that the imperial capital remembered Zhuo Xiaotian. In the end, Zhuo Xiaotian was defeated. The gap between him and the Cyan Emperor was too big. His defeat was only a matter of time. However, Feng Xiao made a move. She saved Zhuo Xiaotian and brought him away from the imperial capital. The Cyan Emperor was unwilling to give up, so he used a great method to contact the two elders of the Burning Sky sect, Fenri and Fenju. Relying on the methods of the two elders of the Burning Sky sect, the three martial emperors finally found Feng Xiao and Zhuo Xiaotian a year later. It turned out that the two of them were living a secluded life in a remote village in the Cyan Mystic Empire. Furthermore, Feng Xiao had given birth to a son for Zhuo Xiaotian, and this son was Zhuowen. In this year, Zhuo Xiaotian and Feng Xiao did not stop cultivating. They knew that the Cyan Emperor would definitely not let them go, so they had to increase their own strength. In a short year, Zhuo Xiaotian and Feng Xiao had both advanced to the peak of the heavenly Exalt realm. The two of them combined could completely defeat a second-level Emperor realm expert, like the Cyan Emperor. However, this time, the Cyan Emperor brought the two elders, Fenri and Fenju. These two people were mid-level Emperor realm experts. Their strength was very terrifying. Even if Zhuo Xiaotian and Feng Xiao joined forces, they were no match for them. Chapter 1171. Invincible Emperor, Lord after all. Feng Xiao had yet to enter the Emperor realm back then. Even though she had the strength of the Emperor realm and might have had a chance against the Azure Emperor, Fenri and Fenju, two mid-level emperors, were still not enough. Therefore, Feng Xiao was captured by Fenri and Fenju in the end. Of course, Feng Xiao was the holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect, after all, so the two elders did not go too far. They only sealed Feng Xiao's cultivation and left the Qing Xian Empire with Feng Xiao to the Burning Heaven sect. They reported this matter to the Burning Heaven sect's sect master and let him decide on this matter. Before leaving the Qing Xian Empire with Feng Xiao, the two elders naturally followed Emperor Qing and carried out a carpet search in the Qing Xian Empire to find Zhuo Xiaotian, who had taken Feng Xiao's innocence. How could their Burning Heaven sect's holy maiden be tarnished by a small grassroots cultivator? After searching for more than a month, Emperor Qing and the other two did not find any trace of Zhuo Xiaotian. However, Zhuo Xiaotian entered the imperial city alone for Feng Xiao. Zhuo Xiaotian's talent was indeed terrifying. Although his cultivation was only at the peak of the heavenly sovereign realm, Emperor Qing was actually unable to do anything to Zhuo Xiaotian and was even suppressed by Zhuo Xiaotian. Zhuo Xiaotian's dragon soul, the two-headed nether dragon, was especially powerful. Later on, because of Fenri and Fenju's actions, Emperor Qing was able to capture Zhuo Xiaotian. Originally, Elder Fenri and Elder Fenju planned to kill Zhuo Xiaotian. However, under the threat of Feng Xiao's death, the two elders did not take Zhuo Xiaotian's life in the end. Instead, they imprisoned him on the 18th floor of the imperial city's dungeon. Hearing Emperor Qing's story, Zhuo frowned slightly. He also did not expect that there was such a secret back then. The love between his mother, Feng Xiao, and his father, Zhuo Xiaotian, was actually so bumpy. Moreover, he also recalled that his grandfather, Zhuo Xiangding, had told him that Zhuo Xiaotian had once returned to the clan more than 20 years ago. At that time, after he left Zhuo in the clan, he left without saying a word. Zhuo knew that Zhuo Xiaotian's purpose for that trip was probably to the imperial capital to search for his mother, Feng Xiao. Where is the Burning Heaven sect? Zhuo asked with a cold gaze. The Burning Heaven sect is in the southern Barbarian. However, the headquarters of the Burning Heaven sect has always been very secretive. It is said that it is built in a secret realm. If there is no one from the Burning Heaven sect leading the way, it will be very difficult to enter the headquarters of the Burning Heaven sect. Emperor Qing shook his head. Zhuo frowned when he heard this. He didn't expect the Burning Heaven sect to be so mysterious. Even Emperor Qing didn't know the exact location of the Burning Heaven sect's headquarters. Zhuo, I've said everything that needs to be said. I think you should let me go. Emperor Qing probed. Zhuo was expressionless. He didn't pay attention to Emperor Qing at all. With a flick of his finger, a golden energy swept out and tied up Emperor Qing like a golden rope. Then his gaze fell on the monstrous sea of fire in the sky above the imperial capital's dungeon. A great forbidden array? I'd like to see how powerful this so-called great forbidden array is. With that, Zhuo suddenly took a step forward and punched out with his right fist. His 1,000-meter-long arm was like a golden bridge in the void, spanning across the horizon and heavily bombarding the surface of the sea of fire. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions resounded. Golden light slowly rose like a blazing small sun. Then the huge great forbidden array shook violently under this huge force. However, it only shook and showed no signs of collapse. Boom! 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 Zhuo slowly retreated dozens of steps as he stared at the sea of fire in front of him. The defense of the Burning Heaven sect's great forbidden array was really strong. Even with the strength of his Buddha body, he couldn't cause the slightest bit of damage to it. I don't believe it. With a cold snort, Zhuo once again pounced forward. Then he punched out again. The powerful force tore through the air and emitted a sharp, ear-piercing sound. However, what made Zhuowen frown was that no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't cause any substantial damage to the Sea of Fire. Emperor Qing, who was imprisoned by Zhuowen with his golden energy and thrown aside, had a strange look in his eyes. A jade talisman had unknowingly appeared in his right hand. He muttered in a low voice, "I think Grandmaster should be arriving soon. It's time to tell him the exact location." After saying that, Emperor Qing quietly crushed the jade talisman in his hand. A wisp of imperceptible, jade-colored energy slowly dissipated in the air. Zhuowen didn't pay attention to what Emperor Qing was doing. He was just desperately waving his fist at the Sea of Fire. His eyes faintly revealed a trace of scarlet because he knew that his father, Zhuowen, was imprisoned in the Sea of Fire. Seeing his biological father in front of him, but unable to rescue him, was a kind of torture for Zhuowen. Therefore, he crazily threw himself at the Sea of Fire. Even though it seemed a little futile, he didn't give up. Boom! 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 The commotion caused by Zhuowen's fist striking the Sea of Flames was extremely great. The entire imperial capital seemed to have sunk into an earthquake. It constantly shook, trembled, and swayed, causing countless cultivators in the imperial capital to fall into panic. In the deepest part of the prison, a figure whose entire body was bound by chains seemed to have heard the commotion in the outside world. That originally immovable, mountain-like figure trembled slightly, before slowly lifting his head. A pair of dark black eyes stared at the Sea of Fire in the sky. It was as if his sharp gaze could penetrate the surrounding Sea of Fire and clearly see everything beyond it. "Zhuowen!" The figure was startled. Then he slowly got up. The movement of getting up pulled at the chains all over his body, producing clanging sounds of metal rubbing against each other. "I have to go up and take a look," the figure muttered in a low voice. With a stomp of his foot, a ring-shaped wave of air spread out with him as the center. Then he shot out like an arrow from a bow. In an instant, he reached the entrance of the abyss. Then, with a stroke of his right hand, a gap appeared in the monstrous Sea of Fire. When a gap appeared in the Sea of Fire, Zhuowen's movements also stopped. His gaze passed through the gap and stared at Zhuo Xiaotian, whose entire body was bound by black chains and whose hair was disheveled, and his nose actually felt a little sour. His father had been imprisoned in this abyss for more than 20 years. In the endless darkness, Zhuowen really didn't know how Zhuo Xiaotian had survived until now. Zhuo Xiaotian raised his head slightly and looked at the 10,000 feet tall Zhuowen. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he said, "Child, you're here." Although it was only one sentence, Zhuowen could feel a deep concern and a trace of guilt from it. As a father, he had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a father for a single day in the past 20 years. "Father, I'm here. I'll save you right now." However, Zhuowen smiled and extended his right hand towards a gap. However, when he reached the gap, an invisible force, like an iron wall, froze Zhuowen's right arm. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he smashed his fist down. However, he was unable to penetrate this invisible barrier. "Child, Funju and Funri had long expected that after my strength increased, I would be able to break free from the Great Forbidden Spell Formation. Therefore, when they were setting up the Great Forbidden Spell Formation, they did not know that there was an even more powerful formation inside. I'm afraid that only an invincible Emperor Master would be able to break this formation. Father is still quite a distance away from this realm." Zhuo Xiaotian said somewhat bitterly, "Invincible Emperor Lord?" Zhuowen frowned slightly. He did not expect Funju and Funri to be so ruthless. They actually set up 2 layers of arrays in the Imperial City's dungeon, and each layer was more terrifying than the last. As for the invincible Emperor Lord that Zhuowen spoke of, Zhuowen had never heard of it. Zhuo Xiaotian also saw the doubt in Zhuowen's eyes. He knew that Zhuowen might not be clear about the realm of invincible Emperor Lord, so he said gently, Invincible Emperor Lord means that you are invincible in the Emperor realm. The Emperor realm is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels are low, the middle 3 levels are middle, and the last 3 levels are high. Above the 9th level of the Emperor realm is the Half-Saint realm. However, between the 9th level of the Emperor realm and the Half-Saint realm, there are people who can grasp the Saint inscription law in advance, but their cultivation has not reached the Half-Saint realm. Invincible in the Emperor realm. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He did not expect that there would be such a division in the Emperor realm. However, he also knew that it would be extremely difficult to grasp the Saint inscription law before becoming a saint. Only a few extremely terrifying, monstrous geniuses would be able to do it. Even though Zhui Xiaotian's talent was indeed very strong, he still felt a little guilty about becoming an invincible Emperor Lord. However, it would be easier to skip the realm of invincible Emperor Lord and directly reach the half-saint realm. However, such a half-saint would only be an ordinary half-saint. At most, his strength would be slightly stronger than an invincible Emperor Lord. If he first became an invincible Emperor Lord, and then used the invincible Emperor Lord's power to become a half-saint, then the power he would obtain would be extremely terrifying. In the Heavenly Armor continent, most monstrous geniuses who are confident in their talent would not rush to break through to the half-saint realm after reaching the 9th layer Emperor realm. Instead, they would first comprehend the Saint inscription law and successfully grasp the Saint inscription law to become an invincible Emperor Lord. Only then would they choose to break through to the half-saint realm. Zhuo Xiaotian's aura was very strong. Zhuo Xiaotian could not see through it at all. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaotian gave him a feeling that Zhuo Xiaotian was even stronger than Jian Mu in the desolate ancient city. Zhuowen knew that Zhuo Xiaotian should also be a high-level Emperor Realm expert, and possibly an existence that was extremely close to becoming an invincible Emperor Lord. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He did not expect Zhuo Xiaotian to be so strong. However, what surprised him even more was the terrifying formation that trapped Zhuo Xiaotian. Even a high-level Emperor Realm expert could not escape from it, let alone the current Zhuowen. Whoosh! While Zhuowen and Zhuo Xiaotian were looking at each other speechlessly, a beam of light suddenly swept over from afar. It finally stopped not far from the sea of fire, and then a stalwart figure appeared. This person was dressed in a long blue robe, and there was a trace of purple in his long, flowing hair. He wore a mysterious purple mask, and his eyes faintly flickered with a sharp radiance. In particular, there was an extremely terrifying spiritual storm swirling around this person. This spiritual storm was even stronger than the other arcanists that Zhuowen had seen before. Perhaps only the mysterious master Mu Feng could match up to this blue-robed figure. Chapter 1172. The mysterious arcane heavenly master, save me. The Lotus Emperor looked at the majestic blue figure with excitement in his eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim. The blue-robed man with a purple mask glanced at Emperor Qing and nodded. He took a step forward and flew towards Emperor Qing, intending to save him. You want to save Emperor Qing? Don't even think about it. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Emperor Qing had tried to kill him several times. He would not allow the blue-robed man to save Emperor Qing. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Boom! Boom! Zhuowen, who had a towering Buddha body, took a step forward and instantly arrived where Emperor Qing was. His towering palm descended, intending to capture Emperor Qing. Humph! You are just a peak heavenly master. Even if you have some powerful secret technique to increase your combat strength, you are still no match for me. No one can stop me from saving the person I want to save. The blue-robed man snorted, and the mental strength in his Niwen palace surged out like a tsunami. The mental strength storm that surrounded the blue-robed man split into tens of thousands in an instant. Bang! 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 The tens of thousands of mental strength storms came crashing down, causing Zhuowen to frown. His hand, which was originally going to grab the blue-robed man, changed direction and faced the terrifying mental strength storm. Boom! The pressure generated by the tens of thousands of mental strength storms was like the water pressure in the deep sea. It was extremely terrifying. Zhuowen felt his right hand being squeezed until it became deformed. Boom! Boom! Under this pressure, Zhuowen groaned and retreated dozens of steps. He looked at the blue-robed man who had landed beside the Azure Emperor with fear in his eyes. Fortunately, Zhuowen was at the 5th level of the Great Nirvana Realm. Although Zhuowen's hand was distorted by the pressure, Zhuowen waved his right hand and the distorted hand returned to its original state. Who exactly are you? Zhuowen's gaze was grave as he looked at the blue-robed man and coldly asked. The blue-robed man's exposed eyes were filled with indifference. He did not answer Zhuowen's question. Instead, he waved his right hand and a surge of mental strength gushed out. The golden energy binding Jin Di was instantly destroyed. Thank you for saving me. Emperor Qing, who was rescued, quickly bowed beside the blue-robed man. His eyes were filled with respect. He knew that the blue-robed man in front of him held a much higher position in the Azure Dragon headquarters than him. The blue-robed man waved his hand and looked at Zhuowen. He frowned. Is this man Zhuowen? How come I can't feel any yuan force from him? But he is Buddhist. The Qing Emperor hurriedly said, Master, you may not know this, but I don't know what kind of secret technique this lad has cultivated to actually produce such a Buddhist body. His other body is still in the Celestial Empire. External avatar? The blue-robed man sounded surprised. Hearing the conversation between the blue-robed man and Emperor Qing, Zhuowen slowly took a few steps back. He faintly guessed that this blue-robed man was likely a member of the Azure Dragon main hall. Moreover, his position was definitely much higher than Emperor Qing, especially the mental energy on this person's body. It actually gave him an extremely strong sense of danger. I think it should be a secret technique similar to the external avatar, Emperor Qing said concisely. So it's just an avatar. Is the original body not here? In that case, let's capture this avatar first. The blue-robed man nodded. Soon after, he waved his sleeve and threw out nearly 100 yuan crystals. The surface of these yuan crystals emitted a lustrous white glow, after which the blue-robed man formed a seal with both of his hands. These nearly 100 yuan crystals erupted with an extremely hot white glow. This white glow rushed into the sky and drew a complicated formation. Swoosh, swoosh. Soon after, 2 figures appeared out of thin air from within the white light. A teleportation array? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he stared at the 2 figures that gradually emerged from the white light. This arcana heavenly master's methods were indeed somewhat unusual. He had actually constructed a teleportation array so casually. However, he also knew that this teleportation array should be a short-distance teleportation array. If it was a long-distance teleportation array, it would not have been constructed in such a short time, even if the creator was an arcane heavenly master. These 2 figures were middle-aged men. They were dressed in similar cyan robes, and on the chest of their robes there was a ferocious cyan dragon. The aura of these 2 men was even stronger than that of Yun, Zhongjuan, and Jin Sheng. They were almost comparable to Azura, the island master of Azura Island. 2 4th-level great emperors. Zhuowen frowned and narrowed his eyes. Who would have thought that this arcana heavenly master would be able to summon 2 4th-level great emperors? That was terrifying. Master, what are your orders? The 2 green-robed men nodded slightly and asked the blue-robed man politely, Capture this boy alive. The blue-robed man said indifferently, Yes. The 2 men in green robes nodded. Soon after, their indifferent gazes landed on Zhuowen. Without further ado, they unleashed their emperor aura at the 4th level of the emperor realm. Terrifying yuan power spread out in all directions, transforming into 2 green shadows and attacking Zhuowen. 9 flames, karmic fire. Seeing the 2 green-robed men attacking without saying a word, Zhuo did not hold back and used the nine flames karmic fire. He knew very well how big the gap between him and a fourth-level Great Emperor was. If he did not use his full strength, he would end up in a miserable state. He still has heavenly fire? The blue-robed man raised his eyebrows and whispered in surprise. Boom! Boom! In just an instant, the nine flames karmic fire spread across the entire horizon as if it was burning the sky. Under the spread of the nine flames karmic fire, the temperature of the entire county rose at a terrifying speed. Countless warriors in the imperial capital felt as if they were on fire. Some warriors who could not bear it left the imperial capital one after another. They knew that if they continued to stay in the imperial capital, they would definitely be roasted alive by the terrifying temperature. The two green-robed men looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. However, the surprise only lasted for a moment before they calmed down. So what if he had heavenly fire? The gap between them and Zhuo was too big. He probably could not unleash the full power of the heavenly fire. Break! 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 Both of them unleashed the power of the stars at the same time. 18 stars smashed down one by one, bombarding the sea of fire that permeated the entire sky. The terrifying sea of fire stirred up an extremely terrifying flame aftershock. Zhuo Wen, who was within the sea of flames, frowned slightly. He stomped his foot on the ground, and his 3 kilometers long arm clenched into a fist as he suddenly punched out, smashing fiercely onto the 18 stars. Thump! Thump! However, to Zhuo Wen's astonishment, the power emanating from the 18 stars was extremely terrifying. Even when he used his full strength to strike the stars, not only was he unable to shatter them, he was even forced back by the power of the stars that permeated the surface. A peak heavenly venerable trying to resist 2 mid-level martial emperors. You're delusional. Even if you have heavenly fire, it's impossible. One of the mid-level martial emperors said indifferently. He exchanged a glance with the other green-robed man. The two of them tacitly moved in a triangular formation and surrounded Zhuo. Terrifying emperor aura filled the air. Boom! 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 Another terrifying collision occurred. Zhuo groaned. Under the encirclement of the 2 mid-level martial emperors, he was in an extremely passive state. It could even be said that he was being suppressed. Although Zhuo's combat strength was monstrous, his true cultivation was only at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. With heavenly fire and his immortal body, his combat strength was at most comparable to Jin Sheng's. Now that the 2 4th-level martial emperors had joined forces, Zhuo was no match for them. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Uft! Zhuo spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a few hundred steps. His chest heaved slightly and his eyes were filled with fear. The gap between him and the mid-level martial emperors was too great. He was no match for the 2 green-robed men. I have to escape. Light flashed in Zhuo's eyes. He knew that the great restrictive spell formation that trapped Zhuo could only be broken with the strength of an invincible martial emperor. With his current strength, it was no doubt a fool's dream to break through the great restrictive spell formation. Hence, there was no point for him to stay in the imperial capital. His only regret was that he did not manage to kill Emperor Qing. Within the great restrictive spell formation, Zhuo Xiaotian looked worriedly at Zhuo. 2 4th-level martial emperors and an arcane heavenly master. Zhuo was basically in a dead end. The chances of him escaping were too low. However, Zhuo Xiaotian did not have the strength to break through the great restrictive spell formation. Zhuo Xiaotian could not help Zhuo at all. He could only watch as Zhuo was beaten up. Emperor Qing, you must die. Taking another step back, Zhuo of the Buddha Dao glared at the Azure Emperor. He took a step forward and charged towards the Azure Emperor. You overestimate yourself. Emperor Qing was not afraid at all. He had a master by his side. Zhuo was simply courting death. Hence, he was not worried at all. The blue-robed man also revealed a mocking smile in his eyes. His right hand stepped on the empty space and formed an invisible barrier in front of him. Even the two green-robed men stopped chasing after Zhuo. They were well aware of how powerful the blue-robed man was. Zhuo directly charged towards the blue-robed man. Wasn't he courting death? However, just as Zhuo was about to reach the invisible barrier, he let out a low roar and stomped his foot to the side. He actually fled immediately. He had no intention of killing Emperor Qing at all. This scene caused the blue-robed man to be dumbfounded. He didn't even have time to react. The other two green-robed men were also stunned. No one had expected that Zhuo would actually flee at this critical juncture. Bastard, are you toying with me? The blue-robed man was infuriated. He stomped his foot and charged towards the fleeing Zhuo of the Buddhist Tao. The two green-robed men also felt humiliated. They unconsciously followed behind the blue-robed man, leaving only the Azure Emperor behind. It's just a small trick. With the three lords around, Zhuo, your little tricks won't work at all. When the time comes, you still won't be able to escape the fate of death. After this clone of yours dies, it will be your original body's turn. Emperor Qing sneered. Is that so? I think the one who will die is you, Emperor Qing. Chapter 1173. Teleportation, Zhuo? Aren't you? Seeing Zhuo of Buddhism standing quietly behind him and looking at him with a smile, Emperor Qing could not help but tremble. Wasn't Zhuo chased by the blue-robed man and his two companions? Why did he suddenly appear in front of him? At this moment, Zhuo had returned to the size of a normal person. His huge body was too big of a target. The main reason Zhuo was able to escape the pursuit of the blue-robed man and the other two was that he had the last piece of the Wind Rider 9 Autumns on him. This item allowed him to teleport about 500 kilometers. Therefore, when the blue-robed man and the other two were about to catch up to him, Zhuo immediately activated the Wind Rider 9 Autumns. Die! Now that time was of the essence, Zhuo didn't waste any time. He slammed his palm down, and a terrifying golden light burst out, forming a Buddha's palm in the sky and enveloping Emperor Qing. Emperor Qing had already suffered serious injuries in the battle with Zhuo. Moreover, his natal emperor weapon, the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram, was also destroyed by Zhuo. Now, facing Zhuo's all-out attack, Emperor Qing was no match for him. Ah! Emperor Qing screamed as he was drowned by the terrifying Buddha's palm. When his screams came to an abrupt end, Emperor Qing's figure and the huge Buddha's palm disappeared from the world at the same time. After destroying Emperor Qing with one palm strike, Zhuo took a deep look at the imperial city's dungeon, which was surrounded by a boundless sea of fire. There was an opening there, and in the opening stood a figure bound in chains. Zhuo, leave. You don't have the ability to save me now. Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes were full of praise. He had seen Zhuo's performance just now. There was no doubt that Zhuo's talent was more terrifying than his in the past. Now what Zhuo lacked was time. Zhuo Xiaotian knew that as long as he gave Zhuo a certain amount of time, his son would definitely surpass him. At that time, Zhuo might be able to help him save Feng Xiao. Zhuo nodded. The invincible Emperor realm was too far away from him. He couldn't reach such a height in a short period of time. However, Zhuo might be able to. Therefore, Zhuo immediately thought of the Azure Dragon Palace. This was the inheritance of a saint. Perhaps there were Saint Rune laws inside. If Zhuo could comprehend the Saint Rune laws, he might be able to reach the Saint Emperor realm. Father, if you directly comprehend the Saint Rune laws, can you reach the Saint Emperor realm? Suddenly Zhuo asked. Zhuo Xiaotian was startled. He nodded and said, if I have the Saint Rune laws as a reference, it will indeed be beneficial for me to reach the invincible Emperor realm. However, Saint Runes aren't cabbages. They are things that only saints have. It's impossible for us to obtain them, let alone comprehend them. Zhuo Xiaotian couldn't help but shake his head. In the vast eastern land, the number of saints was extremely small. Saint runes were very important to saints. It was impossible for ordinary people to obtain such things. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaotian didn't even think about it because it was unrealistic. Although his cultivation had reached the high-level emperor realm due to the dragon soul, he still couldn't comprehend the Saint Rune laws and enter the invincible emperor realm. The main reason was that he had to rely on himself to verify it. This way, comprehending the Saint Rune laws would undoubtedly be much slower. Father, I'll leave first. The next time I come, I'll definitely help you out. Zhuo Wen spoke to Zhuo Xiaotian when he sensed the sonic boom coming from outside the imperial city. He did not stay any longer. He took a step in the air and immediately left the imperial city, heading in the direction of Muqin County. Not long after Zhuo Wen left, 3 whistling sounds came. Then the blue-robed Arcana Master and 2 azure-robed men appeared. At this moment, the 3 of them didn't look very good. When they were about to catch up to Zhuo Wen, the latter used an unknown tool and disappeared in front of them. In an instant, he appeared thousands of miles away from them and returned to the imperial capital. When they arrived at the imperial capital, Zhuo Wen was already nowhere to be found. Even Emperor Qing's aura had disappeared from the imperial capital. There was no doubt that Emperor Qing had met with misfortune. Master, I'm afraid Emperor Qing is dead, one of the azure-robed men said respectfully. The blue-robed Arcana Master snorted and said in a low voice, "What a cunning guy. He actually has a tool that can teleport him thousands of miles away." Then what should we do next? The azure-robed man continued to ask. Go to the Heavenly Empire. That Zhuo Wen must be captured alive. Regardless of whether it is the high-grade Dharch artifact that the Azure Dharch mentioned, the Heavenly Flame, or his identity as a descendant of the Long Clan, we cannot let him go, the blue-robed Arcana Master said coldly. The 2 azure-robed men naturally didn't have any objections. After the 3 of them discussed some matters, they turned into 3 streaks of black lightning and flew towards Muqin County. At their level of cultivation, the distance between the imperial capital and Muqin County wasn't very far. At this moment, in the house of Marquis Qin, Lu Hantian, Zhuo Wen, the Flame Emperor, Xiang Miao Lu, and a group of higher-ups of the Celestial Empire were sitting in the reception hall, discussing the battle. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. This time, they had defeated the imperial capital army without losing a single soldier. Even the 4 Emperor Realm experts of the Blue Whale, Holy Dynasty, and the Alcade Holy Dynasty had fallen. Such a battle record was extremely dazzling in the entire Eastern land. Of course, the biggest contributor this time was naturally Zhuo Wen, who was sitting next to Lu Hantian. Everyone in the reception hall looked at Zhuo Wen with a hint of respect. Although Zhuo Wen's cultivation didn't seem very high, the combat strength he had displayed was enough to shock everyone. At this moment, Zhuo Wen was listening to the conversation in the reception hall with a smile on his face. But soon, he stood up and his face became extremely gloomy. Zhuo Wen's action immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Everyone looked at Zhuo Wen with confusion. Zhuo Wen, what's wrong? Lu Hantian asked with a little surprise. Something bad has happened. Zhuo Wen's face was extremely solemn as he recounted what had happened in the imperial capital. Of course, time was of the essence, so Zhuo Wen didn't go into detail. But the people in the reception hall weren't ordinary people, so they quickly understood what Zhuo Wen meant. It seems like the people from the Azure Dragon Main Palace are here, and 2 4th-level Emperor Realm experts and 1 arcane Heavenly Master came at the same time? Lu Hantian also stood up. He also knew the seriousness of the matter. Although only 3 people from the Azure Dragon Main Palace came this time, the 3 of them were not simple. Just the 3 of them alone probably had the ability to destroy a holy dynasty, let alone a mere celestial empire in the Qing Xian Empire. What should we do? Many people in the reception hall began to panic. Whether it was the 4th-level Emperor Realm experts or the arcane heavenly master, they weren't people they could fight against. If the three of them really came to the Celestial Empire, it would undoubtedly be the end of the Celestial Empire. Although Lu Hantian looked calm on the surface, his heart was in a mess. 2 4th-level Emperor Realm experts, and 1 arcane heavenly master. Such a lineup made even the fearless Lu Hantian a little afraid. Brother Hantian, next, arrange for the important people of the Celestial Empire to gather. At the same time, dismiss the soldiers of the Celestial Empire and have them leave the capital. I will bring you to a secret place. A voice suddenly sounded in Lu Hantian's mind. Then, Lu Hantian's gaze fell on Zhuowen. It was Zhuowen who had sent him a message. Out of trust for Zhuowen, Lu Hantian didn't even ask. He just nodded at Zhuowen and went to arrange for the important people of the Celestial Empire to be gathered and dismissed. In about 2 hours, Lu Hantian had arranged everything. Although many soldiers of the Celestial Empire were puzzled by Lu Hantian's actions, no one dared to disobey Lu Hantian's orders. After all, Lu Hantian was the leader of the Celestial Empire, the Celestial Emperor. He represented the highest position in the Celestial Empire. Even if they were dissatisfied, they wouldn't do anything to disobey. In the open space outside the reception hall, there were nearly 100 figures, including Ziyang's group of 5, Miao Lu, Fang Yu, and LV Yongshen. As for the Flame Emperor, because he wasn't a member of the Celestial Empire, he left the capital alone after dismissing the soldiers of the Yenxian Empire. Lu Hantian and Zhuowen stood quietly in front of the group of 100 people, quietly staring at the crowd. Lu Hantian said to Zhuowen, "Zhuowen, I have arranged for the important people according to your request. These are all people that Xiwan and I trust." Zhuowen nodded and said, "Let's wait for a while. Let's wait for my Buddhist avatar to arrive." Lu Hantian nodded lightly and waited silently with Zhuowen. After a while, a golden light swept over from the horizon. Zhuowen's Buddhist avatar arrived above the open space and quickly landed beside Zhuowen. "Come back." Zhuowen nodded, turned into a golden light, and entered Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen's clone nodded, turned into a golden light, and entered his body. Whoosh! 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 The moment the Buddhist avatar entered Zhuowen's body, 3 people arrived above the reception hall. These 3 people were the blue-robed Arcana Master and his 2 companions. "Zhuowen, are you all trying to seek death together?" The blue-robed Arcana Master stood in the void, quietly looking down at the people below. His deep gaze focused on Zhuowen as he said indifferently. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "I am not seeking death. I am seeking life." As he spoke, Zhuowen flicked his right finger and took out a pale token. It was the Blue Dragon token that he had obtained from the Blue Dragon Hall. Whoosh! The moment the Blue Dragon token was taken out, a milky white light enveloped everyone in the open space, and a wave of spatial power spread out. Spatial power? Oh no, it's a teleportation token. Come back. The blue-robed Arcana Master roared angrily. He stomped his foot and landed on the open space below. Terrifying mental energy was released from his Naiwan palace. Instantly, the gravity in the open space increased exponentially. The people who were enveloped by this gravity felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. Many of them fell to the ground with trembling eyes. It was too terrifying. Was this the power of an Arcana Heavenly Master? Let's go! Chapter 1174. Re-entering the Azure Dragon Hulboom. The terrifying spiritual energy was like the might of the heavens, crushing down from the sky. Instantly, everything within a radius of 5 kilometers around the guest hall was crushed into dust by the spiritual energy, turning into ruins. The blue-robed Arcana Master's face became extremely unsightly as he looked at the ruined reception hall. The moment his mental energy descended, Zhuowen's group had already been transported away by the spatial power. "Master," the 2 azure-robed men approached and asked with a slight frown, The blue-robed arcana master snorted coldly and said they escaped. The token in Zhuowen's hand contains a rather powerful teleportation formation. It can actually teleport almost 100 people away at the same time. The two azure-robed men looked at each other in shock. Teleporting almost 100 people was an extremely difficult task. Ordinary teleportation formations could not do it at all. Then what should we do? The two azure-robed men frowned and asked, "Wait, we'll wait in the Azure Xian Empire for 2 months. After 2 months, if there's still no news from Zhuowen, we'll leave," the blue-robed arcana master said indifferently. The two azure-robed men naturally followed the blue-robed arcana master's lead. They looked at each other and did not have any objections. This was a spacious hall. The ground was filled with dense mist, and the ceiling of the hall was an oval-shaped dome filled with stars. If one did not look carefully, they might think that it was a real starry sky. Figures sat cross-legged in the hall. When Zhuowen led almost 100 people from the Heavenly Empire into this place, the figures sitting cross-legged in the hall seemed to sense something and open their eyes. Their deep gazes landed on Zhuowen's group, who had just entered. Thump, thump. When these people's gazes landed on Zhuowen at the very front, they all stood up with excitement in their eyes. Zhuowen! For figures broke through the air and arrived in front of Zhuowen. One of them was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He arrived in front of Zhuowen in a single step. His slightly withered hands landed heavily on Zhuowen's shoulders. His aged voice slowly sounded, "Zhuowen, it's good that you're back." "Grandpa." Zhuowen also replied somewhat excitedly. The old man in front of him was his grandfather, Zhuo Xiangding. The other 3 people were 1 man and 2 women. They were Lve Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian. The surrounding Zhuo family members also gathered around and stared at Zhuowen with admiration. Now, Zhuowen's position in their hearts was like that of a god. They were especially grateful to Zhuowen for bringing them into the Azure Dragon Hall. This was because the density of the Yuan Qi here far exceeded that of other places. In addition, the Azure Dragon's origin had brought them benefits. These 2 years in the Azure Dragon Hall were the 2 years where they had made the greatest progress. Among them, there were quite a number of Zhuo clan members whose cultivation had actually reached the 4th stage. This caused Zhuowen to feel rather gratified. After all, the Zhuo family was a descendant of the Ryuka. Only when the Zhuo family flourished could they truly revive. Right now, this was only the beginning. Zhuowen knew that as time passed, the Ryuka's golden age from 10,000 years ago would definitely reappear. What made Zhuowen feel gratified was that Zhuo Xiangding's cultivation had also reached the early Xuanzuan realm, while Lve Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian had reached the golden venerable realm. Among them, Lve Tao had reached the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. He could be considered the existence with the highest cultivation among the 3. What dense Yuan Qi? At this moment, Lu Hantian and the others who were standing behind Zhuowen were all shocked. The density of the Yuan Qi in the Azure Dragon Hall had almost exceeded everyone's expectations. This was many times stronger than the Qing Xian Empire. "Zhuowen, where exactly is this place?" Lu Hantian asked the question that was on everyone's mind. "This is the Azure Dragon Hall, the residence of the saint, the Azure Dragon Taoist. The outside of the Azure Dragon Hall is enveloped by the Azure Dragon's origin. It has the powerful effect of increasing the martial aptitude of a warrior. Furthermore, the Yuan Qi inside is many times denser than outside." Zhuowen introduced indifferently. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall fell into silence. Soon after, their gazes fell on Zhuowen in disbelief. This hall was actually the inheritance of a saint. They even thought that there was something wrong with their ears. To the people of the Qing Xian Empire, a saint was a legendary existence. He was an unattainable existence. But now, Zhuowen actually said that the hall they were in was actually the inheritance of a saint. Such news was too shocking for them. After carefully digesting these words, Everyone believed that this was indeed not a dream. It was real, especially the terrifying density of the yuan qi in this place. It was definitely not something that an ordinary martial emperor could arrange. Therefore, after the shock, no one doubted Zhuowen's words. Instead, their hearts were filled with passion. They knew that since Zhuowen had brought them in, it meant that he treated them as his own people. This also meant that they could cultivate in such a blessed place in the future. Wasn't the pursuit of martial arts the advancement of martial arts? Now that a blessed place like the Saint's Mansion was extremely beneficial to their martial arts advancement, they naturally wished for such a place. After making arrangements for everyone, Zhuowen, Lu Hantian, Zhuo Xiangding, and a few others who were closest to Zhuowen gathered together and smiled at each other. Zhuowen, I didn't expect you to have such a great opportunity to obtain the inheritance of a saint. No wonder you improved so quickly. Lu Hantian patted Zhuowen's shoulder and laughed. His eyes were filled with gratification. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the peak of the Empyrean realm, his battle strength was actually above Lu Hantian's. Now, Lu Hantian did not treat Zhuowen as a junior. Instead, he treated Zhuowen as an equal of the same generation. Of course, the brotherly relationship between the two of them would not change no matter how one looked at it. Zhuo Xiangding and the others also nodded. They agreed with Lu Hantian's words. Zhuowen's improvement speed was indeed fast, so fast that it shocked them. However, if they thought about the inheritance of the Azure Dragon Palace, Zhuowen's rapid improvement became reasonable. Zhuowen shrugged his shoulders when he saw the expression of understanding on everyone's faces. He did not explain too much. Only he knew the exact situation. Although the Blue Dragon Hall was of great use to him back then, the reason why he was able to improve so quickly was because of other opportunities. After all, he was far from completely controlling the Azure Dragon Palace. There were 3 layers of heaven and earth in the Azure Dragon Palace. Only by breaking through all 3 layers of heaven and earth would the entire Azure Dragon Palace become Zhuowen's possession and be under his control. Zhuowen, after all, this Azure Dragon Palace is the residence of a saint, right? It can't be that there's only one hall, right? Lu Hantian looked around and found that there was only one hall in the palace. He could not help but ask doubtfully, Actually, I haven't completely controlled the Azure Dragon Palace. After I completely control it, the other functions of the Azure Dragon Palace should be automatically released. Zhuowen rubbed his hands and said. Hearing this, Lu Hantian and the others all nodded. However, when they thought about how this was the residence of a saint, it would be unreasonable if it was so easy to control. Grandfather, I wonder if anyone in our Zhuo family has awakened a dragon soul in the Azure Dragon Palace? Zhuowen asked hopefully. The Azure Dragon Palace possessed the origin of the Azure Dragon, which should have a very good inducing effect on the Zhuo family who possessed the bloodline of the Long family. Stimulating the bloodline in their bodies, the chances of awakening the dragon soul would also be much higher. Hearing this, Zhuo Xiangding's face flushed red, and his eyes revealed excitement as he said, Ha ha! Yes, the Azure Dragon's origin is indeed very useful. 3 people in the Zhuo family have already awakened a dragon soul. Oh, there are 3? Which 3? Zhuowen's eyes lit up as he asked in anticipation. Zhuo Tian Xiang, Meishue, the 3 of you come out. Zhuo Xiangding called out to the Zhuo family behind him. Immediately after, 3 people walked out from the Zhuo family behind him. They were a man and 2 women. The man was a few years older than Zhuowen. He was dressed in black, and his eyes were sharp. Of the 2 women, one of them was dressed in a white dress. Her face was pure and pleasant, and her long black hair was draped over her shoulders. She looked calm and serene. The other woman was slightly charming, and her figure was extremely hot. Her plump and delicate body was extremely alluring under the red qipao. Seeing the 3 of them, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. Zhuo Tian, Zhuo Xiang, and Zhuo Meishue were rather famous geniuses back in the family. Back then, Zhuowen had some interactions with the three of them. However, as his strength increased and he stepped out of Rattan Armor City, he rarely saw the three of them. At this moment, the three of them were clearly a little reserved. Although they knew that Zhuowen was of the same generation as them, there was still a trace of uncontrollable caution in their hearts. This was because Zhuowen's deeds had spread throughout the entire Qingxian Empire. Even Zhuowen's strength and his servants were far more powerful than the three of them. Unknowingly, the genius who was on equal footing with them back in the family had already grown to such a level. Right now, they could only silently look up at Zhuowen's back. "Let me see the dragon souls of the three of you." Zhuowen's voice was gentle. The cultivation of the three of them was pretty good around the sovereign stage. However, due to the dragon souls in their bodies, their fighting strength should be much stronger than ordinary sovereigns. Hearing his words, the three of them exchanged a glance. Shortly after, Zhuowen took a step forward and said, "Cousin Zhuowen, my dragon soul is a third-grade dragon soul. It's called the Blue Mulberry Dragon." As he spoke, a dense blue light gushed out from between Zhuo Tian's brows. The blue light soared into the sky and turned into a giant blue dragon that was several hundred feet long. This blue dragon's appearance was somewhat similar to the Western dragons on Earth. It had 4 pairs of blue wings on its back, and a pair of dragon legs that were extremely thick and solid like the trunk of a towering tree. A third-grade dragon soul, Blue Mulberry Dragon. Not bad. Chapter 1175. Second Heaven and Earth hearing Zhuowen's words of praise, Zhuo Tian revealed a flattered expression. Zhuowen's image had long been deified in the hearts of many members of the Zhuo family. Even though Zhuo Tian and Zhuowen were of the same generation, and in terms of seniority, Zhuowen was still Zhuo Tian's cousin, but Zhuo Tian still treated Zhuowen as if he was facing an elder of the family and even showed more restraint. Smiling and nodding at Zhuo Tian, Zhuowen's gaze fell on Zhuo Xiang, and Zhuo Meishu on the other side and said with a smile, "What about the two of you?" Hearing this, Zhuo Xiang, and Zhuo Meishu looked at each other and released their respective dragon souls. Zhuo Xiang's dragon soul was the same as Zhuo Tian's. It had also reached the 3rd grade and was called the Butterfly Fragrance Dragon. This dragon's appearance was extremely gorgeous and colorful, like a butterfly dancing among flowers. Moreover, this dragon's body emitted an invisible fragrance that had the effect of causing hallucinations and hypnosis. The quality of Zhuo Meishu's dragon soul was inferior to Zhuo Xiang's and Zhuo Tian's. It was only a 2nd grade dragon soul. It was a huge dragon with ice and snow lingering around its body, and its might was not bad. The dragon souls you have awakened are not bad. The Azure Dragon Source around the Azure Dragon Hall is extremely beneficial to your dragon souls, Zhuowen said with a smile. Zhuo Tian and the other two looked at each other and nodded solemnly, their eyes filled with excitement. "Big brother Han Tian, grandfather, I'm about to go to the 2nd heaven of the Azure Dragon Hall. Once I pass it, the Azure Dragon Hall will unlock more functions, and I can even choose a rather generous reward from there." Zhuowen slowly stood up and said with a faint smile, "The 2nd heaven? Zhuowen, from what you said, the 2nd heaven should be an extremely dangerous place. If you can't pass it, what will the consequences be?" Lu Hantian asked with a frown. Zhuowen said with a chuckle, "The consequence of not being able to pass it is death. At that time, the Azure Dragon Hall will choose a new successor." Dead. The pupils of the surrounding crowd shrunk. Worry surged in their eyes as they looked at Zhuowen. "The price is so high." Lu Hantian and Zhuo Xiangding looked at each other and frowned. "Big brother Zhuo, can't we not challenge it?" Miao Lv's beautiful eyes were filled with nervousness as she twisted her hands together. Lve Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Yan also revealed worried expressions. The reason why they were able to enter the Azure Dragon Palace to cultivate was all because of Zhuowen. If Zhuowen died, then they might be chased out by the power of the Azure Dragon Palace, which would not benefit them at all. Zhuowen shook his head and said indifferently, "If you don't pay a price and take a certain risk, how can you obtain more power?" Seeing Zhuowen say this, everyone knew that Zhuowen had already made up his mind, so no one came forward to persuade him. Lu Hantian and Zhuo Xiangding cautiously patted Zhuowen's shoulder and said, "Zhuowen, be careful." "Big brother Hantian, grandfather, at this moment I know that my life is very tough, and I won't die so easily." Zhuowen grinned. After saying that, Zhuowen walked out of the hall and arrived at the huge plaza in front of the hall. In front of the plaza, there was a stone tablet that was dozens of feet tall. On the stone tablet, there were 3 bold and powerful words, Azure Dragon Hall. Last time, the figure of the Azure Dragon Taoist had appeared in this plaza. Following the guidance of the Azure Dragon Taoist, he, Zhuowen, had entered the first layer of the world to undergo the trial. This time, he planned to enter the second layer of the world. Sure enough, the moment Zhuowen arrived at the plaza, the clouds and mist that lingered in the plaza began to churn violently. Then they gathered into a stalwart figure in the air above the plaza. This stalwart figure was the image of a middle-aged man. He wore a loose robe and a feathered crown on his head. His eyes were like the moon and stars. Countless dragon shadows swept out from this stalwart figure and circled around him. It looked extremely shocking, and this person was the shadow of the Azure Dragon Taoist. "You're here again. This time, are you preparing to enter the second layer of the world?" The Azure Dragon Taoist said indifferently. Zhuowen nodded and said, "Senior, please accept my fist." The second layer of the world is filled with dangers. Even low-level Emperor Realm experts have a high chance of dying. Even mid-level Emperor Realm experts have a high chance of dying. Only high-level Emperor Realm experts have a 100% chance of passing. Your cultivation is only at the peak of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Although your battle strength is comparable to the third layer of the Emperor Realm, the chances of passing the second layer of the world are not high. Do you still want to try? The Azure Dragon Taoist glanced at Zhuowen indifferently, his gaze as deep as the sea. "Try. Why wouldn't I try?" Zhuowen said indifferently. The Azure Dragon Taoist revealed a smile and said, "You're bold. Then I'll send you to the second layer of the world." As he spoke, the Azure Dragon Taoist waved his sleeve. A surge of milky white light burst out and enveloped Zhuowen. Zhuowen only felt a surge of spatial power acting on his body. Then he felt his vision turn black and the scene in front of him changed. At this moment, Zhuowen was no longer in the square outside the Azure Dragon Hall. What appeared before him was a blue sky, thousands of miles of white clouds, and a feeling of constantly swaying. Zhuowen only then realized that he was lying on the deck of a ship. The feeling of swaying was transmitted from this ship. Zhuowen slowly stood up. Only then did he discover that the ship he was on was located in the middle of a lake. The lake where the ship was located was extremely large, and the surroundings of the lake were covered in dense, verdant forests. The ship was rather large. It had a total of 3 floors, and Zhuowen was lying on the top of the 3rd floor. The clanging sound of weapons clashing resounded, immediately attracting Zhuowen's attention. Then Zhuowen's gaze focused and discovered that on the 1st floor of the ship, there were actually many bloody corpses. The blood on the deck had gathered into a rather terrifying stream, looking extremely terrifying. On the deck, the only ones who were still alive were 3 people. These 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman. 1 woman and 1 man were struggling to block another man's attack. Obviously, this man and woman should be a couple. In front of the couple was a thin man wearing a ghost mask. The ghost mask on the man's face had the word X drawn on its forehead. Lying on the 3rd deck, Zhuowen looked at the battle below with interest. Because the man wearing the ghost mask had his back facing Zhuowen and was focused on dealing with the couple, he did not notice Zhuowen. Although the couple was facing Zhuowen, the 2 of them were already exhausted from running for their lives under the attacks of the man in the ghost mask. How could they have the energy to raise their heads and look in Zhuowen's direction? Therefore, this also led to the three people fighting, not noticing Zhuowen at all when he was lying on the third deck. They were still brazenly watching Zhuowen. Zhuowen could tell at a glance that the cultivation of the man in the ghost mask was around the advanced stage of the heavenly venerable realm. The cultivation of the couple was much weaker, around the early stage of the heavenly venerable realm. Logically speaking, two early-stage heavenly venerable realm warriors should not be in such a sorry state against a late-stage heavenly venerable realm warrior. However, the man in the ghost mask was not simple. He was very powerful. Although his cultivation was at the advanced stage of the heavenly venerable realm, his combat strength was probably comparable to that of an ordinary peak heavenly venerable realm warrior. Against this couple, the outcome would be a crushing defeat. The couple was in an extremely sorry state at the moment. Under the attacks of the man in the ghost mask, they were flustered and retreated in a panic. From time to time, more wounds would appear on their bodies, and fresh blood would gush out. Looking at their weakened auras and injuries, it would not be long before they died. 10th Ultimate, who sent you here? If I pay a higher reward than the person who sent you, will you let us live? The woman with her hair coiled up in a bun asked in a deep voice. The man wearing the ghost mask chuckled, and his unpleasant crow-like voice rang out. My 10 Ultimates Palace has never betrayed our employer. Even if you pay a higher price than our employer, it's useless. Because as long as I kill you, everything on you will be mine. Moreover, I also heard that the two of you have a treasure map. With such a thing, do you still want to live? The man in the ghost mask laughed and waved the large blade in his right hand. A tyrannical blade, aura swept out. Then the woman with her hair coiled up in a bun let out a muffled groan and retreated. Cherry red blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. As she stumbled, the woman managed to stabilize her body with great difficulty. Just as she was about to rejoin the battle, she coincidentally saw Zhuowen sitting on the third deck. It was as if he was watching a show. He did not have any intention to help at all. After seeing Zhuowen on the third deck, the woman couldn't help but be stunned. Zhuowen's face was very unfamiliar to her. She didn't seem to have such a person on this ship. She had no impression of him at all. Moreover, on the ship, her trusted subordinates had all been killed by the 10th Ultimate. How did this person appear here? Who are you? The woman subconsciously shouted. This voice immediately attracted the attention of the man wearing the ghost head mask. He swept his gaze around and also noticed Zhuowen, who was seated on the deck as though he was watching a good show. An extremely cold glint was emitted from his eyes. Bang! After forcing the couple back with a slash of his blade, the man in the ghost mask took a step forward and rushed towards Zhuowen. Under his attacks, the couple was already at the end of their rope. They could not escape, even if they wanted to. The black-robed young man who had suddenly appeared on the third deck gave him a sense of threat. He had to finish him off and not let him reap the benefits. Seeing the decisive action of the man in the ghost mask, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed dangerously. The cultivation of the man in the ghost mask was only at the advanced heavenly venerate level. Yet he dared to provoke him. He was simply courting death. This young man is finished. Seeing the actions of the man in the ghost mask, the couple on the deck sighed softly. Zhuowen was too young. They naturally did not think that Zhuowen was stronger than the man in the ghost mask. Chapter 1176. The panicked, whirled the man with the ghost mask instantly appeared in front of Zhuowen. The large saber in his right hand was wrapped in a hurricane and slashed diagonally. The sharp blade emitted a cold light. The power of this slash was so great that it was enough to kill a warrior in the initial stage of the Heavenly Master Realm. When the couple saw the slash of the man with the ghost mask, they were shocked. They knew that if they met this slash at this moment, they would definitely die without a burial place. Needless to say, the young man in front of them, who was only in his 20s, would soon become a ghost under the slash of the man with the ghost mask. Zhuowen stood quietly on the deck and stared indifferently at the incoming blade light. When the blade light was only a few inches away from him, Zhuowen gently raised his right hand. The power of Buddhism immediately spread over the surface of his right hand, making his right hand look like a golden stone, blooming with a dazzling golden light. Bang! Then, under the mocking gaze of the man with the ghost mask, Zhuowen slowly stretched out his right hand, intending to use his hand to resist the blade light of the man with the ghost mask. "You're simply courting death." The man with the ghost mask smiled coldly. The blade light in his hand became sharper. When the blade light finally arrived in front of Zhuowen, he was stunned. Even the couple behind him were stunned because when the sharp blade light chopped on Zhuowen's right hand, it actually made a sound of metal clashing. It was as if the blade light chopped not a human hand, but an indestructible rock. "The one courting death is not me but you." At the moment when the man with the ghost mask was stunned, Zhuowen's indifferent voice slowly sounded. Then he suddenly stretched out his right hand and pinched the neck of the man with the ghost mask. Like an iron hoop, he lifted the man with the ghost mask in his hand, making him completely unable to move. "Who are you?" The man with the ghost mask felt as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. His face turned red, and he stared at Zhuowen in front of him and asked in a frightened voice, "I'm just a nobody." Zhuowen said indifferently. With a twist of his right hand, a terrifying power surged out. The man with the ghost mask struggled for a while before the crisp sound of bones dislocating rang out. Then, the man's aura was completely annihilated by Zhuowen. After killing the man with the ghost mask, Zhuowen waved his right hand and threw the man out of the ship as if he was a piece of trash. The man fell on the lake, causing ripples. The 10th Arts World Slayers, World Island, as the couple on the deck stared blankly at the corpse of the man with the ghost mask, that man with the ghost mask that was casually thrown by Zhuowen. Both were dumbfounded. They could not understand how Zhuowen at such a young age. How of Zhuowen was Zhuowen? In particular, the scene of Zhuo when blocking the saber light with his bare hands had truly shocked the two of them. In any case, Ming Ju was a late-stage Empyrean martial artist. To be able to block the saber light with his bare hands and easily grasp the 10th ultimate in his hands, it was likely that even a peak Empyrean martial artist could not do so. Moreover, the couple also discovered that they could not see through the young man in front of them at all. Therefore, they could not help but have an extremely unbelievable thought. Could this person be a terrifying Emperor Realm expert? The couple exchanged glances with each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Such an expert was a legendary figure to them. They did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse for them to be able to see one. After killing the man with the ghost mask, Zhuowen landed on the first level of the deck. He stared at the couple in front of him, who had clearly become nervous. He did not say anything, but waited for the couple to speak. He knew that when the man with the ghost mask was fighting with the couple, he had mentioned the words treasure map. Perhaps this so-called treasure map should contain clues and missions related to the second level of heaven and earth. After all, when he was in the first level of heaven and earth, Taoist Songlong had given him a mission notification. However, Zhuowen had been in the second level of heaven and earth for a while now, but he had not received any notification. Obviously, the difficulty of the second level of heaven and earth should be higher than that of the first level of heaven and earth. He would probably have to find the mission notification himself. "Young master, thank you for your help this time." Zhuowen waited for a while. Only then did the couple carefully come before Zhuowen. The two of them bowed. Their attitudes were extremely respectful, and their eyes were filled with awe. After all, the young man in front of them might be an Imperial Realm cultivator. Such a person was not someone they could offend. "It's nothing." Zhuowen waved his hand. After saying this, he continued to look at the couple with a faint smile, waiting for them to continue. Seeing Zhuowen's appearance, the husband and wife knew that Zhuowen wanted them to explain what had happened. After all, he had not saved them for nothing. How long has this young master been on the ship? The woman with the bun gritted her teeth and asked. It's been a while. Zhuowen replied indifferently. When they heard Zhuo Wen's words, the two of them knew that Zhuowen had likely heard about the treasure map from the 10th extremity. With a soft sigh, the two of them looked at each other. The lady with her hair tied up in a bun reached into her sleeves and took out a scroll. The surface of the scroll was the color of jade. The two ends of the scroll were also crystal clear jade. However, the surface was a little dim. Obviously, it was because of the passage of time. Looking at the scroll in the woman's hand, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up. He asked despite knowing the answer, "You too? May I know what this scroll is?" Beside the woman in a bun, a man with a slightly sallow complexion smiled awkwardly and said, "To tell you the truth, this scroll is a treasure map. My wife and I picked it up by accident on the banks of a small river. Originally, the two of us did not care too much about the scroll. However, later on, we found out that this treasure map was actually the ruins of the Supreme Demon Sect, a powerful force that shook the world back then. However, later on, for some reason, this treasure map in our hands was found out by someone. We don't know who it was, but they actually contacted the 10 Extremes sect and spent a huge amount of money to send the 10th absolute realm of the 10 Extremes sect to take our lives." The woman with the bun nodded repeatedly and even said with some indignation, "We also knew that with our strength it was impossible for us to keep this treasure map. Therefore, when the 10th absolute realm came to find us, we were already prepared to hand the treasure map over to him. We only asked him to let us live. However, the 10th absolute realm was too ruthless. He said that this time, the employer not only wanted the treasure map on us, but also our lives. He was too much." Hearing the man's words, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He did not know about this so-called Supreme Demon Sect at all. He did not even know about the 10 Extremes sect. However, he still pretended to be unfathomable on the surface to prevent the couple from seeing any clues. "Then the two of you mean—" Zhuowen paused when he spoke up to hear. "Mister, you were able to kill the 10th absolute realm in one move. It can be seen that your strength is not ordinary. Even in the entire Great Song Mansion, you are one of the best. This scroll is actually much safer with you than the two of us. Moreover, with our insignificant strength, even if we had the treasure map, I'm afraid that we would not dare to go to the Supreme Demon Sect ruins." The woman with the bun smiled bitterly. "Why?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. The woman with the bun did not doubt him and said seriously, "The Supreme Demon Sect is a powerful force in the entire Pang world. Back then, before the Supreme Demon Sect fell, it ruled almost 90% of the forces in the Pang world. In particular, the Lord of Supreme Demon, who founded the Supreme Demon Sect, was a supreme high-level emperor. He had supreme power and was the strongest person in the Pang world. He was also the only monster who had advanced to the high-level emperor realm in the Pang world for thousands of years. Since the Lord of Supreme Demon, no one else had stepped into the high-level emperor realm for thousands of years. However, after the Lord of Supreme Demon established the glory of the Supreme Demon Sect, he mysteriously disappeared. After that, there were some rising stars who succeeded as the Lord of Supreme Demon Sect. However, none of them could reach the level of the Lord of Supreme Demon Sect. After that, the Supreme Demon Sect became obstinate and self-opinionated and lost the hearts of the people in the Pang world. In the end, they were besieged by countless forces and were annihilated overnight. However, the Great Demon Sect was, after all, the overlord of the panicked great world. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Therefore, the last leader of the Great Demon Sect hid the inheritance, resources, and countless cultivation methods of the Great Demon Sect in a secret place. Later on, for some unknown reason, a treasure map of the Great Demon Sect's ruins began to circulate. Originally, we did not believe it. However, after we obtained this treasure map, we knew that the great demon sect's ruins might really exist. Zhuo Wen also fell into deep thought when he heard what the woman with the hair in a bun said. From the few words of the woman, Zhuo Wen could guess that the name of this second heaven was actually called the Pang Great World. The great Tsang mansion that the man with a sallow face had mentioned should be a region in this Pang Great World. However, Zhuo Wen did not know anything about the Pang World. Therefore, he still needed a certain amount of time to understand this world. Moreover, he also knew that the flow of time in the second heaven was completely different from the outside world. A day in the outside world was actually a year in the second heaven. Zhuo Wen was not in a hurry now. Moreover, the first thing he had to do now should be how to obtain the mission given by the Zonglong Taoist. If there was no mission, Zhuo Wen did not know how to get out of the second heaven. He did not plan to stay here forever. The most important thing was that he valued the flow of time in the second heaven so that he could break through to the Emperor realm in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Zhuo Wen stretched out his right hand and grabbed the scroll that the woman with the bun handed over. His right hand gently touched it and played with it for a while. Suddenly, his eyes revealed a glimmer of light. This was because the moment his palm touched the scroll, a message was transmitted to his mind from the scroll. The Zonglong Taoist's voice also rang out. Chapter 1177. Incomplete Map. Zhuo Wen listened to Taoist Master Zonglong's voice quietly as he pondered. Roughly 15 minutes later, Taoist Master Zonglong's voice came to an abrupt halt, while Zhuo Wen silently digested Taoist Master Zonglong's words. The second layer was called the Pang World. There were a total of 7 prefectures in the entire Pang World. The 7 prefectures were extremely vast, even several times larger than the Qingxian Empire. Each of the 7 prefectures had a core, and the master of each of the 7 prefectures was the prefect. The prefect of each prefecture was extremely terrifying. Within the 7 prefectures, the forces were tangled and complicated. There were many sects and clans, but these forces were all below the prefectures. There were very few forces that could rival the prefectures. Of course, the extreme demon sect back then was an exception. The extreme demon lord had forcefully reached the advanced emperor realm with his own talent, becoming the strongest person in the Pang world. He possessed the strength to look down on the prefectures of the 7 prefectures. Even the prefectures of the 7 prefectures had no choice but to lower their heads to the extreme demon lord. That was why the extreme demon sect was so glorious back then. Find the ruins of the extreme demon sect. Learn the truth about the decline of the extreme demon sect, and learn the whereabouts of the extreme demon lord. When Taoist Master Zonglong's voice gradually faded, the last sentence rang out in Zhuo Wen's mind again. Zhuo Wen knew that the last sentence should be the mission that Taoist Master Zonglong had given him. The extreme demon sect and the extreme demon lord. Zhuo Wen frowned slightly. This mission was not simple. The extreme demon lord was an advanced emperor. If he wanted to crush him, Zhuo Wen only needed to move a finger. However, he did not know why such a peerless expert had suddenly disappeared without a trace. There had to be a hidden story behind this. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Zhuo Wen knew that he had to accept this mission even if he did not want to. If he did not complete this mission, he could forget about leaving the Pang world. Moreover, once he completed the mission, the rewards would be extremely generous. He could even unlock more functions and places of the Azure Dragon Hall. Compared to the risks, the rewards this time would definitely be many times better than the first layer. Zhuo Wen didn't directly open the scroll to look at the map inside. Instead, he smiled at the slightly nervous couple in front of him and said, "The 2 of you. It just so happens that I'm also planning to go to Ditsang Prefecture. I wonder if the 2 of you can bring me along." Originally, when the couple saw Zhuo Wen deep in thought, their hearts were filled with apprehension. They thought that Zhuo Wen would kill them to silence them after obtaining the treasure map. The 2 of them revealed nervousness in their eyes and were secretly on guard. However, at this moment, when Zhuowen spoke so courteously, it caused the originally nervous two people to secretly heave a sigh of relief. Among them, the sallow-faced man revealed a rare smile and said, "Since young master is going the same way as us, we naturally don't mind bringing young master to the great Song Mansion." Zhuowen nodded and asked casually, "Who is the man with the ghost mask? Who sent him to kill you?" "Young master, don't you know about the 10 Extremes sect?" The woman with the hair in a bun asked somewhat strangely. Zhuowen's expression didn't change. He smiled and said, "I'm just a carefree person. Previously, I was hidden in the mountains by my master to practice. Now, I've come out to practice, so I know very little about the outside world." Hearing this, the couple revealed a relieved expression. They didn't doubt Zhuowen's words very much. The panic world was very big. Hidden in the mountains, there were actually many warriors who didn't care about the outside world. Usually, there would occasionally be some young geniuses in the panic world. Most of these young geniuses were unfamiliar faces and were also born in the mountains. However, Zhuowen's strength was really terrifying. After all, the 10th Extremes was an expert in the late stage of Heavenly Master. He couldn't even withstand one move from Zhuowen. They really didn't know what kind of existence the master behind this boy was to be able to teach such a terrifying disciple. The 10 Extremes sect is actually a sect force in the panic world. However, the 10 Extremes sect is very different from other sections. That is, the 10 Extremes sect is very mysterious. No one knows where its headquarters are. Moreover, there are branches of the 10 Extremes sect in the 7 prefectures. Usually, they will accept some assassination missions entrusted by some warriors. The assassins of the 10 Extremes sect have all been professionally trained. They are all very strong, and many of them are even able to defeat those who are stronger than them. They can kill those who are stronger than them with lower cultivation. This kind of sect specializes in doing shameful things for cultivators, and their success rate is very high. Speaking of this, the couple revealed a slightly ugly expression. This time, if Zhuowen hadn't appeared, they would have been killed by the 10th Extremes. The 10 Extremes sect has 10 experts, from the 1st Extremes to the 10th Extremes. The one who was killed by you just now was the 10th Extremes. His cultivation was around the late stage of Heavenly Master. The woman with the hair in a bun said to Zhuowen gratefully, "Oh, the late stage of Heavenly Master was only ranked 10th. Then the strength of the first 9 is much stronger than the 10th Extremes?" Zhuowen didn't frown slightly. Instead, he was a little surprised by the strength of the 10 Extremes sect. According to this trend, the 10 Extremes sect was likely to have more than one Emperor Realm expert. You are right. The 10 Extremes sect is divided according to strength. The higher the ranking, the stronger the strength. It is said that the 1st Extremes sect's strength is truly terrifying. It seems that his cultivation has already broken through to the middle stage of Emperor Realm. This is also the fundamental reason why the 7 prefectures didn't touch the 10 Extremes sect despite the 10 Extremes sect being so rampant in the 7 prefectures. The woman with the hair in a bun said softly. Hearing this, Zhuowen also nodded. According to the woman with the hair in a bun, the strength of the 7 prefectures in the panic world should be at the middle stage of Emperor Realm. If Emperor Realm warriors of this level collided, the power that could erupt would be extremely terrifying. In the end, it was likely that both sides would suffer. In addition, the activities of the 10 Extremes sect did not cause any losses to the 7 prefectures. Therefore, the 7 prefectures turned a blind eye to the 10 Extremes sect. The ship slowly sailed on the lake. In the process, Zhuowen learned a lot about the panic world from the couple with the hair in a bun. He also learned the names of the couple. The woman with the hair in a bun was called Zhang Shui, and the man with a slightly sallow complexion was called Ji Feng. The two of them were senior brother and sister, and their master was from the Greater One sect. The Greater One sect was a force second only to the Great Song Prefecture. It was also the second largest force in the Great Song Prefecture. The master of the Greater One sect and the master of the Great Song Prefecture were also old friends. This time, they were going to the Great Song Prefecture to visit the daughter of the master, Songdai. Songdai was once a disciple of the Greater One sect, but she was sent by her father to the Greater One sect to gain experience. She had only stayed in the Greater One sect for a year. However, when she was in the Greater One sect, the relationship between Songdai and Zhang Shui was very good. Although Zhang Shui was much older than Songdai, Zhang Shui often took care of Songdai, causing the latter to treat her like a sister. It had been more than a year since Songdai left the Greater One sect. Zhang Shui also missed Songdai very much, so this time she hired a ship to go to the core city of the Great Song Prefecture with her husband, Ji Fong. They also knew that the treasure map on them was a little hot, so they planned to give it to the master of the Great Song Prefecture, Songjie. However, the couple did not expect that the treasure map on them would be leaked out at some unknown time, and someone sent the 10th extremes to kill them with a large sum of money. You plan to give this scroll to the master of the Great Song Prefecture, Songjie. Now that I have it, isn't it a little inappropriate? Zhuowen said with a smile, but there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. The Great Demon Sect's map was very important. Even if it was the master of the Great Song Prefecture, who was a mid-level emperor, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not have a trace of greed. If that was the case, then Zhuowen was afraid that he would be in danger. With his current strength, it was still a little difficult for him to resist a fourth-layer emperor, and the master of the Great Song Prefecture, Songjie's strength might be above the fourth-layer emperor, and he might even reach the fifth or sixth-layer emperor. Therefore, Zhuowen was extremely afraid of this master of the great world. If he fought with Songjie for the treasure map, it would undoubtedly end in failure. Zhang Shui and Ji Fong also realized that they had said something wrong. The two of them quickly corrected themselves. Young master, don't worry. We will never say that you have the treasure map. Zhuowen sneered. His eyes flickered, and he muttered, How about this? I won't kill you. Give me a map of the Great Song Prefecture, and then you can leave the ship. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing Zhuowen's words, the couple sighed in their hearts. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They knew that Zhuowen definitely did not trust them. However, this was pardonable. After all, they originally planned to give the treasure map to Songjie. If the two of them revealed the secret, then Zhuowen would be in a very passive position. Young master, this is the most detailed map of the Great Song Prefecture. Take it. Zhang Shui handed over a slightly dim map to Zhuowen with both hands. Zhuowen waved his hand and kept the map into his spirit ring. After that, he said indifferently, You can leave now. The couple nodded and cupped their hands towards Zhuowen. Soon after, they took a step and broke through the air, leaving the deck of the ship. At their level, the speed of flight was very fast. It was unknown how many times faster than the ship. The couple only wanted to enjoy this rare and comfortable time, so they specially hired a ship and slowly headed towards the Great Song Prefecture. After the couple left, Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out 2 scrolls. One of the scrolls was naturally the map of the Great Song Prefecture, and the other was the map of the Great Demon Sect ruins. After opening the 2 scrolls, Zhuowen casually glanced at them. With his current mental energy, it was easy for him to multitask. After a while, Zhuowen roughly looked through the contents of the 2 scrolls. The couple did not lie to him. The map of the Great Song Prefecture was indeed very detailed. With this map, Zhuowen would not get lost in the Great Song Prefecture. Chapter 1178. Great Song Province. Because the treasure map was not complete, it looked like it was only a fragment of the map. Moreover, Zhuowen faintly felt that this treasure map was incomplete. It's actually a fragment of the map? Zhuowen was a little helpless. If this treasure map was incomplete, it could be said to be of little help to him. With just this fragment of the map, it was impossible to identify the location of the Great Demon Sect ruins recorded in the treasure map. It seems that I can only take one step at a time. Zhuo Wen frowned slightly. He knew that it was impossible to find the ruins of the extreme demon sect by relying on this map fragment. Fortunately, there was still plenty of time in the panicked world, so Zhuo Wen was not in a hurry. Let's go to Great Song Province's Great Song City first. Keeping the scroll, Zhuo Wen took a step forward and broke through the sky. After flying in the sky for more than an hour, he saw a huge city in the distance. This city was built along the river, and the area was quite vast. Above the city gate, there were 3 large words, Great Song City, that were written in bold strokes. Landing on the shore, Zhuo Wen followed the flow of people into Great Song City. Inside, he casually found a restaurant. Zhuo Wen leisurely drank by himself, and at the same time he listened to the chatter of the other warriors in the restaurant. I don't know why, but this time Mansion Master Songjie actually invited heroes from all over the world to gather in Great Song City. I wonder what kind of big event it is. You actually don't know. It is said that the Great Demon Sect ruins have appeared, and the Great Demon Sect's map was also obtained by the 7 Mansion Masters. In order to gather all the fragments of the map, the 7 Mansion Masters set up a hero assembly. Each of them sent out their own region's geniuses to fight. If any of the mansion's geniuses can obtain the final victory, then the other 6 Mansion Masters will follow the agreement and hand over the map fragments in their hands to the victorious Mansion Master. Hero assembly. There is actually such a thing. However, if the Great Demon Sect ruins map is gathered, then the other 6 Mansion Masters who failed can't enter the Great Demon Sect ruins? That's not it. The other 6 Mansion Masters can also enter, but the map of the Supreme Devil Sect ruins is in the hands of the victorious Mansion Master, and the other 6 Mansion Masters will have a lot less slots to bring into the Supreme Devil Sect ruins. Within the wine shop, the sound of idle chatter rang out. Zhuo Wen quietly sat in the corner of the wine shop. Hearing the discussions around him, his eyes narrowed slightly. He did not expect that the 7 big mansions of the Panic Great World were actually planning to hold a hero assembly. Moreover, from the looks of it, the 7 big mansions all had incomplete maps in their hands. In other words, there were at least 8 complete maps of the Great Demon Sect ruins, or even more. Zhuo Wen pulled over the waiter who was passing by and asked indifferently, "Waiter, I wonder when the heroes' assembly will be held?" Originally, the waiter who was suddenly pulled back was a little annoyed. However, after he felt the aura that was as vast as the ocean on Zhuo Wen's body, he didn't dare to throw a tantrum. Instead, he said rather politely, "My lord, we don't know the specifics of the hero assembly. Only after entering the Great Song Mansion and obtaining the approval of Mansion Master Songjie will we know." Hearing those words, Zhuo Wen nodded his head and casually tossed a middle-rank spirit stone to the waiter. After the waiter happily left, Zhuo Wen revealed a contemplative expression. It seemed that he would have to enter the Great Song Mansion. After deliberating for a while, Zhuo Wen stood up and paid the bill. He then walked directly towards the Great Song Mansion. The Great Song Mansion was grand and had a complex structure. There were countless pavilions and towers inside. When he arrived at the red lacquer gate, the attitude of the 2 guards at the gate was not that bad. Instead, they took the initiative to ask, "Young master, are you planning to participate in the hero assembly under the invitation of Mansion Master Songjie?" "I am indeed here because of the hero assembly." Zhuo Wen nodded. "Since that is the case, young master can enter the mansion. Our Great Song Mansion welcomes young talents like young master," the guard said politely. Zhuo Wen did not expect the guards of the Great Song Mansion to be so polite. However, this was related to him not being able to conceal his aura. Since Mansion Master Songjie planned to invite all the geniuses in the Great Song Mansion to gather in Great Song City, he would naturally welcome those young talents who were not old but had a strong cultivation. Looking at Zhuo Wen's departing figure, the 2 guards whispered to each other. Their gazes were also filled with a hint of surprise. The aura on this young master's body is so strong. He seems to be around 22 years old, right? He is indeed very strong. He is stronger than most of the young warriors who came in before. He is even comparable to those veteran warriors. This child is not simple. After entering the mansion, a green-clothed manservant walked in front of Zhuowen. He nodded and bowed as he said, "Young master, are you here because of the hero assembly?" Zhuowen nodded. Seeing this, the smile on the green-clothed manservant's face became even wider. He gestured with his right hand and said with a smile, "Young master, please follow me. Everyone who comes from afar is a guest. I will first bring young master to the gathering place." As he spoke, the green-clothed manservant slowly led the way in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen naturally did not have any objections. He leisurely followed behind the green-clothed manservant. At the same time, he sized up the scenery of the great Song mansion from the corner of his eyes. This great Song mansion was indeed imposing. Countless pavilions and towers appeared in the surroundings. Carved railings and jade walls, tall pavilions and platforms faintly revealed a trace of solemnity. After passing through a rather long corridor, the green-clothed manservant brought Zhuowen to a rather magnificent hall. At this moment, there were many seats in the hall. Moreover, they were arranged in a way that faced each other. There was a seat at the head of the hall. However, at this moment, this seat was empty and there was no one there. Below the head of the hall, rows of seats were basically filled. Because there were too many people, most of the warriors were basically standing behind the 2 rows of seats. It looked like a black mass. Fortunately, the hall was large enough, so it did not seem so crowded. Zhuowen glanced around. There were about 100 people in the hall. Moreover, their strength was above the realm of 4 sovereigns, especially the 10 warriors sitting in the 2 rows. Their auras were the strongest. Their cultivations were all above the realm of Empyrean. Zhuowen even felt that one of them had a particularly strong aura. His cultivation was the same as his at the peak of the realm of Empyrean. This person was about 27 years old. He was dressed in a light purple robe. His face was resolute and his eyes were sharp. Just by sitting there, he was like a mountain rising from the ground. He was majestic and majestic. Moreover, Zhuowen had also discovered that most of the martial artists present were not more than 30 years old. It seemed that this hero assembly should also have a certain age restriction. After all, the older one was, the more time they would have to cultivate. Therefore, their cultivation would naturally be much stronger than those younger martial artists. If some old monsters who had cultivated for hundreds of years were randomly selected to participate in the hero assembly, then wouldn't those younger warriors be at a disadvantage? Many people in the hall looked at the purple-clothed man with eyes that contained a strong sense of fear and reverence. Even the Empyrean warriors in the other 9 seats had similar expressions. Peak of the realm of Empyrean. That was already a warrior who stood at the peak of the realm of 4 sovereigns. He was only 1 step away from the realm of Emperor. The sound of Zhuowen entering the hall was not very loud. Therefore, it did not attract the attention of most people. However, the purple-clothed youth at the peak of the realm of Empyrean could not help but glance at the door from the corner of his eyes. However, the moment he saw Zhuowen, the indifference in his eyes suddenly turned into doubt. This was because he was actually unable to sense the true cultivation aura of the young man who had just entered. In particular, this young man was several years younger than him. In front of a cultivator who was younger than him, he was actually unable to see through his true cultivation. This caused the purple-clothed man to be slightly surprised. However, he was only surprised. Soon, he regained his calm and muttered in a low voice, "Maybe he has cultivated a special concealment secret technique. However, these are all unorthodox methods and are not worth mentioning." As he spoke, his attention was no longer on Zhuowen. Instead, he silently waited for the arrival of Palace Master Tongji. This time his goal was to participate in the hero assembly and obtain a quota to enter the ancient ruins of the Supreme Demon Sect. He believed that with the Supreme Demon Sect's foundation, if he entered the ancient ruins of the Supreme Demon Sect and obtained a certain opportunity, then he might be able to advance to the Emperor realm. Zhuowen silently entered the crowd and did not attract anyone's attention. He also followed the crowd and waited for the appearance of Palace Master Tungjie. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, a group of people walked in from outside the hall. The person in the lead was extremely tall. He was actually more than 10 feet tall. As soon as he entered the hall, he gave everyone a strong sense of oppression. This person was about middle-aged. He carried a huge sword on his back, and his eyes were extremely sharp. It was as if his eyes contained a sharp sword. There were 2 figures following behind this person. One of them was actually a young lady. This lady had high eyebrows, and her eyes were like flowing water. There was a trace of sparkling light in her eyes. However, there was also a trace of mischievousness in them. The other was an old man in a wide robe. This old man's aura was very ordinary. However, if one had sharp eyes, they would definitely be able to see that this old man was not ordinary. Within the crowd, Zhuowen's gaze was fixed on the tall middle-aged man and the old man in a wide robe. His face was filled with caution, especially the middle-aged man. The aura that he emitted gave Zhuowen an extremely dangerous feeling. It was even more dangerous than the Azura Island's Island Lord, Azura. As for the old man in a wide robe, his aura was also powerful. However, there was still a large gap between him and the middle-aged man. He was about the 3rd heaven emperor realm, Palace Master Tungjie. When the middle-aged man and the other 2 arrived, all the warriors in the hall stood up and cupped their hands. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Even the purple-robed man at the peak of the heavenly master realm who was sitting at the front stood up and lowered his head slightly to show his respect. Thank you, young talents, for coming to my great palace, Master Tungjie. Chapter 1179. Yao Zhisheng so strong, Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Looking at Mansion Master Tungjie, his eyes were filled with a hint of seriousness. Mansion Master Tungjie's aura was very vigorous. He was definitely stronger than a 4th-layer emperor, or perhaps a 5th-layer emperor. Haha, I presume everyone knows about the hero assembly this time? Mansion Master Tungjie said quite frankly. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of everyone in the hall lit up. They had traveled thousands of miles from Great Song Prefecture to Great Song City for this hero assembly. Now that Mansion Master Tungjie had mentioned the main point, they naturally paid close attention. I wonder if Mansion Master can tell us the details of this hero assembly? The purple-clothed youth, who had been sitting at the front, suddenly opened his mouth. Mansion Master Tungjie glanced at the purple-clothed youth, especially when he saw that the purple-clothed youth had the aura of a peak heavenly venerable. The smile on his face was slightly wider as he said, "You should be Greater One Sect's Yao Zhisheng, right?" The purple-clothed youth bowed and said, "Mansion Master's eyes are indeed as sharp as pearls. To be able to recognize this junior is overwhelmed by your favor. It's actually Yao Zhisheng. No wonder his cultivation has reached the peak of heavenly venerable before the age of 30. This is the most talented disciple in the history of Greater One Sect. It is said that he is the direct disciple of Greater One Sect's master. I'm afraid he will inherit Greater One Sect's mantle in the future." After Mansion Master Tungjie announced Yao Zhisheng's name, it caused a lot of uproar in the hall. Obviously, Yao Zhisheng's reputation in Great Song Prefecture was very high. Haha, the rules of the hero assembly this time are actually very simple. It's a competition of the strength of the younger generation martial artists of the 7 great prefectures. Every prefecture will send out 5 representatives to carry out challenges. If the genius of any prefecture is able to persist until the end and not be eliminated, then that prefecture will become the final victor. Speaking of this, Tungjie smiled and said, "This time my Great Song Prefecture already has 3 quotas. Now, I will choose 2 quotas to participate in this hero assembly." Hearing those words, the atmosphere of the hall immediately became heavy. Everyone looked at each other, and their brows slightly furrowed. There were nearly 100 martial artists in the hall, but only 2 were able to participate in the hero assembly. It could be seen how high the elimination rate was. Songjia didn't pay attention to the dissatisfaction in the eyes of other martial artists in the hall. This hero assembly was related to the complete map of the great demon sect ruins. He couldn't allow any mistakes. If the selected martial artists weren't qualified, Songjia naturally wouldn't give those 2 places. If no one has any objections, then follow me to the Great Song Mansion's martial arts practice field. We will conduct the selection battle there. After saying that, Songjia smiled and looked around. His expression caused many people to complain secretly. However, they did not dare to refute Songjia. After all, Songjia was the mansion master of Great Song Prefecture and a mid-emperor realm expert. He was not someone they could defy. Although his words sounded like a negotiation, Songjia's tone was unquestionable. I'll leave everything to the Manor Lord. Yao Zhixing nodded and said seriously, Good. Everyone, please follow me. Songjia laughed loudly. He waved his hand and let everyone out of the hall. The martial arts field of the Datsong Mansion was located in the northwest corner. There was a vast open space there, and there were 5 high platforms spread out in the open space. Around the high platforms, there were all kinds of weapons placed. At this moment, there were already many warriors sparring on the high platforms in the martial arts field. These were basically the martial artists of Great Song Mansion. When Songjia led everyone into the martial arts practice field, many of the martial artists in the martial arts practice field retreated to the side. They bowed slightly, and their faces were full of respect. The rules of this selection battle are very simple. This mansion master will stand in the central arena. You can choose from the surrounding 4 arenas. As long as you can defeat your opponent in the arena and remain standing until the end, then you will become the champion of this arena. After eliminating all your opponents, the cultivator who becomes the champion will advance to the second round of the selection battle. Remember, there are only 4 platforms in the martial arts practice field. That is to say, there are only 4 champions. As long as you defeat the champion of the platform, you will become the new champion. As long as you are strong enough and not eliminated by others, you will be qualified to advance to the second round. On the central platform, Songjia stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked around at nearly 100 people and said loudly. In the crowd, Zhuowen looked pensive. The champion elimination system proposed by Songjia was quite cruel. If you became the champion, you would have to accept the challenges of nearly 100 people. Only if you defeated all your challengers, you would be qualified to advance to the second round. If you failed, this qualification would be taken by the next champion. Let's start now. Songjia waved his sleeves and said loudly. However, the atmosphere in the audience was a little dignified. Everyone was not stupid. They knew that the first champion would be challenged by the most people. Whoosh! Yao Zhixing, who was dressed in a purple robe, stepped out and landed on one of the platforms. He looked down at the other warriors in the audience. Not long after Yao Zhixing stepped onto the platform, 3 more figures occupied the other 3 platforms. They were all warriors at the late stage of the Celestial Master Realm. Their auras were bulging and looked exceptionally terrifying. When they saw that the strength of the 4 arena masters was so terrifying, the many martial artists below the stage who were ready to make a move were all silent. Yao Zhixing aside, the 3 late-stage heavenly venerables in the other 3 arenas were all ready enough to make them suffer. Looking at the warriors in the audience who did not move for a long time, Songjia frowned and said loudly, "If you don't take action, these 4 champions will directly advance to the second round in an hour." Sure enough, after Songjia's words came out, the warriors who had been quiet became restless again. Immediately, 4 figures rushed out and went onto the 4 platforms. since Songjia said that the champions who were not challenged in an hour would automatically advance to the next round. They naturally could not give such a good opportunity to Yao Zhixing and the other three. They had to fight for it. The strength of these 4 warriors was very ordinary. They were directly blasted off the platform by the 4 champions. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the 4 cultivators were blasted off the stage, another 4 figures flashed onto the high platform. They used all of their skills to try and defeat the ringmasters. Unfortunately, the second batch of people was not strong enough to shake the 4 ringmasters. As time went by, more and more warriors were eliminated. The strength of the first 4 champions was really too strong. Most of the warriors in the audience were not the opponents of these 4 champions. Zhuo, when silently stood where he was, quietly observing the progress of the arena matches. He knew that in this group of people, there were 10 Empyrean level martial artists. Of these 10 Empyrean level martial artists, 4 of them had already stepped up to become arena masters. Now there were only 6 left. Zhuo knew that as the crowd was gradually eliminated, these 6 Empyrean level martial artists would definitely step up. Sure enough, when there were only a few warriors left in the audience, the remaining 6 warriors finally moved. 3 of them turned into 3 shadows and came to the 3 platforms except for Yao Zhixing. Yao Zhixing was an expert at the peak of the Celestial Master Realm. Among this group of people, he was the strongest. Since there were only 4 champions, the remaining 6 Celestial Masters were not stupid enough to face such a difficult opponent like Yao Zhixing. The 3 warriors who rushed onto the platform were weaker than the 3 champions. They were either middle-stage Celestial Masters or early-stage Celestial Masters. Although the battle between the 6 was extremely fierce, the 3 champions were late-stage Celestial Masters after all. Their cultivations were suppressed to a certain extent. Therefore, after fighting for dozens of rounds, the 3 champions eliminated the 3 challengers, one after another. Now, there are only 4 warriors left in the audience. Songjia looked at the 4 champions with some appreciation. It was not easy to maintain a winning record from the beginning to the end. After all, they had experienced so many battles. Although the 4 champions' cultivations were not low, they had consumed a lot of energy. For them, this was still a loss. However, the majority of the surrounding people were paying attention to those remaining 3 Empyrean martial artists, while Zhuo Wen was directly ignored. Songjia glanced slightly at the remaining 4 warriors. When his eyes fell on Zhuo Wen, his body trembled, and his eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Interesting. This boy is much younger than Yao Zhixing, but he has reached such a high cultivation. It seems that he is not simple. Songjia murmured in a low voice and looked at Zhuo Wen meaningfully. Zhuo Wen naturally felt Songjia's surprised gaze, but he did not feel strange. With Songjia's cultivation, if he noticed him, he would definitely be able to see that he deliberately concealed his aura. Whoosh! 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 The remaining 3 warriors no longer hesitated. They all flew up and immediately broke out 3 violent original energy fluctuations. Because of Yao Zhixing's deterrence, at this moment no one challenged him. He stood in the arena and looked quite leisurely. He even looked at the battles in the other 3 arenas with interest. Among the remaining 3 warriors, 2 were middle-stage Celestial Masters, and the other was late-stage Celestial Master. The late-stage Celestial Master warrior was slightly older than Yao Zhixing. He should be about 28 or 29 years old. He was dressed in black and held a black dagger. His attacks were always unexpected, forcing the champion, who was also at late-stage Celestial Master, to be flustered and panting. Bang! Bang! 2 dull sounds of collision rang out, followed by 2 muffled groans. Immediately, the 2 middle-stage Celestial Masters flew out and crashed heavily on the ground. Obviously, they had also failed their challenge. Bang! The instant these 2 warriors were eliminated, another figure flew out and smashed into the ground not far from the 2 of them. The 2 of them focused their eyes and were stunned to discover that the person who had been sent flying was actually the arena master who had been challenged by the man in black. Chapter 1180. Screening the eliminated arena master clutched his chest as he stared at the man in black on the stage with fear in his eyes. The strength of the man in black was very terrifying. Although he was also at the late heavenly venerable realm, he felt a lot of pressure from this person. He knew that even if he faced this person with his peak strength, he would not be able to gain the slightest advantage. Since then, Zhuo Wen was the only one left below the stage. Although many of the surrounding cultivators noticed that Zhuo Wen was concealing his aura, they didn't care too much about it. After all, Zhuo Wen looked too young, only around 22 years old. It was unlikely that his cultivation would be very high. After all, Yao Zhixing was known as the strongest disciple of the Greater One sect, and he had also reached the peak of the heavenly venerable realm at the age of 27. This speed was already considered monstrous, so after seeing how young Zhuo Wen was, many people did not think that Zhuo Wen's cultivation would be very strong. Yao Zhixing, who was standing on the stage, glanced at Zhuo Wen indifferently and did not pay much attention to him. His thoughts were similar to the others. Dang, dang, dang. Zhuo Wen stepped forward, walking step by step towards the eastern arena. On the arena was another one of the 4 arena masters who had lasted until now. After fighting for more than an hour, even if this person was a late heavenly venerable realm martial artist, he could not take it anymore. However, when he saw Zhuo Wen walking over, he frowned and asked coldly, "You plan to challenge me?" Yes. Zhuo Wen nodded, but his footsteps were not slow as he jumped onto the stage. "Reason," the man said coldly. Zhuo Wen smiled faintly and said, "Because you look the weakest. This reason should be more sufficient, right?" As soon as these words came out, the martial artist who was being challenged stiffened and then burst into a monstrous rage. This young man, whose aura did not seem strong, dared to say such words in public. To him, this was undoubtedly a ruthless slap in the face. It seems that you are very confident, but soon your confidence will become a joke. With a cold snort, the martial warriors stomped on the ground, causing the entire stage to shake violently. Then the person shot out like an arrow from a bow, instantly appearing beside Zhuo Wen. His right fist suddenly blasted out, bringing with it a sharp whistling sound as it tore through the air. Zhuo Wen's long hair and sleeves fluttered in the wind. Immediately, Zhuo Wen twisted his right hand and pinched the warrior's fist. The power of Buddhism spread throughout Zhuo Wen's right hand. The martial artist only felt a sharp pain in his right hand. Then, to his horror, he discovered that his right hand was tightly gripped by Zhuo Wen, unable to move at all. Crack! With a twist of Zhuo Wen's hand, the cultivator immediately let out a miserable shriek. Zhuo Wen's right fist blasted out, smashing into the cultivator's chest. A muffled sound rang out, and the cultivator was cleanly sent flying. Boom! The martial warriors landed heavily on the ground. Soon after, he struggled a few times, but was unable to get up. Clearly, the injuries he suffered were quite serious. One move. Zhuo Wen only used one move to cleanly send the arena master off the stage. Almost everyone's eyes were gathered on the arena master, who was sent flying off the stage. After a long while, they finally believed what had happened in front of them. So powerful! An uproar swept out like a hurricane. Soon after, everyone's gazes shifted slightly and landed on Zhuo Wen, who was quietly standing on the stage. The nonchalant expression in everyone's eyes gradually disappeared, defeating an advanced heavenly master with one move. Although the arena master's yuan power was exhausted after fighting for a long time, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to defeat the exhausted arena master. "Oh, this lad is quite strong." Yao Zhixing frowned slightly, looking at Zhuo Wen, who had ascended the stage to become the new arena master. It seemed that he had indeed underestimated this lad from the beginning. The other 2 arena masters also cast their gazes towards Zhuo Wen, revealing a trace of seriousness in their eyes. Although the arena master defeated by Zhuowen was not at his peak fighting strength, to be able to defeat him in one move, it was obvious that even if the latter had peak fighting strength, the probability of defeating Zhuowen was not high. This lad is still hiding his cultivation, really. On the central stage, Sangja looked at Zhuowen, shook his head, and muttered to himself somewhat helplessly. However, Sangja was more happy. Zhuowen was 4 or 5 years younger than Yao Zhixing, but his cultivation was already similar to Yao Zhixing. As long as one was not a fool, they would know that between the two, Zhuowen's talent was naturally much stronger. Moreover, it seemed that Zhuowen did not belong to any force, so Sangja was somewhat tempted to recruit him into the great Song Mansion. The 4 people in the first round have all been selected. Then, the 4 of you should rest for a while. After an hour, the second round of the competition will begin on the central stage. Remember, there are only 2 spots, so the 4 of you only have 1 chance. If you win, you will have a spot to participate in the hero assembly. Sangjia said indifferently. Yao Zhixing and the other 3 nodded, and immediately sat cross-legged on the stage to meditate according to Sangjia's instructions. Many envious gazes were cast from below the stage. This hero assembly was related to the great demon sect ruins. If all the maps were gathered, then they would have the qualifications to enter the great demon sect with Sangjia. At this moment, there were 4 figures standing quietly below the stage. The leader of these 4 figures was a young girl. This girl's face was quite delicate and cute. Behind the girl, there was an old man with a huge aura standing silently. These 2 people were the 2 people who had entered the hall with Sangjia. Many people around looked at these 2 people with a trace of awe. There was no other reason. The young girl was Sangjia's daughter, Song Dai, and the old man behind Song Dai was the general manager of the Great Song Mansion. He had a pivotal position in the Great Song Mansion. On the other side of Song Dai, there was a couple in their 30s, standing silently. At this moment, the couple was staring at the stage where Zhuowen was at with a strange expression. The woman with the bun couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "It's him!" If Zhuowen paid attention to this, he would be able to recognize this couple. Weren't they the couple, Zhang Shui and Ji Fang, who were assassinated by the 10th extremity? Song Dai also noticed the strange expression on the couple's faces. She frowned slightly and said softly, Senior sister's husband, what's wrong?" Zhang Shui and Ji Fang looked at each other. Soon after, Zhang Shui gritted her teeth and said, "Junior's sister, Song Dai, you also know that we were assassinated by the 10th extremity of the 10 Extremities sect when we were on our way to the Great Song Mansion, right?" Song Jia nodded. Her watery eyes stared straight at the couple as she said, "I know." "Senior sister, didn't you say that the 10th ultimate was killed by an unfamiliar young man and that he even saved your lives?" Zhang Shui nodded. Soon after, she pointed at Zhuowen's back and said softly, "The young man who saved us last time is that person." "What?" Song Dai was stunned. Soon after, her beautiful eyes fell on Zhuowen. Although the 10th extremity's cultivation was at the advanced stage of the Heavenly Venerate realm, its fighting strength was at the peak of the Heavenly Venerate realm. Although Zhuowen's performance was quite amazing, he should still be far from the 10th extremity, which could kill a peak Heavenly Venerate realm cultivator. However, Zhang Shui said that the person who killed the 10th extremity was Zhuowen, who was only 22 years old. This made Song Dai look at Zhuowen in a different light. This was because Zhang Shui had guessed that this young man might be an Emperor realm expert. This young man's cultivation has not reached the Emperor realm. However, he has reached the peak of the Heavenly Venerate realm, the old man standing beside Song Dai said indifferently. So he is at the peak of the Heavenly Venerate realm. However, this young man is only 22 years old. To be able to reach Yao Zhixing's level at such a young age, his master must be extraordinary, Song Dai said with a frown. Ji Fang, who was standing beside Zhang Shui, suddenly opened his mouth and said, Junior Tsangdai, actually one of the incomplete maps of the great demon sect ruins is with this young man. However, before Ji Fong could finish his sentence, he was stopped by Zhang Shui. He did not continue his sentence. Shui, why are you stopping me? Ji Fong asked with a frown. Husband, we promised him that we would not tell anyone about this. If you do this... Zhang Shui frowned and said with a slightly displeased tone, that young man helped us because of the incomplete maps on us. I don't think he is a good person at all, Ji Fong said indignantly. Seeing that the couple was arguing, Tsangdai waved her hand and stopped the argument. She said, Senior brother-in-law, you said that you have the incomplete maps of the great demon sect ruins on you? Ji Fong nodded and said yes. Originally, we planned to give the incomplete maps to Tsangdai Palace Master. However, we encountered the 10th extremity. That young man came out halfway. Although he killed the 10th extremity, he also took the incomplete maps on us. He has one of the incomplete maps on him. Tsangdai squinted her beautiful eyes and stared at Zhuowen's back. No one knew what she was thinking. Miss, do you want me to tell Tsangdai Palace Master to take the incomplete maps from this young man? The old man whispered to Tsangdai. Tsangdai shook her head and said, There is no need to rush. This young man is very talented and was able to kill the 10th extremity. It seems that he does not belong to any sect. We can actually recruit him into the Great Song Mansion. At that time, we can exchange for the incomplete maps from him. For now, let's watch the second round of battles. Hearing Tsangdai's words, the old man nodded and did not have any objections. After an hour, the 4 arena masters on the 4 arenas opened their eyes and slowly stood up. Tsangdai, who was in the middle of the arena, waved his sleeve and immediately took out 4 light sticks. He said with a smile, The 4 of you will draw a light stick. When the light sticks match, your opponent will be chosen. After Tsangdai Palace Master's words, Zhuowen, Yao Zhixing, and the other 2 did not have any objections. They extended their right hands and drew their light sticks. Chapter 1181. Shadow of 1,000 Bats. When the man in black saw that his opponent was Zhuowen, he frowned slightly. However, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit and there was no fear at all. Let the second round begin. As soon as Mansion Master Sangja's voice fell, Zhuowen and the man in black jumped onto the stage. Yao Zhixing and another late stage, heavenly venerable warrior, jumped onto the other stage. Yao Zhixing's opponent's aura was obviously much weaker than Yao Zhixing's. After all, Yao Zhixing was a peak heavenly venerable warrior. Even if he had peak fighting strength, he was only a late stage heavenly venerable. No matter what, he was not likely to be Yao Zhixing's opponent in this battle. Boom! The instant they leapt onto the stage, the battle between the 2 began. Frightening Yuan power was just like ripples in water as it spread out in all directions. Colorful Yuan power energy overflowed in all directions, appearing rather dazzling. The crowd below the stage all revealed expectant gazes as they looked at the scene on the 2 stages. They really wanted to know who would obtain the quota for the hero assembly. Of course, most people did not pay much attention to Yao Zhixing's battle because they knew that Yao Zhixing's cultivation was at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. He would absolutely crush a late-stage heavenly venerable warrior. On the contrary, the battle between the man in black and Zhuowen attracted most of the attention. In the audience's opinion, the 2 of them should be evenly matched. Generally, this kind of battle was quite exciting. Therefore, the spectators who liked to watch a good show naturally liked this kind of battle. Have you cultivated a secret technique to conceal your cultivation? The man in black stared at Zhuowen, and his eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc. Zhuowen shrugged and did not answer. Instead, he said indifferently, Tell me your name. The man in black snorted and said, My name is Jiang Jie. It's your turn. Zhuowen said concisely. However, the moment Zhuowen's voice fell, Jiang Jie moved. His speed was extremely fast, and he turned into a black lightning in front of Zhuowen. In half a breath, he had unknowingly arrived behind Zhuowen. Whoosh! A black dagger flew out from Jiang Jie's sleeve, aiming at Zhuowen's vitals. Everything seemed so natural and smooth. Quite a number of people below the stage cried out softly when they saw Jiang Jie's smooth movements. Jiang Jie's unexpected attack was really too perfect. If they were in Zhuo Wen's current situation, they would discover that they would not be able to dodge this attack at all. Zhuo Wen quietly stood at the same spot. He could feel the strong wind coming from behind him. With a cold snort, he stepped on the ground, and his entire body was like a windmill, standing upside down in the air. Jiang Jie's dagger that was about to sneak an attack from behind missed. Not good. Jiang Jie's pupil shrank when his attack missed. He planned to retreat immediately, but Zhuo Wen naturally would not let him succeed. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. An indifferent voice sounded. Then, Zhuo Wen descended from the sky. His right palm turned into a fist, and he suddenly punched out. A blazing golden light overflowed in all directions like a blazing sun. The whistling wind from the fist made Jiang Jie's pupils shrink to the size of needles. With a low shout, the black dagger in his right hand tilted, and the blade of the dagger slashed toward Zhuo Wen. Bang! Facing Jiang Jie's dagger, Zhuo Wen did not dodge at all. He clenched his right fist tightly and directly punched forward. Then a mountain-like force exploded. Jiang Jie's right hand suddenly bent, and the crisp sound of bones breaking resounded. Ah! Jiang Jie let out a blood-curdling scream and hurriedly retreated dozens of steps. His left hand was clutching his right hand, which was obviously bent at an irregular angle. His eyes were fixed on Zhuo Wen, who was in front of him. His heart had already sunk to the bottom. Zhuo Wen's physical body was so terrifying. The power of that punch seemed to have the power of 1,000 caddies, directly crushing him. This scene was seen by countless people below the stage, especially when they saw that Jiang Jie's right hand had been fractured by Zhuo Wen's attack. Everyone began to discuss spiritedly and whisper. Originally, they thought that this would be an evenly matched battle, but now it seemed that it had completely exceeded their expectations. So strong! How can this young man named Zhuo Wen be so terrifying? Jiang Jie is an advanced heavenly master warrior, but his right arm was broken by him in one move. It seems that we have underestimated the strength of this young man. I'm afraid that he already has the strength to compete with Yao Zhixing. Discussions slowly rang out. In the arena, Jiang Jie's face was as pale as snow. He stared at Zhuo Wen and slowly retreated. Do you still want to fight? Zhuo Wen slowly walked over, his eyes full of indifference. Jiang Jie frowned slightly, his eyes flashing as if he had made up his mind. He snorted coldly and said, I didn't expect your physical strength to be so terrifying, but I don't believe that you can be faster than me. Shadow of 1,000 bats. As he spoke, Jiang Jie stomped his foot. Suddenly, countless bat shadows surrounded his body. Then his speed reached the extreme, and he disappeared in an instant before Zhuo Wen's eyes. So fast! The moment Jiang Jie transformed into the shadow of 1,000 bats, the people below the arena only saw a blur in front of their eyes. They couldn't see Jiang Jie's shadow at all. The only thing they could recognize was the countless bat shadows that were constantly flashing in the arena. Zhuo Wen stood quietly in the middle of the ring, looking at the countless bat shadows around him. He frowned slightly and snorted coldly. He took a step forward, and his right hand made a grabbing motion in the air. However, he only managed to grab empty air. He had only grabbed the bat shadows. The speed of the shadow of 1,000 bats is not something that you can compare with. What's the use of your physical strength? It's useless if you can't hit me. Jiang Jie's slightly arrogant voice came from the countless bat shadows. It was like an echo that filled the entire arena. Bang! At this moment, the battle on Yao Zhixing's side was completely over. Yao Zhixing slowly turned around and stared at the arena where Zhuo Wen and Jiang Jie were. He crossed his arms and watched with interest. He naturally noticed that Zhuowen had broken Jiang Jie's right hand with one move. He also paid attention to this Zhuowen. Although he still couldn't see through Zhuowen's depth, he guessed that this boy's cultivation was about the same as his. It was very likely that he was also at the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm. He's only 22 years old, and his cultivation has reached the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm. Yao Zhixing muttered in a low voice. He felt a little uncomfortable and looked at Zhuowen with an unfriendly gaze. He was the most outstanding disciple in the history of the Greater One sect and was considered a top genius in the entire Great Song Mansion. The only people who could surpass him in talent were the geniuses of the Great Song Mansion. The geniuses of other forces simply couldn't compare with him. Now a young man who was 4 or 5 years younger than him had suddenly appeared, and his cultivation was not weaker than him. This situation made the proud and arrogant Yao Zhixing faintly unhappy. This Jiang Jie's shadow of 1,000 bats movement technique has some skill. It shouldn't be easy for this Zhuowen to break through. Master Songjie also stared at the arena where Zhuowen and Jiang Jie were and muttered in a low voice. When Jiang Jie and Zhuowen were fighting, he already knew that the victory of this battle was leaning towards Zhuowen. Therefore, when Zhuowen broke Jiang Jie's arm in one move, he wasn't surprised at all. Whoosh! Amidst the countless bat shadows, a cold beam of light suddenly shot out and headed straight for Zhuowen's back. This cold beam of light was extremely fast, so fast that many of the cultivators below the stage could not react in time. However, just as the cold light was about to land on Zhuowen's back, Zhuowen twisted his waist and his right hand shot out like a poisonous snake. He immediately grabbed an arm and exerted force. Another bone-cracking sound rang out. The moment the bone-cracking sound rang out, it was accompanied by a miserable scream. "Get down here!" Zhuowen's indifferent voice sounded. Then a figure was suddenly pulled out from the shadow of 1,000 bats by Zhuowen. This figure was naturally Jiang Jie, who was hidden in the countless bat shadows. At this moment, Jiang Jie could be said to be miserable. Both of his arms were almost broken by Zhuowen's brute force and were hanging down powerlessly. He looked quite miserable. Bang! Zhuowen casually swung his right hand and threw Jiang Jie to the ground. He said indifferently, "Do you still want to fight?" Jiang Jie's body trembled. He stomped his feet and jumped down from the arena directly. Then he left the Song Mansion directly. With both of his arms broken, he was too ashamed to stay there. Looking at Jiang Jie, who left without hesitation, Zhuowen revealed an indifferent smile. Then he lifted his eyes and looked at Songjie. He said, "Mansion Master Songjie, this battle should be considered as my victory, right?" Mansion Master Songjie revealed a smile and said, "Of course." Then Songjie said to the crowd in a clear voice, "This time the 2 participants have been selected. They are Yao Zhixing and Zhuowen. I believe no one has any objections, right?" As soon as these words came out, there was silence. No one raised any objections. After all, the strength of Yao Zhixing and Zhuowen was obvious to everyone. There was indeed no reason to object. Looking at the silent crowd, Songjie smiled faintly. Then he said to Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing with a smile, "The 2 of you come with me. It's time to familiarize you with the other 3. Yao Zhixing and Zhuowen looked at each other, speechless. They silently followed behind Songjie. As the strongest disciple of Greater One sect, Yao Zhixing had his own pride. Naturally, he would not take the initiative to greet Zhuowen. On the other hand, Zhuowen did not put Yao Zhixing in his eyes. After all, a peak heavenly master was nothing in his eyes. Therefore, the atmosphere between the 2 was rather strange. When Songjie took Yao Zhixing and Zhuowen away, the crowd in the martial arts practice field began to discuss spiritedly. Many people looked at the backs of Yao Zhixing and Zhuowen with envy. On the other side of the martial arts practice field, Songjie and the other 3 people were discussing something. "Miss," Since one of the incomplete maps of Greater Demon Sect ruins is with Zhuowen, should we ask that boy for it? The old man suddenly asked Songjie. Chapter 1182. Silence, miss, you mean? The old man's eyes lit up as he spoke with excitement. He already somewhat understood the meaning behind Songdai's words. Originally, every manor head of the 7 major prefectures had a piece of the map, regardless of whether their great Song prefecture won or lost in the hero competition. Having another piece of the map would definitely be beneficial to them. If their great Song manor won, then not only would they be able to obtain the map fragments from the other 6 mansion masters. When the 8 map fragments were combined, it would be the complete map of the ancient ruins of the Great Demon Sect. Even if they lost, they who had another map fragment would have an additional bargaining chip. With Zhuowen's formidable talent, he would still be of great use to their great Song manor. Therefore, there was no need to ruin their relationship with him because of the map fragment. Miss is indeed wise and mighty. After the old man thought it through, he bowed in admiration. The corner of Songdai's mouth curled up as she lightly smiled and said, "Don't tell father about this first. Let's talk about it after the hero assembly. Otherwise, it's hard to guarantee that Zhuowen won't see through it." As she spoke, Songdai looked at Zhang Shui and Ji Fong and said, Senior sister's husband, I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to leave Great Song City first. After the hero assembly, I'll entertain the 2 of you again. It's fine. We originally planned to give the map fragment to the mansion master, but many things happened along the way. That's why we ended up in our current situation. Now that we've revealed the location of the map fragment, we'll be able to help Junior's sister, Songdai. The 2 of us are quite satisfied. Ji Fong repeatedly waved his hand. His gaze towards Songdai was faintly fiery. However, this fiery gaze was very faint. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be difficult to notice. Zhang Shui, who was standing beside Ji Fong, frowned slightly. However, since Ji Fong had already revealed this matter, there was no point for her to say anything more. After exchanging greetings for a while, Ji Fong and Zhang Shui bid farewell and left the Great Song Manor. After walking out of Great Song City, Zhang Shui was slightly displeased and said, "Husband, at the very least, Zhuowen saved our lives back then. Moreover, we promised that we would not tell anyone about this matter. Aren't you going back on your word now?" Ji Fong was slightly displeased, and he said, "Shui, that Zhuowen isn't a good person. Otherwise, how could he have suddenly appeared on our ship? It's obvious that he's here for the map fragment. I'm afraid that he's been hiding on our ship for a long time, waiting for an opportunity. The appearance of the 10th ultimate has created an opportunity for him." Hearing Ji Fong's words, Zhang Shui also felt that it made sense. The way Zhuowen appeared was too strange. They didn't even notice where Zhuowen came from before. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. "Husband, maybe you are right." Zhang Shui nodded. Although she still had some doubts in her heart, she still chose to believe Ji Fong. Puchi! Not long after Ji Fong and Zhang Shui walked out of Grand Song City, a black shadow suddenly swept past them. Then, 2 cold lights swept past their necks, bringing along 2 streams of blood. When the 2 of them came to their senses, their eyes widened as they stared at the black shadow in front of them. Their throats contracted, but they couldn't utter a single word. This was because the 2 cold lights had directly cut off their vocal cords. When the black shadow slowly turned around, Zhang Shui and Ji Fong's pupils shrank at the same time. Their right hand pointed at the figure in front of them, and their eyes were filled with disbelief and doubt. Don't be surprised, because the young lady said that the dead are always better at keeping secrets than the living. Therefore, the 2 of you should leave first. After saying this, the person shook his sleeves, and 2 yuan qi forces swept out. Instantly, they pierced through Zhang Shui and Ji Fong's foreheads. The two of them slowly fell to the ground with unwilling expressions. After dealing with Zhang Shui and Ji Fang's corpses, the figure slowly turned around, revealing a slightly weathered face. This person was the old man beside Song Jie. This old man's cultivation was at the 3rd level Emperor realm. It was naturally easy for him to kill Ji Fang and Zhang Shui, 2 early heavenly venerables. In the depths of the great Song mansion, Song Jie led Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing to a rather large courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, there was a towering ancient tree. Its lush branches and leaves almost covered an area of nearly 100 feet. Under the towering ancient tree, 2 figures stood quietly. When the 2 figures saw Song Jie and the other 2 enter, they bowed slightly and said, "Mansion Master!" Zhuowen, who was standing behind Song Jie, silently sized up the 2 figures under the towering ancient tree. He was surprised to find that the 2 people's cultivation was at the peak of the heavenly venerables. Moreover, their aura was above Yao Zhixing's. Obviously, if they were to erupt with battle strength, they would be above Yao Zhixing. Moreover, these 2 people were not very old. They were even younger than Yao Zhixing by 1 or 2 years. Yao Zhixing also noticed these 2 people, and his face was slightly ugly. Although he knew that the geniuses of the Great Song Mansion were definitely much stronger than their Greater One sect. But these 2 people that appeared were stronger than him, the strongest disciple of the Greater One sect. This still made his arrogant heart somewhat heavy. These 2 people are Song Yong and Song Fei. Although they are not the direct descendants of the Great Song Mansion, their talents are far superior to the other direct descendants. They are 2 of the 5 places this time, Song Jie said with a smile. Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing knew that Song Jie was talking to them. Song Yong and Song Fei faintly nodded to Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing. The 2 of them stayed on Zhuowen for a while because they found that although Zhuowen was younger than them, his aura was also at the peak of the heavenly venerables. His talent was somewhat extraordinary. However, the 2 of them were only surprised for a moment and did not pursue this too much. Although Zhuowen's talent was not bad, there was still a big gap between him and the one in the Great Song Mansion. "Where is Songyang?" Song Jie suddenly asked. "Prince Songyang is in closed-door training. He should not be able to come over now." The slightly taller Songyang spread out his hands and said somewhat helplessly. Song Jie nodded and said, "Since Songyang is in closed-door training, then there is no need to call him. It will be the 4 of you. When the time comes, I will personally explain the details of the hero assembly to Songyang." Hearing Song Jie's words, Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing both raised their spirits. They wanted to see what the rules of this so-called hero assembly were like. The location of the hero assembly is Great Song City. When the time comes, I will set up an arena in the sky in Great Song City. The rules of the hero assembly are actually very simple. It is a battle royale. The first round is divided into 5 battles. Each mansion will send a genius. Only 1 person can successfully stay in the battle royale of 7 people. As for whether you can stay in the battle royale, it will all depend on your ability. After Song Jie finished speaking, Zhuowen and the other 3 revealed a touch of deep thought. It seemed that this hero assembly was not simple. It actually adopted the rules of a battle royale. After all, among the 7 big mansions, there would always be good relationships and bad relationships. When the time comes, the geniuses of the mansions with good relationships would definitely unite and eliminate the geniuses of the other mansions. Therefore, this rule was quite cruel. The hero assembly will be held in 5 days. You 2 will first rest in Great Song Mansion for 5 days. After 5 days, prepare for the hero assembly. Song Jie turned around and said to Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing. Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing naturally did not have any objections. After Song Jie talked about some more important matters, Song Jie ordered Song Fei and Song Yong to take Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing to the place where they would stay. Yao Zhixing is a great disciple of the Greater One sect. Song Yong and I know about this. But Zhuowen, which sect are you from? We have never heard of such a young talent like you in Great Song Mansion. When Sangfei was leading the way, he would occasionally chat with Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing. At this moment, he asked. Zhuowen smiled indifferently and casually said, I just came from a secluded place. My master is Taoist Songlong. It's just that my master rarely walks around the outside world, so it's normal that you don't know about him. Taoist Songlong? Song Fei and Song Yong looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubt. Obviously, they had never heard of this so-called Songlong Taoist. However, since Zhuowen had already said that he came from a place of seclusion, it would not be good for them to ask too much. He's just a rogue cultivator without any sect. I really don't know what kind of luck he has to reach the peak of the heavenly master realm. I can only say that your luck is really good. Yao Zhixing suddenly said indifferently. For a moment, the atmosphere between the four people became a little stagnant. Songyong and Songfei looked at each other and also found that Yao Zhixing seemed to have some opinions about Zhuowen. But after all, this was not their business. So the two of them did not intervene too much in this matter and just kept silent. Zhuowen faintly glanced at Yao Zhixing and said, That's right. I was indeed lucky to be able to cultivate to the peak of the heavenly master realm. However, some people are much older than me. No matter how bad their luck is, their cultivation should be higher than mine. Now it seems that may not be the case. Hearing Zhuowen's obviously sarcastic words, Yao Zhixing's eyes turned cold. He stopped in his tracks and coldly stared at Zhuowen. He said, What do you mean? Nothing? Zhuowen faintly smiled, but his smile also had a touch of coldness. Although he did not care much about Yao Zhixing, if the other party was to provoke him, Zhuowen would not remain silent. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was a little strange, Songyong and Songfei quickly stood in between Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing. Songfei said in a deep voice, Both of you, the Hero Assembly, is in 5 days. Both of you are geniuses chosen by the Palace Master, so please don't kill each other at this critical time. I'll let you off this time. After the Hero Assembly, I'll let you know what regret is. Yao Zhixing coldly said. Soon after, he turned around and left the place. Songyong followed behind Yao Zhixing. It was likely that Songyong planned to bring Yao Zhixing to his lodging alone. Zhuowen stared at Yao Zhixing's back with a sneer on his face. If Yao Zhixing really bumped into the tip of Zhuowen's spear, he would teach Yao Zhixing a lesson. Let's go. I'll bring you to your accommodation first. Chapter 1183. Heroes, Assembly 5 days passed quietly. In a courtyard, Zhuowen held the 7-kill saber and waved it slowly. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast. At the same time, a mysterious fluctuation was emitted from the saber blade, forming invisible ripples that spread out in all directions. Zhuowen had already comprehended the first move of the slaughter oath-breaking saber technique, Break Life. Now, Zhuowen was thinking about how to master the second move, Chaotic Mortal World. If Break Life was a move that was extremely murderous, then the second move, Chaotic Mortal World, was completely different from the former. Chaotic Mortal World had a trace of depravity in it. With one slash, it could make a warrior fall into the mortal world and make his opponent fall into depravity in the mortal world, willingly becoming a ghost under the saber. If the destruction of life and the chaotic mortal dust were combined, then the power that could be exerted would definitely be extremely terrifying. However, the chaotic mortal dust was even more mysterious than the destruction of life, so Zhuowen still needed some time to completely master it. Although he hadn't completely mastered it, Zhuowen could still achieve a preliminary mastery of it. Whoosh! A figure landed in the courtyard like a black lightning. Zhuowen looked up and saw Tsang Fei staring at him with a faint smile. He nodded and slowly put away the 7-kill saber and walked towards Tsang Fei. Today is the Heroes' Assembly. Brother Zhuo, come with me. After Tsang Fei finished speaking, he did not say anything else and slowly led the way. Zhuowen also silently followed behind him. After passing through a few corridors, they came to an open space. At this moment, there were already a few figures standing on the open space. The leader was Mansion Master Songjie. Beside Songjie, there was a fierce figure standing silently. This person was about 25 years old. He was wearing a purple gold robe. His face was as white as jade, his eyebrows were straight, and his eyes were bright. His body revealed a handsome and threatening aura. This aura was very powerful, and it faintly revealed a trace of Supreme Emperor's might. This young man was definitely an Emperor Realm warrior. The arrival of Zhuowen and Song Fei naturally attracted the attention of Songjie and the others in the open space. Songjie smilingly said to Zhuowen and Song Fei, "You two come behind me first, and then I will take you to the location of the hero assembly." Zhuowen and Song Fei naturally had no objections and silently walked behind Songjie. It was worth noting that the Emperor Realm youth standing beside Songjie had not even glanced at Zhuowen and Song Fei from the beginning to the end. Only when Songjie spoke to him did the youth reluctantly open his mouth to speak. Even Zhuowen was surprised by this person's arrogance. However, when he recalled that this person was an Emperor Realm cultivator, Zhuowen didn't pay too much attention to him. It was normal for monstrous geniuses to be arrogant, but this person's arrogance was a little too much. "Zhuowen, he is the most powerful genius in my great Song Mansion, Songyang. He is only 25 years old this year, and his cultivation has already reached the first-level Emperor Realm. At the same time, he is also a direct descendant of my great Song Mansion. My father thinks highly of him." A clear voice came from behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen turned around and saw Song Dai walking towards him. Behind her was an old man with the cultivation of the third level of the great Emperor Realm. "Miss Song Dai." Song Fei, who was standing beside Zhuowen, bowed his head slightly and greeted her respectfully. Song Dai nodded. Her pure and beautiful eyes immediately fell on Zhuowen, sizing him up. Zhuowen stood where he was and calmly stared at the Tsang Saver. He was surprised that the Tsang Saver knew his name. He didn't remember speaking to the Tsang Saver before. "I was watching the selection battle from below the stage 5 days ago." Song Dai saw the doubt in Zhuowen's eyes and said with a smile, "So that's how it is." Hearing this, Zhuowen's doubts were slowly dispelled as he nodded. At this time, Song Yong and Yao Zhixing also came over. Under Song Dai's signal, they also walked behind Song Dai, not far from Zhuowen and Song Fei. "Junior sister Song Dai, I haven't seen you for half a year, and you have become more beautiful." After coming to a place not far away, Yao Zhixing glanced indifferently at Zhuowen. Then his gaze fell on Song Dai, revealing a fiery look in his eyes. Song Dai smiled slightly and said, "Senior brother Yao is the one who surprised me. When I left Greater One Sect, senior brother's cultivation was still at the late Heavenly Master Realm. Now that I haven't seen you for half a year, you have reached the peak Heavenly Master Realm. With such talent, senior brother will definitely lead Greater One Sect to glory in the future." Hearing Song Dai's praise, Yao Zhixing raised his chin slightly, revealing a trace of pleasure in his eyes. "Dai, are you here too?" Song Dai also noticed Song Dai's arrival and could not help but reveal a smile on his face. Standing beside Song Dai, Song Yang, who had been silent all this time, also turned around at this moment. His eyes were fixed on Song Dai, and his originally serious face revealed a touch of gentleness. "Little Dai, come to me and uncle. Don't associate with those ants. It will only lower your value," Song Yang said indifferently. Especially when he saw Song Dai standing so close to Zhuowen, it made Song Yang feel a little uncomfortable, while Song Jie's eyes flickered. As Song Dai's father, he understood Song Dai's character quite well. Song Dai was definitely an extremely thoughtful woman with a strong purpose. Moreover, Song Dai's requirements for men were extremely high. ordinary warriors basically could not enter her eyes. Even their great Song mansion's most talented Songyang, she only maintained an aloof attitude. However, today, Song Dai showed some enthusiasm toward Zhuowen. Such an attitude made Song Jie even more puzzled. Could it be that this Zhuowen's charm was so great? Of course, if Song Jie knew that Song Dai's purpose of approaching Zhuowen was because of the map of the great demon sect ruins, then the doubt in his heart would automatically dissipate. Unfortunately, Song Dai did not tell Song Jie about this matter. Song Dai smiled appropriately and said, "Big brother Songyang, little Dai can stay here. It's more comfortable to stay here." When Song Dai's words came out, Song Yang's eyes turned cold, and even Yao Zhixing's face was slightly cold. Of course, this was not towards Song Dai, but towards Zhuowen. After all, Song Dai's attitude towards Zhuowen was indeed somewhat different. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He did not understand Song Dai's attitude because he did not have any contact with Song Dai before. Song Dai's friendly attitude made Zhuowen quite puzzled. Song Jie did not speak. He was quite assured about Song Dai. He said loudly, "You all follow me to the Hero Assembly's venue." After saying that, Song Jie left the great Song mansion first, and Zhuowen and the others followed closely behind. However, not long after Zhuowen stood up, a surge of energy suddenly shot from behind and swept towards his vital parts. Sensing the incoming force, Zhuowen's gaze turned cold. With a stomp of his foot, he dodged the incoming force. After which, he turned around and coldly stared at Songyang as he asked, "What is the meaning of this?" At this moment, Songyang slowly came to Zhuowen's side. His eyes were slightly surprised. He said, "It seems that you have some skills, but I still have to warn you. Little Dai is not someone you can get close to." After saying that, Songyang leisurely walked away. Zhuowen silently stared at Songyang's back as he left. The coldness in his eyes gradually increased. "Zhuowen, you don't have to mind too much. Song Yang's character is like this." Song Dai slowly came to Zhuowen's side and said with a chuckle. Zhuowen indifferently stared at Song Dai and said, "Miss Song Dai, could it be that you deliberately did this to force Songyang to test my skills? Or do you have another purpose?" The corners of Song Dai's mouth curled into a smile. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking. She said with a chuckle, "This lady has a good impression of you. Can't I talk to a man who has a good impression of me?" After saying that, Song Dai brought the old man behind her and broke through the sky. Zhuowen was left with a puzzled expression. He frowned. He always felt that there was something wrong with Song Dai. However, the latter's actions were reasonable, and he couldn't find any fault with it. Let's not think about this for now. Let's deal with the Hero Assembly first. Shaking his head, Zhuowen followed behind Song Dai and the old man. At this moment, in the middle of Big Song City, 100 meters above the ground, a huge battle ring was floating quietly. Within Big Song City, there was a huge crowd of people. Many warriors were looking at the battle ring in the sky with anticipation. Everyone knew that the Hero Assembly was about to begin. At that time, the geniuses of the 7 major prefectures would collide and create extremely bright sparks. This was a grand event. Whoosh! Song Jie brought Songyang and the other 4 and was the first to arrive. In the open space below, there were 7 huge seats. Song Jie landed on one of the seats, while Songyang and the others silently stood behind her. Miss Song Dai, who were the geniuses of the other 6 major prefectures. After arriving at the seats, Zhuowen suddenly asked Song Dai, who wasn't far from him. Since Song Dai said that she had a good impression of him, and Zhuowen wasn't familiar with the other 6 major prefectures, he naturally had to make good use of Song Dai's information. Under the somewhat cold gazes of Songyang and Yao Zhixing, Song Dai smiled at Zhuowen without any hesitation Actually, our great Song Prefecture is ranked near the top among the 7 major prefectures. Among them, the 2 major factions that we should pay attention to should be the Great Zhou Prefecture and the Great Qin Prefecture. These 2 prefectures are ranked in the top 2 among the 7 major prefectures. The geniuses that they have dispatched this time should also be at the emperor stage. As for the remaining 4 prefectures, the Great Jia Prefecture, Great Chu Prefecture, Great Han Prefecture, and Great Tang Prefecture, these 4 are not worth mentioning. Among the 7 major prefectures, these 4 prefectures are on the weaker side. The number of geniuses they have is also far from being comparable to our Great Song Prefecture. The strongest genius that they have dispatched this time should also be unable to compare to the geniuses of our Great Song Prefecture. Zhuowen nodded his head when he heard these words. It seemed that the Great Song Prefecture was ranked around 3rd among the 7 major prefectures. However, even the 3rd ranked Great Song Prefecture had such a powerful prefecture master. He really didn't know how terrifying the 1st ranked Great Zhou Prefecture and 2nd ranked Great Qin Prefecture would be. The strength of these 2 prefecture masters was likely above Songjie. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 1184. Chaotic battle. The 4 teams arrived in the sky and slowly landed on the other 4 seats below the stage. Songjie slowly stood up, cupped his hands together, and laughed heartily. Songjie is honored to receive the 4 Mansion Masters. These 4 teams are the Great Frame Mansion, Great Chu Mansion, Great Han Mansion, and Great Tang Mansion. The Great Frame Mansion's Mansion Master is called Yang Liang. The Great Chu Mansion's Mansion Master is called Chu Yu. The Great Han Mansion's Mansion Master is called Lu Gao, and the Great Tang Mansion's Mansion Master is called Li Shiyu. The 4 of them are mid-level martial emperors and are the top experts of the Pang Great World, Songjie said to Zhuowen in a low voice. Zhuowen nodded. His gaze gathered on the 4 mansion masters of the 4 great mansions. There was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. The 4 mansion masters' auras were very powerful. They were about the same level as Azura Island's Azura, but slightly weaker than the great Song mansions. They should be 4th level martial emperors. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that none of the geniuses brought by the 4 great mansions were martial emperors. The highest cultivation was only at the peak heavenly venerate. It seemed that the gap between the 4 great mansions and the great Song mansion was not small. The 4 mansion masters cupped their hands politely towards Songjie. However, they did not show too much enthusiasm. They were just being polite. They knew that the other party would be difficult opponents in the hero competition later. Naturally, they would not show too much enthusiasm. Songjie also knew what the 4 mansion masters were thinking. He merely smiled faintly and waited silently. The 4 mansion masters did not pose any threat to the great Song mansion. Therefore, he did not pay too much attention to them. His main focus was the Great Zhou Mansion and the Great Qin Mansion. These 2 mansions were his most advantageous competitors. After waiting for a while, 2 groups flew over from the horizon. These 2 groups consisted of 6 people each. The leader of one of the groups had an extremely sturdy figure. His entire body was covered in bronze armor, and he wore a bronze mask on his face. A pair of sharp eyes emitted a dense, cold glow through the mask. The leader of the other team was dressed in a golden robe with a 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on the front of the robe. The golden light was like the blazing sun, appearing very dazzling. The muscular man in the bronze armor is the Great Zhou Institute's mansion master, Zhou Bin. His strength is terrifying and above my father's. The man in the golden robe is the Great Qin Institute's mansion master, Qin Xan. His strength is on par with my father's, Songjie said in a low voice. Haha, Songjie, I really didn't expect that the right to hold this hero's assembly would be seized by you. That's really strange. As soon as he landed on the ground, Qin Xan, who was wearing a golden robe, spoke loudly with a sarcastic tone. Songjia frowned and snorted. Qin Xan. It's indeed a little rare, but it's still much better than someone who didn't get it. When these words were spoken, Qin Xan's expression turned slightly ugly. Just as he was about to flare up, he was stopped by Zhou Bin beside him. Zhou Bin, who was wearing a bronze mask, coldly said, Qin Xan, we're here to participate in the heroes' assembly, not to quarrel. Qin Xan was silent when he heard these words. He looked at Zhou Bin with an extremely fearful gaze. Zhou Bin was very powerful and could be said to be the strongest mansion master among the 7 great mansion masters. Even though Qin Xan was arrogant and thought highly of himself, he still felt somewhat lacking in confidence in front of such an existence. Therefore, he didn't dare to refute Zhou Bin's words. Songjia, when will the heroes' assembly begin? Zhou Bin asked Songjia. Songjia looked at Zhou Bin with some fear and said in a deep voice, The 2 of you can go to your respective seats first. I'll make arrangements for the heroes' assembly. Zhou Bin and Qin Xan nodded when they heard this and brought their respective teams to the other 2 seats. Standing behind Songjia, Zhou Bin's gaze landed on the 10 people in the teams behind Zhou Bin and Qin Xan. These 10 people were the geniuses of the Great Zhou Academy and the Great Qin Mansion. Every one of them had a terrifying aura. In particular, there were a few among them whose auras were as vast as the ocean. Even Zhuowen felt threatened by them. Zhuowen secretly made a mental note before withdrawing his gaze. He knew that he would definitely encounter the geniuses of the other manors in the battle royale. If he were to encounter the strongest geniuses of the Great Zhou Academy and the Great Qin Mansion in advance, he would likely have to use some of his trump cards in order to have a chance of victory. The rules of the Heroes' Assembly are actually very simple. It is a battle royale. The first round will be divided into 5 battles. Every mansion will send out a genius. In the battle royale of 7 people, only 1 person will be able to successfully remain. As for whether or not you can remain, it will all depend on your ability. At that time, only 5 people will enter the second round. I wonder if the 6 mansion heads have any objections? Songjia looked around and said in a clear voice, The 4 mansion heads of the Great Frame Academy, the Great Chu Academy, the Great Tang Academy, and the Great Han Academy faintly knitted their brows. The rules of this battle royale were extremely cruel. Moreover, it was clearly much more disadvantageous for the 4 weaker manors. However, although the 4 mansion heads knitted their brows tightly, they did not say anything. This was because the strongest Great Zhou Academy and the Great Qin Mansion had not expressed their opinions. Even if they did, it would be useless. Zhou Bin and Qin Xan looked at each other and nodded. None of us have any objections. Since Brother Zhou and Brother Qin have no objections, I wonder what the 4 of you think. Songjia was all smiles as he stared at the other 4 mansion heads. The expressions of the 4 mansion heads turned a little stiff. However, they could only force a smile as they said, We naturally have no objections. Since there are no objections, let us begin. Songjia waved his right hand. His actions were extremely decisive. Immediately, the enormous stage 100 meters in the air slowly unfurled. A dark blue screen of light spread out around the stage. Now, everyone can send out a genius onto the stage, Songjia said with a smile. Zhou Bin nodded. Soon after, he turned to a youth with a dark gaze behind him and said, Zhou Lan, you go first. The youth, who was called Zhou Lan, was wearing bronze armor. Both his gauntlets and kneecaps were forged from bronze. Although he was not as tall as Zhou Bin, he was still over 10 feet tall and looked like a small giant. This Zhou Lan should be the weakest of the 5 geniuses from the Great Zhou Academy. Songjia stood beside Zhuowen and said with a faint smile. Zhuowen nodded. The Great Zhou Academy was indeed extraordinary. Among the 5 geniuses this time, there were actually 2 Emperor Stage practitioners, while the other 3 were peak heavenly venerates. The geniuses from the Great Qin Mansion were about the same as the Great Song Mansion, with 1 emperor and 4 peak heavenly venerates. Zhou Lan, who had been sent by the Great Zhou Institute, was also a peak heavenly venerate. When Zhou Lan's muscular body leapt onto the arena, a terrifying aura erupted and the enormous arena in the sky began to shake violently. Qin Xian gave a look to a martial artist behind him. That martial artist nodded his head and also leapt onto the stage. His aura was on par with Zhou Lan's. When the two of them went up, their eyes exploded with a monstrous fighting spirit. When they saw that the geniuses sent out by the Great Qin Mansion and the Great Zhou Mansion were so powerful, the expressions of the Great Fei Mansion, the Great Tang Mansion, the Great Han Mansion, and the Great Chu Mansion became somewhat unsightly. This was because the strongest geniuses behind them were only peak heavenly venerables. Thus, if they wanted to send out geniuses to enter the second round, they had to send out their strongest geniuses in the first round. When they thought about how the weakest disciples sent out by the Great Qin Mansion and the Great Zhou Academy were comparable to their strongest disciples, the 4 mansion masters could not help but feel somewhat dejected. However, they naturally would not give up because of this. No matter what, they had to win the first round. Therefore, the 4 mansion masters had the same idea, sending out their strongest peak heavenly venerate practitioners. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After the geniuses from the 4 great manors landed on the stage, only the geniuses from the Great Song Mansion had yet to step onto the stage. Songjie did not panic. Instead, his gaze landed on Zhuowen and Yao Zhixing as he smiled faintly and said, "Which one of you will go first?" Zhuowen did not react to these words, but Yao Zhixing frowned slightly. Songjie had selected the 2 of them for the first round. Evidently, he felt that the 2 of them were inferior to Tsang Fei and Song Yong from the Great Song Mansion. The weakest of the 5 should be Zhuowen. "I think it's more appropriate to send him up for the first round," Yao Zhixing coldly said. Songjie raised his eyebrows and said with a spurious smile, "Are you so sure that Zhuowen is weaker than you?" Songjie's attitude caused Yao Zhixing to frown slightly. Could it be that Songjie still believed that he was inferior to Zhuowen? This made Yao Zhixing feel somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. It's fine to send Zhuowen up for the first round. After all, the geniuses from the Great Zhou Mansion and the Great Qin Mansion are the weakest of the 5. Our Great Song Mansion cannot fall behind. Song Yang, who was standing beside Songjie, said indifferently. Songjie's eyes flickered when he heard Song Yang's words. However, he smiled at Zhuowen and said, "Zhuowen, do you plan to accept the first round?" Zhuowen shrugged and said indifferently, "Since everyone thinks that I'm the weakest, why not let me fight?" Facing a peak heavenly venerate cultivator, Zhuowen did not need to expend much effort to achieve victory. What reason did Zhuowen have to let go of such an opportunity that came knocking on his door? "Good. Zhuowen, I look forward to your triumphant return." Songjie nodded and said with a smile, "Mansion Master thinks too highly of this guy. I think that he might be the first to be eliminated." Yao Zhixing sneered. Zhuowen did not pay any attention to Yao Zhixing, who was mocking and ridiculing him. He knew that once the results of the first round were out, he would naturally be slapped in the face. There was no need for him to compete with a mad dog. Swoosh! Zhuowen stepped onto the stage and narrowed his eyes slightly. This first round should be considered the most difficult of the 7 rounds. After all, other than the Great Qin Mansion and the Great Zhou Mansion, the other 4 manors had sent their strongest geniuses. Therefore, all 7 of them were peak heavenly venerates. 7 enormous auras crushed down like towering mountains, causing the atmosphere to become somewhat solemn. Below the stage, countless Great Song City cultivators raised their heads and stared at the huge stage. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. A clash between geniuses from the 7 manors was not something that could be seen on a normal day. Now let the melee begin. Chapter 1185. Clean and efficient. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of intense yuan power collisions were like a great bell that filled the entire stage. On the stage, the 7 cultivators all exploded with their own powerful strength as they shot towards the closest cultivator. Swoosh! Zhuowen had yet to make a move when he felt a sharp gust of wind sweeping over. Turning his head to look, he saw a youth with a dark expression and steady footsteps pouncing towards him with a sinister grin. Zhuowen had some impression of this person. He was the strongest genius in the Great Chu Mansion. Tsang Jia had previously introduced him to the names and situations of the other 6 mansions' geniuses. This person was called Chu Tian, the most outstanding genius in the Great Chu Mansion. Boom! Zhuowen punched out. Terrifying force was like ripples in water as it violently collided with Chu Tian's fists. Subsequently, Chu Tian's expression changed slightly as he was actually forced back dozens of steps. On the other hand, Zhuowen also consciously retreated dozens of steps. Although it would not be a problem for him to defeat Chu Tian with a single punch with his current strength, he did not want to stand out too much. After all, the stage was currently a chaotic battle. If he stood out, he would undoubtedly be attacked by everyone. This was not an outcome he wanted. If 6 peak heavenly venerates joined forces to attack him, he would have to use his trump cards to deal with them. This was only the first battle, so there was no need for Zhuowen to reveal too much. You do have some strength. Chu Tian stabilized his body as a sliver of fear faintly appeared in his eyes as he looked at Zhuowen. The situation of Chu Tian and Zhuowen's clash was naturally witnessed by the 3 geniuses from the Great Chu Mansion, Great Tang Mansion, and Great Han Mansion. They exchanged glances before shooting towards Zhou Lan and the Great Qin Mansion's genius, respectively. Compared to the Great Song residence, the Great Qin residence, and the Great Zhou residence, their 4 residences were extremely weak. Thus, they had already secretly formed an alliance before coming here. They knew that if they did not form an alliance, they might be eliminated one by the other 3 residences. Only by joining forces would they have a chance at survival. Since the Great Song Mansion had sent out Zhuowen, Chu Tian was more than enough to deal with him, so they naturally did not need to pay too much attention to him. Right now, the 3 of them needed to pay attention to the Great Zhou Mansion's Zhou Lan and the Great Qin Mansion's genius. As long as they eliminated those 2, the remaining spots would be a fair competition between the 4 of them. The 2 of us will deal with Zhou Lan. You go deal with the Great Qin residence's Qin Mu. The genius from the Great Tang Mansion said to the genius from the Great Frame Mansion. Then, together with the genius from the Great Han Mansion, they rushed towards Zhou Lan. Each of them used their strongest moves in an attempt to eliminate Zhou Lan. Hee. They really overestimate themselves. The corners of Zhou Lan's mouth were filled with a sneer as he shouted in a low voice. Unknowingly, a pair of bronze axes had appeared in his hands. With a wave of his hands, an extremely frightening gale erupted from the axes, whistling as they shot towards the 2 geniuses from the Great Frame Mansion and the Great Han Mansion. The expressions of the 2 geniuses from the Great Frame Mansion and the Great Han Mansion slightly changed. They both took out their respective weapons and swung them together in an attempt to block the incoming axes. Bang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Soon after, the expressions of the 2 geniuses from the Great Frame Mansion and the Great Han Mansion changed at the same time. They only felt an enormous force acting on their bodies, causing their forward momentum to abruptly freeze. Scram! Zhou Lan loudly shouted as the muscles in his hands swelled. Azure yuan power covered the large axes in his hands. Instantly, an azure glow erupted, causing the 2 geniuses from the Great Frame Mansion and the Great Han Mansion to fly backwards at the same time. When the 2 of them stabilized their bodies a dozen or so meters away, they were shocked to discover that the webbing between the thumb and index finger of their right hand, which held their weapons, had actually split open. Where are the 2 of you looking at? Just when the 2 geniuses from the Great Frame Mansion and the Great Han Mansion were shocked by Zhou Lan's strength, an indifferent voice resounded in their ears. Shortly after, The two of them turned around in shock. They instantly saw that Zhou Lan had unknowingly appeared behind the two of them. The pair of large axes whistled through the wind and swept towards them once again. Boom! Boom! Two muffled groans sounded out. Soon after, the two geniuses from the Great Frame Mansion and the Great Han Mansion were directly sent flying out of the stage by Zhou Lan's attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two mansion lords from the Great Frame Mansion and the Great Han Mansion respectively flew out and caught the two geniuses that were sent flying backwards. Their faces were slightly gloomy. They never imagined that their strongest geniuses would actually be unable to withstand two moves from Zhou Lan even after joining forces. The gap between them was simply too big. The instant the two geniuses from the Great Frame Mansion and the Great Han Mansion were eliminated, another figure was sent flying backwards. Soon after, the Great Tang Mansion's mansion lord caught this figure in his hands. Needless to say, this figure was naturally the strongest genius from the Great Tang Mansion. This genius opponent was the Great Qin Mansion's Qin Mu. However, he actually didn't last for long before being eliminated. It seemed like the gap between the 4 great mansions and the 3 great mansions was truly too big. There's still Chu Tian who hasn't been eliminated. The Great Chu Mansion's mansion lord wasn't happy at all. This was because the strength of the Great Zhou Mansion's Zhou Lan and the Great Qin Mansion's Qin Mu was too terrifying. Even if Chu Tian defeated the Great Song Mansion's Zhuowen, it wouldn't make any difference. There were still the two monsters, Zhou Lan and Qin Mu, waiting for him. At this moment, Zhuowen was casually exchanging blows with Chu Tian. At the same time, a portion of his attention was placed on Zhou Lan and Qin Mu. When he saw the two of them eliminating the geniuses from the Great Frame Mansion, the Great Tang Mansion, and the Great Han Mansion, a trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Although Zhou Lan and Qin Mu were also peak heavenly venerables, their battle strength was much stronger than ordinary peak heavenly venerables. However, they were still much weaker than first-level martial emperors. "I'm not playing with you anymore," Zhuowen indifferently said. Soon after, he clenched his right hand into a fist and withdrew it to his lower abdomen. His right foot stepped forward, and his right fist punched out. "You're still not playing with me? Do you think you're very strong?" Chu Tian was unable to restrain his anger when he heard Zhuowen's words. He coldly said as he drew a curved blade, raised it above his head, and fiercely chopped down. He wanted to cut Zhuowen in half. "Break!" Zhuowen's fist smashed onto the curved blade. Soon after, a blazing golden light erupted. The curved blade that was chopping down froze, and soon after directly shattered. The fist that was suffused with golden light continued forward, passing through countless fragments of the blade and smashing into Chu Tian's chest. Ugh! Chu Tian vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He was caught by the hands of the Great Chu Mansion chief, whose expression was ugly. From now on, the geniuses from the 4 great manors were basically all eliminated. Only the 3 geniuses from the Great Zhou Mansion, the Great Qin Mansion, and the Great Song Mansion remained on the stage. Zhuowen's strength is not bad, but it should stop here. Whether it's Zhou Lan or Qin Mu, neither of them is someone that Zhuowen can deal with. Yao Zhixing crossed his arms as he spoke in a rather confident manner. Zhou Lan and Qin Mu, even if he wanted to deal with them without paying a certain price, it would be difficult for him to win. Moreover, Yao Zhixing subconsciously believed that Zhuowen's strength was inferior to his, which was why he said that. Zhuowen is not simple. Perhaps there will be some unexpected results. Song Jie softly chuckled. A cold light flashed in Yao Zhixing's and Song Yang's eyes at the same time when they heard Song Jie's words. In the adjacent seats, the corners of the Great Zhou Mansion chief, Zhou Bin's mouth curled slightly as he said to the Great Qin Mansion Chief Qin Exin, "Brother Qin, I'm afraid that Zhou Lan will be able to advance this time." Qin Exin's brows furrowed slightly as he shook his head and said, "Brother Zhou, the results are not out yet. It's still too early to make a conclusion." Then let's wait and see the results of this battle. The corners of Zhou Bin's mouth curled slightly. He was still very confident in Zhou Lan. Although Qin Mu's strength was not bad, he was able to tell with a single glance that there was still a gap between Qin Mu and Zhou Lan. As for the great Song Mansion's Zhuowen, he did not pay much attention to him. After all, the great Song Mansion should have sent out their weakest genius this time. How could the great Song Mansion's foundations compare to his great Zhou and great Qin? Brother Qin, looks like the spot for this battle will be decided between the two of us. Zhou Lan stared at Qin Mu as she spoke with overflowing battle intent. Qin Mu shrugged as he faintly smiled and said, "Actually, I've long wanted to experience Brother Zhou's strength. However, I've never had the chance before. This is a good opportunity." Zhou Lan and Qin Mu exchanged questions and answers, completely ignoring Zhuowen, who was standing to the side. Evidently, the two of them did not care about Zhuowen at all. "Are the two of you planning to ignore me?" Zhuowen slowly walked over as his clear voice rang out on the stage. Soon after, the expressions of Qin Mu and Zhou Lan, who were still conversing, turned slightly sluggish. The two of them turned their heads at the same time and coldly stared at Zhuowen. "Brother Zhou, I nearly forgot that there was still an ant here. I think our battle will have to be delayed for a while. I want to deal with this fellow first before fighting with you." As he spoke, Qin Mu stomped his feet and grabbed the air with his right hand. Suddenly, a broadsword appeared in his hand. Qin Mu waved his right hand, and the broadsword came crashing down like a mountain. On the other hand, Zhou Lan quietly hovered in the air as she looked down at Zhuowen. In her opinion, it should be easy for Qin Mu to deal with Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen's performance in the previous battle with Chu Tian was lukewarm. Therefore, the two of them did not pay much attention to Zhuowen. 7 kills. Zhuowen flicked his finger, and the 7 kills blade appeared in his hand. Then he bent his knees and stomped his feet on the ground. His entire body shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. A terrifying killing aura erupted from his body as 8 blood seas appeared in the air and appeared under Zhuowen's feet. Slash! Zhuowen gently slashed out. The 7 kills blade carried the might of the surging blood seas and heavily smashed onto Qin Mu's broadsword. Then the latter felt a huge force that he could not resist. Then he was directly suppressed by this force and flew out, falling to the ground like a meteorite. Rumble. However, just as Qin Mu was about to land on the ground, Zhuowen appeared in front of Qin Mu like a ghost. His left hand formed a palm and suddenly smashed into Qin Mu's chest, after which Qin Mu let out a muffled groan and directly flew backwards, landing outside the arena. Boom! Chapter 1186. The second Round A smile emerged from the corners of great Song Manor's Song Jie's mouth. Evidently, he was rather happy that Zhuowen had defeated Qin Mu. Standing behind Qin Mu, Yao Zhixing's brows were slightly furrowed. As for Cangyang, he was as calm as still water. A battle between peak heavenly venerates was truly nothing in his eyes. Looks like this Zhuowen is truly not simple. I wonder if he will be a match for Zhou Lan? An amused smile appeared from the corners of Song Jie's mouth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. Humph! I believe that he is still no match for Zhou Lan. Yao Zhixing said in a somewhat unhappy voice. Song Jie did not refute. Her beautiful eyes looked past Yao Zhixing and landed on Zhuowen. This scene caused Yao Zhixing's expression to become increasingly ugly. The great Qin Manor's master, Qin Xan, waved his sleeve. Surging yuan power gushed out and lifted Qin Mu, who had fallen off the stage, before placing him on the spectator stand. Manor Master, I've disappointed you. Qin Mu bowed, slightly as his voice trembled. Qin Xan waved his hand and said, I know that you've done your best. The young man sent by the great Song Manor is not simple. You should go and recuperate first. Qin Mu nodded. He silently walked to a spot behind Qin Xian and sat down. His back seemed to be somewhat down and out. Brother Qin, your great Qin manner is somewhat lacking. To think that you would be defeated by a nameless young man. Zhou Bin smiled faintly. There was a trace of mockery in his voice. Qin Mu's gaze was dark as he coldly said, I believe that your great Zhou Institute's Zhou Lan will not gain any advantage against him. Haha, there is no need for Brother Qin to worry. Zhou Lan is still capable of dealing with him. Zhou Bin's eyes were filled with confidence. On the stage, Zhou Lan stared at Zhouwen in astonishment as she softly chuckled and said, Your strength is not bad. To think that you've defeated Qin Mu. It's all right. Now it's your turn. Zhouwen nodded. Soon after, he slowly walked towards Zhou Lan. This scene caused Zhou Lan's expression to turn sluggish. Soon after, her gaze turned cold as she said, Looks like you're very confident. However, your confidence will not last for long. As she spoke, Zhou Lan took a step forward and the bronze axes in her hands whizzed out. In an instant, she appeared in front of Zhouwen. Her hands clasped together and the two axes in her hands chopped towards Zhouwen in the middle, intending to completely pulverize him. Whoosh! Zhouwen, on the other hand, was not afraid. He slashed out with the 7 kills saber in his hand. 8 blood seas rushed out like 8 blood pythons and enveloped Zhouwen's body, forming a blood-colored defense. Bang! The huge axes swept over and smashed onto the 8 blood seas. Following that, Zhou Lan only felt the huge axes in her hands become sluggish. The axes that hacked onto the blood seas were actually completely sluggish, unable to move in the slightest. Kill! In the instant that Zhou Lan's body froze due to the sea of blood, Zhouwen slashed out with a saber, fiercely slamming into Zhou Lan's dual axes. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Following that, Zhou Lan let out a muffled groan and retreated dozens of steps. The instant that he stabilized his body, Zhouwen instantly arrived. The 7 kills saber in his hand slashed out again and again. Countless saber shadows wreaked havoc like a storm. In the midst of these terrifying saber shadows, Zhou Lan was like a small boat in the middle of the sea that could capsize at any time. Bastard! Zhou Lan cursed in anger. However, his heart was filled with fear. Zhouwen's attack was actually so swift and fierce that it was beyond his expectations. Falling Phoenix slash. As she spoke, Zhou Lan suddenly raised her dual axes. Suddenly, a green glow burst out from the blades of the dual axes. Following that, the terrifying green glow converged into a green phoenix that soared into the sky and charged towards Zhouwen. Life destruction. Zhouwen did not hold back. The 7 kills saber slashed out horizontally. The space behind him split open and an extremely large blood-colored saber shadow swept out. This saber shadow was very powerful, and it rumbled as it came crashing down. Rumble! The blood-colored saber shadow and the green phoenix collided. Soon after, an extremely terrifying, explosive energy erupted from the two. However, this explosion only lasted for a moment before the green phoenix emitted a mournful wail. Soon after, the blood-colored saber shadow descended and chopped the green phoenix into pieces. Zhou Lan's pupil shrunk when he saw the green phoenix that was instantly destroyed. With a muffled groan, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and retreated dozens of steps. His face was as pale as snow. Swoosh! In the instant that Zhou Lan retreated, Zhouwen took a step in the air and shot out like an arrow from a bow. In the instant that Zhou Lan's strength was exhausted, Zhouwen slashed out with his blade. Zhou Lan's expression greatly changed. He held his 2 axes horizontally, wanting to block Zhouwen's attack. Bang! Weapons clashed as Zhou Lan once again spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying and landed outside the stage. Bang! The instant Zhou Lan smashed onto the ground, the surrounding atmosphere once again fell into a stagnant state. Even the smile on the great Zhou Institute's headmaster, Zhou Bin's face had completely frozen. Zhuowen has actually won, haha. Songjie was the first to react as he laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with mirth. On the viewing platform, Songdai's beautiful eyes curved slightly like crescent moons, as if she had already expected this outcome. As for Yao Zhisheng, his brows were slightly furrowed. He did not expect that Zhuowen would actually defeat Zhou Lan. Swoosh! Zhuowen slowly landed on the viewing platform. Songjie stood up and patted Zhuowen's shoulders with both hands as he smiled and said, "Zhuowen, you've done well this time. You've won the first match and given our great song, Institute, a good start." Zhuowen smiled faintly. Just as he was about to speak, Yao Zhisheng's ambiguous voice sounded. In the first match, the Great Zhou Institute and Great Qin Institute sent out their weakest geniuses. There's nothing special about winning. There's indeed nothing special about it. I wonder if Brother Yao will be able to win the second match? Zhuowen faintly smiled. Upon hearing these words, the iciness in Yao Zhisheng's eyes gradually thickened as he icily replied, "Of course." "Then I look forward to Brother Yao's performance in the second match." Zhuowen softly chuckled, not minding the mockery in Yao Zhisheng's words as he calmly walked to Songdai's side. Yao Zhisheng's brows furrowed slightly, but he did not know what to say. "Looks like you've hidden your strength rather well. Although Zhou Lan is the weakest amongst the 5 geniuses of the Great Zhou Institute, she is still much stronger than an ordinary peak heavenly venerate." Songdai softly chuckled. Zhuowen shook his head and nonchalantly said, "My luck is rather good. Zhou Lan is indeed rather strong." Upon hearing these words, Songdai deeply glanced at Zhuowen. She could also hear the evasive intent in Zhuowen's words. It was obvious that he did not wish to discuss this matter any further. She was a smart woman and knew when to stop. In the Great Zhou Institute seating area, Zhou Lan lowered her head and walked to Zhou Bin's side. Her legs trembled slightly as she said, "Headmaster." Zhou Bin waved his sleeve and coldly said, "No need to say anything, go to the back." Zhou Lan's gaze flickered. In the end, he could only nod his head. Soon after, he dejectedly walked to an inconspicuous corner at the back of the seats. The other 4 geniuses from the Great Zhou Institute did not even glance at Zhou Lan. In their minds, a loser did not need any sympathy or pity. Why have I never heard of this young man called Zhuowen before? He should not be a genius from the Great Song Manor. Zhou Bin's gaze landed on Zhuowen in the Great Song Manor's seating area as his eyes narrowed and he softly muttered, "Let the second match begin." Songjie slowly stood up, his face flushed red. Zhuowen's victory in the first match was a pleasant surprise for him. The other 6 headmasters naturally did not have any objections, and each sent out their second genius. The Great Song Manor sent out Yao Zhisheng. What was worth noting was that the Great Qin Manor had sent out their strongest genius, Qinlei. His cultivation was similar to Songyang's, the first-layer emperor stage. The Great Qin Manor's unexpected move had caught the other 6 headmasters somewhat unprepared. The result of the second match went without saying. The Great Qin Manor naturally won, while Yao Zhisheng was unlucky enough to be eliminated. After the second match, Yao Zhisheng sullenly returned to his seat. When he saw Zhuowen's faintly discernible mocking gaze, his mood immediately sank. "It seems that I have overestimated Brother Yao. It seems that Brother Yao did not win the second match, as you said," Zhuowen indifferently said. Yao Zhisheng's expression froze, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He coldly said, "You can only say that you were lucky. The first match was against weaklings. The second match was against the Great Qin Manor's Qinlei. It's normal for you to lose." "Haha, Brother Yao is right. It's normal for you to lose," Zhuowen said meaningfully. Yao Zhisheng's eyes narrowed as he looked at Zhuowen with fury. However, with Songjie in the seating area, he could not flare up. he could only coldly say, "Actually, I am quite looking forward to your match against Qin Lei. At that time, you will know how lowly you are." Perhaps. Zhuo Wen no longer argued with Yao Zhixing. Instead, his gaze landed on the stage above. At this moment, the third match had begun. The great Song Manor had sent out their strongest genius, Songyang. The great Zhou Manor, great Qin Manor, and great Song Manor seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. They did not deliberately let the Emperor Realm cultivators clash in the first round, and instead let them advance to the second round one by one. After all, Emperor Realm cultivators were the geniuses of their respective prefectures. If they encountered one in the first round, the losses would outweigh the gains. Songyang was Emperor Realm cultivator. With a single move, he swept out all the geniuses from the other 6 great prefectures. Afterwards, he leisurely landed on his seat with his chin slightly raised. He did not even glance at the others, as if they were not worthy of his attention. For the fourth match, the great Zhou Manor sent out their second genius, Zhou Hui. This Zhou Hui was also a first heaven emperor, and he won the fourth match. For the fifth match, the great Zhou Manor sent out their number 1 genius, Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang's cultivation seemed to be at the first heaven emperor realm, but it was said that he had reached the peak of the first heaven emperor realm, and was even stronger than Zhou Hui. Naturally, he won the fifth match without exception. However, Zhuo Wen faintly felt that this Zhou Chang was not simple. It was likely that the aura he revealed was not his true strength. Thus, the 5 battles were completely over. The remaining 5 cultivators advanced to the second round. These 5 were the great Qin Manor's Qin Lei, the great Zhou Manor's Zhou Hui and Zhou Chang, and the great Song Manor's Zhuo Wen and Songyang. Chapter 1187. Cheongqi Copper Sword Sungjie stood up and announced in a clear voice, "The first round has ended. Now, we will proceed to the second round." The rules of the second round are also very simple. The winners will fight in pairs, and the losers will be eliminated. Because there are 5 people, one of them will definitely be given a bye. The 4 Great Mansion masters of the Great Frame Mansion, the Great Han Mansion, the Great Tang Mansion, and the Great Chu Mansion did not say anything. They stood numbly in their seats, without making a sound. This was because practically all the geniuses from their 4 great manors had been eliminated in the first round. The remaining ones were basically the geniuses from the Great Zhou Mansion, the Great Qin Mansion, and the Great Song Mansion. The Great Zhou Mansion's Zhou Bin and the Great Qin Mansion's Qin Xian naturally did not have any objections. Now let's begin drawing lots. Only one person will be the champion of the hero gathering this time. Whoever wins will obtain the right to gather the map fragments from the prefecture that person belongs to. After Songjie finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and 5 light sticks flew out from his hand. Extremely intimidating light exploded from the eyes of the 5 people standing on the stage. One by one, they extended their right hands and received the exposed light sticks into their palms. Zhuo Wen beckoned with his right hand and received a light stick. After flipping it over, he was astonished to discover that the light stick he had drawn was actually an empty stick. In other words, he was the one who had been given a by this time. The 5 of you can reveal your light sticks. Among these 5 light sticks, one of them is an empty stick. Which one of you has obtained it? Songjie asked in an indifferent voice. When these words were spoken, the gazes of quite a few people gathered on the 5 people below the stage. Being able to draw an empty stick was undoubtedly extremely good luck. After all, they did not need to fight this time. Being able to maintain their peak condition for the next battle was extremely beneficial to the 5 of them. Zhuo Wen did not conceal anything. With a flip of his right hand, the light stick was brought out, and he said, "The empty stick is in my hand." Because of Zhuo Wen's action, the surrounding atmosphere also became quiet. Obviously, no one had expected that the lucky one to draw an empty lot would be the one with the lowest cultivation among the 5, Zhuo Wen. Many people sighed at Zhuo Wen's good luck. On the other hand, the other four geniuses in the arena looked straight ahead. They did not care that Zhuo Wen had drawn an empty lot. After all, Zhuo Wen's cultivation was at the peak of the heavenly master realm. He posed no threat to the four of them. From the beginning, they had already ignored Zhuo Wen's existence. Songjia was stunned at first, but then he smiled and said, "Zhuo Wen, since you have drawn the blank lot, you can come down first." Zhuo Wen nodded his head and leaped down, returning to the great Song Manor's seat. As soon as he returned to his seat, Yao Zhixing's mocking voice sounded out again. "Yo, your luck is pretty good. You were actually able to draw an empty lot. Looks like you can still stay in this hero assembly for a while." Zhuo Wen completely ignored Yao Zhixing's sarcastic eyes. He walked past him, came to the corner of his seat, and stood quietly. Song Dai, who was standing on the other side, walked to Zhuo Wen's side. With a sweet smile on her face, she said softly, "Zhuo Wen, your luck is pretty good. You were actually able to draw an empty lot. However, I think that even if you did not draw an empty lot, you should still be able to advance to the next battle, right?" Hearing this, Zhuo Wen narrowed his eyes and took a deep look at Song Dai. This woman's cultivation did not seem high, but her eyes revealed the brilliance of wisdom, which made Zhuo Wen's heart faintly raise a trace of vigilance. This Song Dai was not simple. How can Miss Song Dai be so sure? I am only a peak heavenly venerate. How can I compete with those Emperor Realm cultivators? Zhuo Wen smiled faintly. "Because you look too calm. There can only be two reasons why you can remain so calm while standing beside for Emperor Realm geniuses. The first is that you are deliberately pretending, and the second is that you have a certain level of confidence. Confidence requires great strength to support it. Moreover, I can't see any signs of you pretending." Song Dai softly smiled. Zhuo Wen glanced at Song Dai and said, "Perhaps." At this moment, the four people on the stage had also revealed their respective glowing lots. The great Qin Manor's Qin lay against the great Zhou Institute's Zhou Hui, and the great Song Manor's Song Yang against the great Zhou Institute's Zhou Chang. When these matchups were revealed, Song Jia frowned slightly. He did not expect Song Yang to face Zhou Chang so early. Zhou Chang was the #1 genius of the great Zhou Institute and had entered the first layer Emperor Realm a year earlier than Song Yang. Moreover, it was said that Zhou Chang had previously been in seclusion in the great Zhou Institute and had only recently emerged. No one knew how strong Zhou Chang was now. Therefore, when he saw Song Yang against Zhou Chang, Song Jia's brows were tightly knitted together as a trace of ominous feeling rose in his heart. Although he was worried about Song Yang, Song Jia also knew that since his opponent had already been decided, it naturally could not be casually changed. Thinking of this, Song Jia's right hand reached out into the void. Immediately, a terrifying mighty force burst out from his sleeve. This mighty force was very frightening. When it acted on the stage in the air, it immediately split the huge stage into two. The two stages quietly and magnificently floated 100 meters in the air. Swoosh, swoosh. Zhou Hui and Qin Lei leaped onto the stage on the left, while Zhou Chang and Song Yang leaped onto the stage on the right. For terrifying emperor auras, like towering mountains, caused the surrounding atmosphere to immediately freeze. At the same time, the winds and clouds in the sky changed. For emperor stars of different colors descended below and landed around the four figures. For different types of star, power diffused outwards, appearing very dazzling. "Now let the battle begin," Song Jia said indifferently. Immediately, for terrifying yuan qi, fluctuations burst out from the two stages. What followed was an intense collision. Every time Emperor Realm cultivators clashed, the aftershocks would have a terrifying power that could shake the heavens and the earth. On the stage, when everyone saw the Emperor auras diffusing from the stage, their hearts trembled and their eyes were filled with reverence. Qin Lei and Zhou Hui's cultivation and strength were about the same. so the two of them clashed fiercely. It was almost a head-on collision, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. After dozens of rounds, both of them took out their respective emperor weapons. Qin Lei's weapon was a long golden spear that was about 10 feet long. The tip of the golden spear was in the shape of a snake, and the body of the spear was covered with golden lines like a golden python. Zhou Hui's emperor weapon was a large bronze bell. When he punched the surface of the bell, a deafening sound was produced. Moreover, the sound waves of the bell also had a terrifying, offensive power. Boom! After taking out their emperor weapons, the collision between Qin Lei and Zhou Hui became even more intense. The surging yuan qi fluctuations caused the stage under their feet to shake violently. Traces of cracks appeared on the surface of the stage, as if it would shatter at any time. While Qin Lei and Zhou Hui were clashing fiercely, on the other stage, Zhou Chang and Song Yang were facing each other. Song Yang looked at Zhou Chang fearfully. When Zhou Chang had broken through to the Emperor realm, Song Yang had only been a late-stage heavenly master. Now that a few years had passed, he naturally didn't believe that Zhou Chang hadn't improved at all. He even suspected that Zhou Chang had broken through to the second Heaven Emperor realm. However, what puzzled him was that Zhou Chang's aura was still around first-level Emperor realm. This made Song Yang hesitate. Zhou Chang's hair was as black as ink, and his eyes were like stars. He had a tall nose and an imposing appearance. He was like a treasured sword that revealed its sharpness. He was like a rare dragon that only appeared once in 100 years. Just by standing there quietly, he could involuntarily attract everyone's attention. At this moment, Zhou Chang slowly walked over. His eyes flashed with sharpness as they fell on Song Yang. He said indifferently, "Song Yang, go ahead." Song Yang frowned slightly and snorted coldly. He took a step forward, and 9 exploding golden stars surrounded his body. Then, Song Yang whistled like a storm and instantly appeared in front of Zhou Chang. His right hand formed a claw and pressed down on the void. Suddenly, a violent wind blew, and the 9 exploding golden stars smashed down one after another like 9 meteorites. Zhou Chang's eyes were as calm as still water. He took a step forward and waved his right hand. Instantly, the 9 bronze stars floating in the void behind him began to move in a strange trajectory, forming a huge bronze giant. The bronze giant punched out. Boom! 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 Song Yang's 9 exploding golden stars exploded into countless golden dust under the bronze giant's punch. Song Yang's expression changed drastically, and he took a few steps back. Boom! 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 The bronze giant followed, closely behind. Its fan-like hand descended from the sky and grabbed at Song Yang again, trying to grab him. Song Yang's eyes turned cold. He flicked his finger, and a snake-shaped halberd landed in his palm. Then he twisted his right palm, and the snake-shaped halberd shot out like a drill. The halberd pierced through the bronze giant's palm. "Break!" Song Yang shouted in a low voice, and the great halberd in the shape of a snake burst out with a blazing green light. This green light turned into a huge green python, and this python stuck out its tongue and coiled around the bronze giant. Crack! The giant green python possessed an extremely terrifying entanglement ability. This entanglement ability possessed the strength of 1,000 caddies, and it ruthlessly restrained the giant green python. Soon after, the sound of bones cracking was emitted. The bronze giant had actually been directly shattered by the giant green python's entanglement. Swoosh! When the bronze giant was crushed, the light in Song Yang's eyes became even more intense. He took a step forward, and the snake-shaped halberd landed in his palm. His entire body rushed out like a butterfly. The sharp whistling sound produced by the halberd rubbing against the air was ear-piercing. Zhou Chang frowned slightly. Clearly, the destruction of the bronze giant was beyond his expectations. He snorted coldly. He knew that Song Yang's snake-shaped halberd was a genuine emperor weapon. If he did not use his emperor weapon, he would be at a disadvantage. With a flick of his finger, a bronze long sword appeared in Zhou Cheng's right hand. The long sword was made of bronze. The bronze long sword's hilt was carved with the head of a strange beast. The strange beast opened its mouth as if it wanted to swallow the entire bronze sword. This is the Qiongqi bronze sword. It has merged with a strand of the essence blood of the ancient fierce beast, Qiongqi. It contains a strand of Qiongqi's ferocious power. You will still lose. Chapter 1188. A slight possibility this roar had the power to shake the heavens and split the earth. The entire arena shook violently as a ring-shaped sound wave spread out. It swept out at the speed of sound and instantly enveloped Song Yang. Dragon Snake Evolution. Song Yang's face changed slightly. He stepped to the side and waved the snake-shaped halberd in his right hand. Suddenly, a powerful qi burst out and formed a strange creature that looked like a snake but wasn't a snake. It looked like a dragon but wasn't a dragon. This dragon snake's body was extremely huge, nearly 100 feet long. Its huge body was wrapped in layers, enveloping Song Yang's entire body. Its bright scales formed an extremely strong defense. Boom! Boom! The ring-shaped sound wave spread out and landed heavily on the dragon snake's body. However, it was completely blocked by the dragon snake's tough scales. When the sound wave disappeared, the dragon snake slowly separated, revealing Song Yang, whose face was somewhat pale. Interesting. Song Yang, it seems like you're about to reach the second level of the Emperor Realm. Zhou Cheng smiled as he looked at Song Yang. Song Yang was not excited by Zhou Cheng's praise. Instead, his eyes darkened as he said coldly, "You broke through?" Zhou Cheng didn't say anything. Instead, he smiled confidently and asked, "What do you think?" As he spoke, Zhou Cheng took a step forward. An aura that was even more terrifying than before swept out. This aura was like 10,000 horses galloping, like a hurricane, like a tsunami, like the dark clouds in the sky crushing down. It was as if an extremely terrifying mountain was pressing down on the entire arena. Zhou Cheng's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind. He gave off a dignified aura without being angry. His eyes were as dazzling as the stars in the night sky, and the light from the 9 emperor stars was much more intense than before. It was as if Zhou Cheng had become a different person in an instant. Tung! Song Jie suddenly stood up and muttered with an ugly expression. Zhou Cheng has reached the second level of the Emperor Realm. Has he really reached the second level of the Emperor Realm? Everyone in the great Song Mansion was shocked. No one had expected that Zhou Cheng had been hiding his aura all this while, pretending to be a First Heaven Emperor Realm expert. Now that he had unleashed his aura, Song Yang was going to suffer. In the Institute of Great Zhou's seating area, Zhou Bin crossed his arms, a smile on his face. Zhou Cheng had emerged from seclusion 3 months ago. At that time, he had already successfully broken through to the second layer of the Martial Emperor realm. The reason why he had pretended to be a first-layer Martial Emperor was to create this effect under such circumstances. Zhou Bin also knew that once Zhou Cheng revealed his second Heaven Emperor realm cultivation, the victory of this hero assembly would definitely belong to his great Song Manor. Thinking that he would be able to obtain the complete map of the great Devil Sect ruins, Zhou Bin couldn't help but feel excited. Although he knew that after the ancient ruins of 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 the ancient ruins. The complete map of the great Devil Sect ruins represented that one had the greatest chance of obtaining the greatest benefits from the great Devil Sect. Therefore, this was the main reason why the 7 great mansion masters were rushing over like ducks. On the stage, Zhou Chang stood quietly. His eyes fell on the pale-faced Song Yang as he said indifferently, "You should give up now. You should know the difference between the second Heaven Emperor realm and the first Heaven Emperor realm." Song Yang's eyes flickered, and his face was filled with unwillingness. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he took the initiative to charge towards Zhou Chang with the snake halberd in his hand. "Although you have reached the second Heaven Emperor realm, I won't give up without trying." Song Yang's cold voice rang out as he arrived in front of Zhou Chang in an instant. Then he swung his right hand forward, and the dragon snake behind him roared. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Zhou Chang whole. "Is this your final struggle?" Zhou Chang shook his head, and a mocking look appeared on his face. Then he slashed out with the bronze sword in his right hand. At the same time, he took a step forward with the bronze sword. Green sword shadows shot out like thousands of arrows and landed on the dragon snake that was charging towards him. Bang! 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 Then, a dazzling ball of light exploded. When the ball of light disappeared, Zhou Chang took a step forward. At this moment, the dragon snake was covered in wounds after being attacked by the sword shadows just now. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zhou Chang slashed out with the bronze sword in his hand. The green sword light was like a green crescent moon as it slammed heavily on the dragon snake's chest. The green sword light paused for a moment before it pierced through the dragon snake's chest without any hindrance. Puff! The green sword light swept past, and the dragon snake seemed to have frozen in midair. Then it let out a sorrowful cry and shattered into countless light spots. Bang! The sword light was like a rainbow as it passed through the dragon snake and continued to rush towards Song Yang at the back. Its speed had risen to the limit. Song Yang's face was dark as he took a step forward. With a twist of his right hand, the snake-shaped halberd in his hand suddenly shot out. The halberd's forked tip suddenly blocked the sword light. Boom! An explosion rang out, and Song Yang was forced back dozens of steps until he reached the edge of the stage. Terrifying yuan power had shattered the sword light. However, Song Yang was not in a good condition either. His face was as pale as snow, and a trace of cherry red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His right hand, which was holding onto the snake-shaped halberd, was violently trembling. "Didn't I tell you before? You are struggling before your death. If you had given up earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer such pain." Just as Song Yang stabilized his body, an indifferent voice rang out. Song Yang's heart trembled as he suddenly raised his head. He saw that Zhou Chang had unknowingly appeared above him. The bronze sword in Zhou Chang's right hand suddenly slashed out. The green sword light swept out vertically and ruthlessly smashed down. Bang! Song Yang raised both of his hands, and the serpentine halberd attempted to block the attack. Soon after, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and the serpentine halberd was directly sent flying. Song Yang spat out a mouthful of blood and heavily smashed down from the stage, landing outside of it. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground rang out, causing the originally quiet stage to become even quieter. Everyone's gaze first fell on Song Yang, who was lying on the ground. Then they shifted their gaze to the stage. Zhou Chang's robe and messy hair were fluttering in the wind. The slightly stagnant atmosphere did not last for long. Then there was a burst of gasps. Zhou Chang was terrifying. Song Yang was the #1 genius of the Great Song Mansion and a genius at the peak of the first-level Emperor realm who had touched the second-level Emperor realm. However, he was defeated by Zhou Chang in just a few moves. Zhou Chang is so terrifying. It seems like the winner of the hero competition will be Zhou Chang. Everyone looked at Zhou Chang with eyes filled with respect. Song Jie's gaze was extremely gloomy. The other people who belonged to the Great Song Mansion also fell into silence. For a moment, the Great Song Mansion seats were extremely solemn. Song Jie let out a low sigh. He waved his sleeve and brought Song Yang, who had fallen to the ground, back. Song Yang's current condition was quite miserable. His robe was torn in many places, his hair was messy, blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze was slightly unfocused. Mansion master, I'm sorry. As soon as he landed, Song Yang quickly knelt on the ground with one knee and lowered his head. Song Jia waved his hand and said helplessly, "It's not your fault. Zhou Chang is indeed too strong. After all, the former has advanced to the second-level emperor realm. With your current cultivation, it's not possible for you to be his opponent. Now, you should go down and recuperate." Song Yang nodded and walked slowly to the back seat. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to recuperate from his injuries. This time, his defeat was not unjustified. No one had expected Zhou Chang's cultivation to have reached the second-level emperor realm. Therefore, Song Jia felt somewhat helpless. Bang! Not long after Song Yang's defeat, another miserable figure fell from the stage. This person was dressed in golden robes and had a somewhat sinister gaze. It was the great Qin mansion's Qin Lei. Qin Lei's opponent, Zhou Hui, was not in a good condition either. His body was covered in wounds, and he was panting heavily. His clothes were tattered. Although Zhou Hui had won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Given his current condition, he probably did not have the strength to fight another match. The great Qin mansion's Master Qin Xian's face was a little purple. With a wave of his sleeve, he brought the extremely miserable Qin Lei back to his seat. After losing a portion of his yuan power, Qin Lei's condition had improved a lot. Haha, Song Jia, I think there's no need for the next round. The results are already very clear. My great Zhou mansion has won both rounds. This map fragment should belong to my great Zhou mansion. Zhou Bin's laughter was exceptionally loud. His ear-piercing voice resounded throughout the entire stage, causing many people's eardrums to hurt. Although Zhou Bin's loud and clear voice made quite a few people unhappy, what Zhou Bin had said was indeed the truth. There were only 3 people left: Zhou Chang, Zhou Hui, and Zhou Wen. Zhou Chang and Zhou Hui were both geniuses of the Great Zhou Institute, while Zhou Wen was only a genius of the Great Song Prefecture. More importantly, Zhou Wen was only a mere peak heavenly venerate, let alone Zhou Chang, who was a second-level emperor. Zhou Wen was probably not even a match for Zhou Hui, who was a first-level emperor. Looks like the Great Demon Sect's map fragment will have to be handed over to the Great Zhou Mansion. Yao Zhisheng softly sighed. That may not be the case. Isn't there still one more person from our Great Song Mansion? Zhou Wen hasn't even gone up yet. Song Jia's clear voice suddenly rang out. However, her words drew mocking laughter from many people. Among them, Yao Zhisheng sneered as he cast a sideways glance at Zhou Wen, who was silently standing to one side, and chuckled. Junior sister Song Jia, do you really think highly of this guy? He's only a peak heavenly venerate. What power does he have to turn the tide? He will only embarrass the Great Song Mansion if he goes up. Song Jia also shook her head slightly and sighed softly. Yao Zhisheng is right. Zhou Wen's cultivation is indeed a little low. Even Song Yang has been defeated. The victory belongs to the Great Zhou Mansion. Chapter 1189. Chaotic, mortal, world-day trace of astonishment flashed across Song Jia's eyes when he saw the smile on Zhou Wen's face. On the other hand, Yao Zhisheng took a step forward and pointed at Zhou Wen as he said, "That's enough. With your cultivation, you will only be making a fool of yourself. You can afford to lose face, but our great Song Manor can't. Do you really think you're a god emperor?" Boom! Just as Yao Zhisheng finished his sentence, a golden light burst forth, bringing with it an unparalleled aura as it slammed into his chest. Yao Zhisheng's expression changed slightly as he raised both of his hands. The yuan force in his body circulated crazily as he pushed both of his hands in an attempt to block the sudden golden light. Crack! The crisp sound of bones cracking abruptly rang out. Soon after, Yao Zhixing let out a miserable shriek as he was sent flying from a seat and heavily smashed into the ground below. Zhuowen silently withdrew his fist and stood there, looking down at Yao Zhixing, who had fallen onto a seat. That streak of golden light was the result of Zhuowen's Buddhist power. After cultivating the great sun nirvana to the point of immortality and indestructibility, Zhuowen's strength had increased by hundreds and thousands. A mere peak heavenly venerate was indeed unable to cause any harm to him. Yao Zhixing's hands were practically twisted and trembling. His gaze toward Zhuowen was already filled with fear. How did Zhuowen's strength become so terrifying? A single punch was enough to cripple his hands. Was this still the strength of a peak heavenly venerate? Songjie looked at Zhuowen in astonishment. Evidently, the ease with which Zhuowen had defeated Yao Zhixing was somewhat out of his expectations. Manner master, don't tell me you don't even dare to try? Zhuowen suddenly smiled. A blazing light flashed in Songjie's eyes when he heard these words. He slapped his thigh and said, "Since you have such intentions, I'll accompany you in your madness. Go up and give it a try this time." At this moment, Zhou Bin in the Great Zhou Institute's seating area was already somewhat impatient. He stared at Songjie and said, "Songjie, the situation is already very clear. How long do you plan to drag this out?" Many people below the stage also looked at Songjie in astonishment. Evidently, their thoughts were similar to Zhou Bin's. The situation was already very clear, and there was no need to hesitate. Songjie slowly stood up and said indifferently, "Zhou Bin, the hero assembly isn't over yet? Why are you in such a hurry?" Zhou Bin's eyes darkened when he heard these words. He coldly said, "What do you mean by this? Don't tell me you still intend to fight? With the little peak heavenly venerate beside you?" Songjie didn't say anything, but Zhuowen stepped out and came to the arena. He said loudly, "I haven't been eliminated yet, have I? Why are you in such a hurry? Songjie? Everyone below the stage was stunned when they heard that. On the stage, Zhou Hui and Zhou Chang also focused their gazes on Zhuowen, whose aura was at the peak of the heavenly exalt stage. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. In the Great Zhou Institute's seating area, Zhou Bin was first taken aback. Soon after, he laughed heartily as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. You plan to continue fighting. You, a peak heavenly venerate, plan to fight the first-level heavenly venerate Zhou Hui and the second-level heavenly venerate Zhou Chang? Haha, the other cultivators in the Great Zhou Institute's seating area also laughed without the slightest restraint. Even many of the spectators below the stage laughed along. Everyone believed that Zhuowen was absolutely crazy. A peak heavenly venerate actually planned to fight two heavenly venerate emperors, one of whom was even a second-level heavenly venerate emperor. You're just an ant who overestimates himself. On the stage, Zhou Hui, who was originally sitting cross-legged and recuperating, slowly stood up. The gaze he used to look at Zhuowen became extremely dark. Zhou Chang silently stood on the other side. He only glanced at Zhuowen once before no longer paying any attention. He did not even place a first-level heavenly venerate emperor in his eyes, let alone a mere peak heavenly venerate like Zhuowen. Songjie coldly said, "Zhuowen is right. He has not been eliminated. The following battles still need to continue." The laughter in the surroundings gradually died down after hearing Songjie's words. Although many people did not quite understand Songjie's actions, this hero assembly was ultimately organized by him. The decision was still in Songjie's hands. Since the great Song Manor still wants to continue, let's continue. Zhou Bin crossed his arms and sneered. Songjie nodded. Soon after, he waved his sleeve and 3 more light sticks shot out. Zhuowen, Zhou Chang, and Zhou Hui each took a light stick. Zhuowen flipped his right hand and saw the word on the surface of the light stick. His luck was clearly not the same as the previous time where he had drawn an empty stick. Those who have drawn an empty stick, show me your empty stick and step out. Songjia indifferently said. Zhou Chang slowly stepped forward. The light stick in his hand was completely blank. Evidently, the empty stick had landed in Zhou Chang's hand. Then you can step down first. Songjia nodded. Zhou Chang naturally had no objections and slowly walked down the stage. However, when he passed by Zhou Hui, his soft voice sounded, "Against an ant like this, be quick and decisive. Finish him off as soon as possible." Zhou Hui nodded and laughed sinisterly. "Don't worry, Brother Chang. I will finish off this ant in one move." Zhou Hui's voice was not soft. Perhaps he had purposely raised his voice so that Zhuowen could hear him. Zhou Chang nodded and took a step forward. He left the stage and landed in the Great Zhou Institute's seating area. His hands were behind his back as he silently watched everything unfold on the stage. Overestimating yourself. So what if you have strength that far surpasses an ordinary peak, heavenly venerate? A heavenly venerate is still a heavenly venerate. At this moment, Yao Zhexing had also returned to the Great Song Manor's seating area. His gaze was dark and cold to the extreme. He had completely lost face this time. Both of his hands had been crippled by Zhuowen in a single move. This was a vicious slap to his face. Although his hands had already been repaired, the humiliation of being slapped in the face was something that he would never forget. San Yang, who was seated at the back, merely took a glance at the arena before he continued to recuperate in a disinterested manner. His thoughts were the same as Yao Zhexing's. They both believed that Zhuowen was overestimating himself. On the stage, Zhuowen's gaze was indifferent as he asked, "You plan on finishing me off in one move?" Zhou Hui's hands clenched as he chuckled. "One move is already too much for me. Overestimating and get lost." With a low roar, Zhou Hui's feet pushed off the ground as he shot forward like an arrow. The howling wind was like the wild neighing of horse hooves. When he was within 5 meters of Zhuowen, his fists came from both sides and hammered towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. The 7 murders blade in his right hand was unsheathed. Massacring aura was released as 8 blood seas revolved around his body like 8 blood-colored armor. Boom! Zhou Hui's fist was stopped in front of the blood-colored armor, causing Zhou Hui's brows to furrow slightly. With a cold snort, the yuan power on his fists grew even more terrifying. Crack! The blood-colored escape armor instantly shattered, and the pair of fists continued to press down on Zhuowen, who was within the blood-colored escape armor. However, Zhou Hui was stunned to discover that his fists had struck empty air. There was no one behind the blood-colored escape armor. Destruction of life. At this moment, an indifferent voice came from behind Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui suddenly turned his head and saw Zhuowen's cold gaze. With 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back, Zhou Hui raised the 7 murders blade above his head and slashed downwards. Rumble! A thunderous sound rang out, following which a blood-colored blade shadow that was dozens of feet long descended from the crack in space and fell towards Zhou Hui's head. Zhou Hui was caught off guard. He could only raise his hands, and the surging palm energy in his palms spat out, forming a flickering green shield in front of him. Bang! The blood-colored blade shadow heavily slammed onto the green shield. Immediately, an ear-piercing explosion erupted. The blazing light caused many people below the stage to squint their eyes and blur their vision. When their vision gradually became clear, a muffled groan was heard, following which a rather burly figure retreated from the ball of light, only stopping when he reached the edge. Everyone's gaze fell on the retreating figure. When they saw that the figure was Zhou Hui, they all revealed a look of disbelief. Zhou Hui, who was at the first-level Emperor realm, had clashed with Zhuowen, who was at the peak of the heavenly sovereign realm. However, Zhou Hui was the one who had retreated. Swoosh! An air-rending sound rang out. Zhuowen was not going to let Zhou Hui off. He swept his leg over and slashed out with the 7 murders blade in his right hand. The blood-colored blade shadow appeared again and rushed toward Zhou Hui. He wanted to eliminate Zhou Hui with this move. "Bastard! You've gone too far!" Zhou Hui roared. He flicked his finger and took out his emperor weapon, the bronze bell. He slammed his right fist on the bell and a ring-shaped sound wave spread out, forming layers of energy ripples. The moment the blood-colored blade shadow collided with the sound wave, its forward momentum stagnated as if it had fallen into a swamp. "Didn't you say that you would finish me off in one move? What's the number now?" Zhuo Wenchang stood on the blood-colored saber shadow. His cold gaze landed on Zhou Hui below. His indifferent voice contained a trace of mockery. Hearing these words, Zhou Hui's face turned green and white. He roared and punched the bronze bell several times. Each punch carried the power of 1,000 caddies. The sound waves of the bell chimes overlapped, forming a terrifying sound wave that filled the entire arena. It was like a tsunami, and the blood-red blade shadow began to shake. "You're quite tenacious." Zhuowen's gaze turned cold. He waved his 7 murders blade again, and a depraved aura spread out from the blade. Chaotic mortal world. An aura of depravity filled the air. The mysterious aura of depravity spread out like an invisible cloud. Zhou Hui was affected by the aura of depravity, causing his fist that was hammering at the bronze bell to pause for a moment. He thought of his parents who were shot to death by arrows when he was a child and his little sister who was still crying piteously for food. Zhou Hui knelt down and held his head with both hands as he growled, "No!" Soon, Zhou Hui felt that something was wrong. He opened his eyes abruptly. Only then did he realize that what he saw just now was all an illusion. Or rather, it could be said that the depraved will of the chaotic, mundane world had used his memories as a medium to create a realistic illusion. "You'll be eliminated." A figure flashed in front of Zhou Hui, and a blade shadow slashed at the bronze bell in front of Zhou Hui. Then, a crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Zhou Hui, who had just woken up from his stupor, was completely caught off guard. He was sent flying by the force of the blade and smashed outside the arena. Boom!